Chapter number 14 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. 3 Years. Although, or perhaps because, the 3 years I spent in Auckland have left memories as tender and delightful as any I can call up, I pass rapidly over them here. They formed that period of life which comes to most save the most unfortunate, when the parental rule has worn away to a thread or is voluntarily relaxed, and youth steps out from the shelter of childhood and gazes with enamoured, anticipatory eyes on the glittering pageant of life. True that my wonder year began when most boys of my race are still children at school. It is on experience and not on time that the brain feeds, and few though were my years, they had contained incidents as strenuous as fall to the lot of most men in a lifetime. Childhood in the kāinga is not of long duration, apart from the fact that the Māori develops rapidly in body and mind. There is in their society none of the reserve in speech which holds our own youth back as by invisible hands. I had at first mingled uninterruptedly with the Māori children. Their games, their thoughts, their interests were mine. But as time went on and the teachings of my foster father began to show, however unintentionally, in my words and ways, a change came over my relationship with them. They made me old, they made me staid and grave, for though still contending with me physically, they pushed me into a dominant position in relation to things of the mind, making of me a sort of oracle, whether I would or no. Nor did my residence in the white men's city effect any great change in this respect. I had expected, without just reason perhaps, to find the white men universally wise and brilliant, whereas, on the contrary, I found them ignorant and dull. A few hours sufficed for the Brompart family. Even Mr. Brompart, mentally alert as he was, I discovered to be grossly ignorant on quite simple matters. The same number of months further afield were enough to complete my disillusionment. So far from education being the rule, it was the exception. 1,000 years of facilities had accomplished no more than this. I cannot absolve myself of priggishness at that time. There was so much that I did not take into consideration, and much of which I was myself ignorant. Yet my disappointment at least was real and bitter. I hoped, in place of the teacher I had lost, 1,000 would spring up around me. I found, at the most, 3 or 4. I saw much of Sir George Grey, and gave him such assistance as I could in his study of native legends and mythology. Of his goodness to me, words are inadequate to tell. Half measures were not in his nature. He could not see me daily and make use of my services without extending me in return an affectionate interest that embraced my life, present and future. No moment found him too busy or too tired to listen to my troubles, and every power of his mind was at my service in their removal. It was in response to no theory of duty that he acted so. Willingly and gladly, at any time, he would put aside his own affairs to take up those of another. The question of my going to England was one that was often discussed between us. I think he made it his business to ascertain every particular of the life story of my parents, in order that he might advise me. His judgment, when he did give it, was in favour of my accepting the overtures of my grandfather. "Do not rouse again the fire that has burnt itself out," he said. "Let the past die, and turn your eyes to the future." This brings me to the visit of my foster father. I think I had been 4 or 5 months in Auckland before finally, and after much persuasion from me, he came. Never shall I forget the sight of his giant figure striding down the street one morning in the early spring, or the hot wave of pleasure that surged into my face as my eyes lighted upon him. Man as I deemed myself, I was glad that he did not hesitate to kiss me in the busy street, and to march down it holding my hand. In the end he had come unexpectedly, the conjunction of a departing vessel and an urgent letter from me having mastered his irresolution. Disdaining any means of conveyance, he had travelled the distance from Onehunga on foot. "This, then, is Auckland," he said, and looked neither to the right nor the left. "Did you bring Puhihuia, father?" "No, Cedric, this is but a flying journey. We must make the most of the hours, but she is well, and her mother. They sent you their love and many messages, which I shall no doubt recall by and by. So this is what they have been about?" Though he looked deliberately at nothing, he seemed to notice a good deal, commenting on things I thought he had passed without a glance. "All the old institutions, Cedric. Man can never wipe the slate clean and begin anew. He carries all his lumber with him, good, bad, and indifferent." I could detect the old impatience in his tone. "Will you come to Mr. Brompart's, father?" "No, my son, I shall take mine ease at an inn. No man's guest I. There is one virtue in money, only one. By it a man is independent. He can live his own life. And that reminds me, you do not spend enough. Youth should be free-handed. If I have ever counselled thrift, forget it. It is a poor virtue at all times, and it is none in a youth." I took him to the Royal, in order that he might be near Government House, for I was determined that Sir George Grey and he should know and like one another. At the same time that I looked forward to their meeting, I was nervous and anxious over it. Two prouder men never lived. Neither by his office nor by nature was a governor fitted to take a subservient part. On the other hand, I could not conceive my father bending his kingly head in humility to any office or man alive. A dozen dread possibilities presented themselves to my mind. I was in a fever of anxiety till the actual moment of their meeting arrived. Then, to my inexpressible relief, I found that I had harassed myself without cause. In all my cogitations, I had overlooked Sir George's kindly feelings towards myself, and also the fact that I had spoken of my father so often that I had managed to create some kind of favourable idea of him in the governor's mind. I had received permission to bring the guest at an hour in the afternoon which Sir George usually devoted to purely private matters, and thus when we had once passed the threshold, the three of us were alone. I doubt if either heard my stammered words of introduction. Their eyes were fixed on one another to the exclusion of my palpitating personality, and in a moment their hands had met in a hearty grasp. What was said I do not know. I was glowingly conscious that the tone of both voices was exactly right, that there was an absence of chilly formality, that both men were deeply interested in the meeting. Then silently I turned the handle of the door and stole away to find Helenora. I had taken counsel with her on the matter so often that I ended by imbuing her with my own fears of disaster. "Two such men cannot possibly like one another," she echoed me. "There cannot be two suns in one. What do you call it?" "Yes, there can," I said, taking heart. "There are plenty of binary stars." "Oh, then take courage. They will revolve around one another in harmony." We went together to the door of the room where we might hear their voices, and decided, I do not know on what ground, for nothing was audible, that all was well. That any part of their talk should bear relation to myself certainly never occurred to me, yet when 2 hours later I received a summons to the governor's room, it was to find myself confronted with the necessity of coming to a decision on the matter that had so long perplexed me. They were standing together at a table near the window, their 4 eyes fixed on the pages of a book, the leaves of which Sir George was turning with reverent care. It was evidently one of those literary treasures in which the governor, as became a scholar, delighted, and which he was in the habit of securing at every favourable opportunity throughout his long life. The minds of the 2 men were evidently in sympathy, but the physical contrast between them forced itself strongly on my notice. Sir George, slender, upright, finely proportioned; my father, huge and rugged, and with a slouch forward of the head, which came of dwelling in habitations too small for him. None would have been likely to guess the man of learning in the latter. A poet of nature perhaps, a thinker, but scarcely a scholar. There were moments, on the other hand, and this is one of them, when it was difficult to think of the governor as a soldier and a man of action, when he seemed, on the contrary, born and fitted for the life of a student. Beyond a glance, as I entered the room, they took no notice of me until the last page was turned. No individual man should possess such a treasure, said my father, or if so, he should be compelled to safeguard it as he would a life, and be held responsible for its loss. That is true, replied Sir George, his face clouding, as I have already learned to my cost. Some day, however, I hope to do more than verbally agree with you. Well, well, said my father, I intended nothing personal. They cannot be better placed than in the hands of those who love them and possess the key to their mysteries. I have to give your Excellency hearty thanks, he broke off, for the kindness you have shown to my boy here. On the contrary, said the governor, it is I who am indebted to him. I fear his good nature has led me into ruthlessness at times. Is that not so, Cedric? No, sir, I have spent none but hours of happiness here. His Excellency has also expressed interest in your career, Cedric, went on my father, and especially in the question which has lately arisen. We have sent for you, not as those to whom you owe obedience, but as 2 simple men who wish you well and would aid you with honest advice. There was such kindness expressed in their faces that I could not trust myself to more than a murmured word of thanks in reply. In the first place, my father continued, we are quite agreed that, from a worldly point of view, there is no room for hesitation at all. You must accept your grandfather's overtures. That done, a career possibly, probably, a great one, is secured to you. So much is as clear as daylight. Everything that ordinary men covet, wealth and station, and all that they entail, are yours at a word. You pass from a life which offers for one of your talents, and as this is a time for plain speaking, I may tell you that you have great talents, nothing or little, to one whose possibilities are practically boundless. Against all these advantages you offer, as I understand, a scruple? I have hesitated, father, I replied, but if you tell me to go, I will do so. For a while he made no answer, and for all the confidence in his tones, I, who could read every expression of his countenance, knew that he was ill at ease. To me, indeed, convincing as his arguments appeared on the surface, there was something lacking. I was aware of a reservation that made all the difference. His mind spoke, but his heart remained silent. What is your scruple, my boy? Tell me in plain words." I had never put my feelings into language, and I began doubtfully now. But as I went on, the scruple, as he called it, began, from something vague and dully passionate, to take shape and glow. "It must be less than 16 years," I said, "since all these advantages were pointed out to my father, and he refused them. He was a man then 10 years older than I am now, and thus better qualified to form a true judgment." "No," interrupted Sir George gently, "he was not so fit to judge. His reason was thrown out of equilibrium by sorrow, and the belief that he had been treated harshly and unjustly. You can bring a clear mind to bear on the matter. He had only passion." "Even if that were so at first, sir," I replied, "he had time to change his mind afterwards, but he never did. My grandfather could offer him nothing but worldly advantages. He could not undo the distress he had made my parents suffer, or call up my mother from her grave." "Cedric," said my foster father, with a note of sternness in his tones, "have you allowed the savage law of utu to get hold of you?" Footnote: utu, vengeance. End of footnote. "Then," he added more gently, "it is a pure assumption that your grandfather was the only sinner. Remember too, my boy, that the more tragic facts of your parents' story were pure accidents. Your father's inability to support himself, and your mother's death, whether or no it was attributed to the same cause, were events only indirectly consequent on your grandfather's anger, and certainly unlikely to have been foreseen by him." "If I could think so." "Come, my boy, it was so. Would you make a monster of your grandfather?" "There is something on the boy's mind," said the Governor, regarding me attentively. "Let him show us his whole heart." "I do not suppose that my grandfather foresaw or calculated on the consequences," I explained, "but he knew of my parents' distress and took no measures to relieve it. So far he was responsible for what followed. In the depths of his misery my father wrote to him a letter that should have moved a heart of stone. He initialed and returned it without one word." "Where did you learn this?" "From Lady Wilde, father." "Lady Wilde is an injudicious woman," said Sir George, leaning back in his chair with an expression of annoyance. "I had the story from her in fragments, sir," I said quickly. "She read the letter and she was moved, though in her case it might well have been otherwise. She begged for mercy, but my grandfather was adamant. In the end she attempted to help alone, but by that time it was too late." "Then it was probably too late in any case," commenced my foster father. "Am I to go then, father?" I asked. "Cedric," he replied, "are you aware that all the world will dub you a fool?" It was in such a spirit of quixotism that Cedric Tregarthen, your father, refused quarter from his savage foes. In what light, think you, would Mr. Brompart and the worthy businessmen of this city regard such abnegation? I made no reply. For all the sombreness he sought to give to his tones, I fancied I could detect a note of exultation beneath. "Can you not find forgiveness for your grandfather?" the Governor asked regretfully after a moment. "Forgiveness, sir?" I answered doubtfully. "What is forgiveness? I would not harm him if I had the opportunity, nor is there any malice in my heart towards him. If that be forgiveness, then he is forgiven. But to forget is not in my power, and until I forget, I don't want to take a benefit at his hands." I do not know how long we sat after that, and only fragments of what was said remain in my memory. But I know that I, who went into the room full of doubt, drawn with equal force in opposite directions, yet in a state of welcome compulsion, came forth confirmed in a resolution to accept nothing from my grandfather, and desperately unhappy in that resolve. One thing to me more desirable than rank or wealth it had been in his power to give me, and that was the companionship of the girl in whom, even then, my very existence came to centre. Was my pride then greater than my love? No, I could not have withstood the certain prospect of losing Helenora irretrievably. Yet, at the worst, I saw in front of me a long parting, and the risk that attends the separation of lovers, but that, in the end, I should subdue all difficulties and accomplish my desires, I never doubted. Nevertheless, it was in low spirits that I entered the schoolroom to communicate my final decision. By this time Miss Temple had fully adopted me as a member of her staff. I had been careful not to arouse her jealousy, and I fear in my desire to stand well in her eyes, I had even been guilty of referring needlessly to a dictionary and similar acts of hypocrisy difficult to justify. Give Mr. Tregarthen, she only once in all the time I knew her adopted the familiarity of my Christian name, your Schiller, Helenora. He will read and translate the passage you find so difficult. On what grounds, I am unable to imagine. This was a familiar ruse with the teacher when she arrived at some impenetrable obstacle, and I was always extremely careful to remain unconscious of the pupil's sniffs and nudges, and to enter on my task with a becoming hesitation. Possibly Miss Temple, among her many studies, had not entirely neglected that of the human heart. I think she guessed the state of my feelings and attempted to reward me for my assistance by frequently leaving me alone with Helenora. For that reason, if no other, she holds a kindly place in my recollections of those days. When the governess had retired, I seated myself on the sofa beside my betrothed, and as a preliminary to the distressing intelligence I had to communicate, endeavoured to take her hand. "Oh, don't," she said pettishly. Then, aware of my mournful expression, "These bothering German genders, Mädchen can't be masculine. Even the Germans wouldn't be so mad, yet it must be masculine or feminine. Well then, if you tell me which it is?" "Neither," I said. "It is neuter." "How absurd!" But I was permitted to retain possession of the coveted hand. "The Germans are so ridiculous. What do they want all these sexes for? Heaven knows, two is enough. It comes to them from primitive times. Early man regarded everything as possessing a spirit, and it was natural to suppose a sex too. I expect the neuters came in later on, when he was beginning to have doubts on the matter. As time goes on, we may expect—" "Oh, shut up!" "I came to tell you, Helenora, that I have decided not to go to England." "I knew you wouldn't go, all along." "How could you possibly know when I've only just made up my mind?" "I have known it from the day Mother first asked you." "Well, there is an end to it. I have told my father I am not going." "I do not know how a person so clever as you can be so stupid," Helenora said after a moment, attempting to withdraw her hand. "You think I have done wrong?" "Anyway," she replied, evading the direct question, "it brings all this to an end," and she swung her hand in mine to give meaning to her words. "It can make no difference if you go on loving me, Helenora," I said. "Oh yes, if I keep on. So as long as you have your puhi-huyas, you are quite willing not to see me for years and years. If you loved me, you wouldn't care for anyone or anything but me, and you would have decided differently." I let this doctrine of love go unchallenged. I was too unhappy either to argue with her or defend myself. Perhaps also I knew her in this mood, and had learnt that silence was best. At any rate, presently I felt her hand creep more closely into mine. "We may be here for years yet," she said, by and by. "If you only love me truly, Eleanor," I ventured, following my own train of thought. "Of course I love you, and Cedric," coaxingly, "will you show me how to do these bothering quadratic equations?" Truly, the Germans were right after all. I have spoken of these 3 years as a time of joy, but they were also a time of fear. The dependence was on the continuation of Sir George Grey in office as Governor of New Zealand. I touch the politics of those days with a distasteful hand. They are dead and forgotten, and are only briefly revived here in explanation of my own story. When Sir George, then Captain Grey, arrived in the colony, Honi Heke was at the height of his triumph. He had defeated the soldiers of the Queen, sacked the capital of the colony, and was considering fresh and more ambitious schemes of conquest. The native mind, even that of our strongest adherents, was disturbed. The white man, then, was not invincible in war. It was still, perhaps, possible by force of arms to thrust him back into his original subservient position of Pakeha Māori. To such ideas, as well as to the fears of the settlers, the energetic action of the new governor gave instant denial. Prompt and stern measures against Honi Heke, followed by immediate leniency on their success, retrieved the position, recaptured the Māori imagination, and called forth from the settlers universal gratitude and praise. But not for long. The Māori remained constant. To him this was a great man, strong in battle, merciful in victory, wise in knowledge, a protector, a father, a true representative of the White Queen, that sublime far-off goddess whom their eyes were never to see. But the settlers took a different view. Here was a man who could lift them out of their difficulties, provide them with landed estates and the means of making money rapidly, solve the native problem, and all by the simple expedient of recommending that the government of the country should be placed in their own hands. Few men will doubt now that war, bloody and long, would have followed the handing over of 120,000 warlike and highly intelligent natives to the government of 20,000 mostly untrained and undisciplined white men, the majority of whom, moreover, had not yet developed any affection for the country and merely desired to make money rapidly in order that they might leave it. This is to cast no reflection on them. It is merely tantamount to the statement that they were ordinary human beings. So when the wished-for constitution arrived, the hopes and the expectations of the settlers, on the very eve of fulfilment, were dashed to the ground by the action of the governor, who, foreseeing nothing but disaster as the result of such a measure, and calling to the confirmation of his judgment Bishop Selwyn and the Chief Justice, caused it to be suspended for 5 years. If to this unpopular act be added the attitude he assumed on the question of native lands, the very apple in the eye of the emigrant, and more especially towards the New Zealand Land Company, it is unnecessary to seek further cause for the bitterness that followed. How petty and sordid it all appeared to me. I hated the noisy group of would-be politicians who yelped and clamoured around him. If Sir George had only been my old enemy Te Huata, already the dreaded one was veiling himself in the tenderness of memory, how speedily would they have found a cosy quietude in his umus. Verily, I was a savage when some fresh deed or allegation of theirs came to my knowledge. The great New Zealand Land Company did its utmost, both openly and in secret, to cast down the man who stood like a rock in its path. Petitions for his recall were hawked about and dispatched to the home government, and for months and years we lived in a state of uncertainty. But here let me, once for all, draw a distinction. I have spoken of a noisy group of politicians. Let me not be too hard either on them. No doubt they persuaded themselves that their actions were conceived in the best interests of the colony, that their allegations of despicable motives were true, that the governor was, in truth, the obstinate, power-loving autocrat of their conceptions. Honest men have deluded themselves before and since, and noise, even at this day, is not unknown in the political world. But outside their circle, siding definitely neither with one party nor the other, the true empire builders continue silently on their way. What reeked they of the political turmoil? Work lay ready to their hands, and they did it. I have shown the reason for my trepidation. Never a mail arrived, but I went in fear and trembling till its contents were divulged. But the months passed, and the years. Earl Grey stood firm, and the expected recall did not arrive. What was I doing in those 3 years? Let me run over them rapidly, recalling only such events as seem important or of interest. In the first place, my foster father's idea that I might be attracted towards some commercial or professional life in the city was not realized. My education, as the reader may long ago have decided, was of an eminently unpractical kind. It by no means fitted me to compete with men of my own race in their common activities, nor had it even provided me with any incentive to do so. But for vague ambitions that drew to no focus, I might have perceived the danger I was in of developing into a drone in the human hive, a mere onlooker, and worse still, a dissatisfied one. But the reader must not suppose that I was idle. On the contrary, no day was long enough for the work I desired to perform. The possession of the quick-witted pupil, inclined to be critical, caused me to make an examination of my own accoutrements, with the result that I consumed much time and oil in mending, extending, and polishing them. It pleased me to be without a flaw in Heleonora's eyes, as my foster-father was in mine, to be a universal work of reference, to have this one absolute and irreducible superiority over my sweetheart. I was studiously priggish with her. I cared not if I exasperated her with my Sir Absolute, and I often did. It was her character to feel a deep respect for knowledge, and by luring or goading her into fresh fields, I rendered myself at once admirable and indispensable. Besides the time devoted to Heleonora and my own studies, 3 or 4 hours of nearly every day were at the service of the governor. Sir George was a busy man, and in 101 ways, in addition to the special subject I have already alluded to, I was glad to find that I could help him. He had a very large circle of correspondence, not merely in political, but also in scientific and artistic circles. As time went on, much, and finally nearly all this, came to be my special task to deal with. Requests for information came in shoals, and however great the labour involved in answering them, none was neglected. My department could not be said to suffer from monotony. Now we would be collecting information on volcanic outbursts as discoverable in Maori tradition, now considering the feasibility of stocking the New Zealand rivers with trout. Sir George liked to be abreast of the times in all matters. I remember an allusion by one of his correspondents, I think it was Professor Huxley, that caused the sending of an order to Europe for books. He had little time to read them when they came, and this was the beginning of a new form of employment for me. My task it became to read and digest the works and then talk them over to, or rather, at him. We would have presented a curious reversal in the natural order had any stranger been permitted to come on us at those moments. His Excellency, mildly receptive, myself bristling with knowledge, and doubtless didactic in its delivery. Many a time have I opened Heleonora's blue eyes or received an order to shut up with gleanings from those ponderous pages. As I lift my eyes, I can see many of those identical volumes, still fresh and well preserved after the lapse of half a century. Some are yet living thoughts, others have been superseded or become discredited, but all alike are endeared to me by the memory of the giver. I was not a paid secretary, although I might have been so at any time. The whole charm of the connection to me was comprised in the fact that no bonds save admiration and affection held me. But Sir George was not one to suffer obligation lightly, and I think he only reached complete contentment in our partnership when after the arrival of a mail he would place a pile of books on my table with my name written in the fly-leaf. Did I do any other work? A little for Mr. Brompart, business in connection with the money matters, for, as I think I have said, he was my foster father's agent, frequently took me to his office. He kept no staff of clerks, doing everything himself, with the occasional, and I am afraid very occasional, help of one of his boys. After a while he took to confiding in me, so far as his naturally secretive nature would allow. He spoke despondingly of his sons, indeed without enthusiasm of his whole family. "They want to return to England, Master Cedric, that's their constant cry," he would say. In the end I found something lonely and pathetic in the little man, which moderated the dislike I had first felt for him. It was in this mood that, finding him harassed by the necessity of doing a great many things at once, I gave him an offer of assistance with his books, which was greedily accepted. After this I would drop in for an hour or so 2 or 3 times a week, and so far as my ability permitted, put the financial side of his affairs into some order. But there were times, occasionally extending into months, when these employments were suspended or curtailed by the absence of the governor on visits to other parts of the colony. Sometimes he went almost alone, that is, with his secretary, possibly an aide, or myself. At others his whole suite, including Lady Wilde and Heleonora, accompanied him, and at those times I never failed to receive an invitation to join the party. In this manner I visited Wellington and Nelson, and acquainted myself with the doings of the white men in both islands. But the journeys I loved best, after allowing for the disadvantage of being separated from my beloved, were those in which Sir George and I were alone, or, if with one other, that other, Bishop Selwyn. On foot, attended by a few Maori bearers and guides, we covered long distances, suffered many misadventures, and were happy. Many a time have we arrived, jaded and hungry, at some native village, the bourne of our travels, to find ourselves inspired with fresh vigour by the gracious hospitality of its inhabitants. Many a time have I seen the teeth of the huge palisades drawn, that the distinguished travellers might enter by no common gateway. I cannot say that I ever developed that enthusiastic affection for the bishop that I felt for the governor. Yet he was a man worthy of devotion, if ever there were one. Perhaps the trend of his mind was too stern and uncompromising for my youth. Climbing the fern hills or trudging along the bush tracks, I would listen to the conversation of my companions, and note the difference between them. Sir George was naturally a religious man. He had an unshakable belief in a controlling providence, and yet in matters of detail he was almost certainly a latitudinarian. He could converse for hours amicably with my foster father. The bishop could scarce be civil for 5 minutes together. Another point of difference lay in the variety of Sir George's interest. He could encounter nothing new without having the whole of his attention attracted towards it. A tree had to have a native and a botanical name. The note of a bird needed to be identified. If a bearer picked up a vegetative caterpillar or a pupurangi, he would keep the party waiting till more were discovered. Footnote: Pupurangi, a large snail. End of footnote. A passing allusion by his Māori hosts would send him, keen-scented, on the trail of a new legend. The bishop, on the other hand, kept his mind resolutely fixed on the matter in hand. He would draw the conversation back again and yet again to the object of the journey, and be forever urging the advance. Oh, what a man he was! How truly, with all his mind, and it was no mean one, and with all his strength, he served his master. Nothing could stop him in his work, neither rivers, nor mud, nor weariness of the flesh, nor angry men. He spared no one, least of all himself. If I count these among my labours, then a few words will suffice for my pleasures. Riding and boating were the chief of them. I had soon outgrown the poor nag which Mr. Brompart assigned to my use, and a few months found me with a horse and trappings of my very own. From that time I spent nearly every available moment on horseback, usually, especially in the summer-time, in company with Helenora, but sometimes with one of the junior officers of the garrison, or alone. Among my friends of those days I must not forget the 58th Regiment. There were few men in it, from Lieutenant Colonel Wynyard in command to the last of the ranks, with whom I was not on speaking terms. I loved the simple, good-natured privates, while I deplored their partiality for beer and its consequences. I could understand them a great deal better than I could the townsmen, with their sharp, money-hungry faces. For the gallant colonel I had a strong regard, and he, I think, had a liking for me. At all events, I was a frequent guest at his house, and in its precincts Helenora and I spent many happy hours. I think it was not very long after my arrival in Auckland that Colonel and Mrs. Wynyard gave a fancy dress ball to the elite of the city. Though we were regarded as too young to share in the festivities, we were permitted to witness them surreptitiously. Helenora told me that the whole affair was a very moderate one indeed, but for my part it dimmed into insignificance the splendours of the native meeting-house at its best. The colonel received his guest as an old-time landlord of a country inn, but as I seem to remember him also very distinctly as Sir Brian de Bois Guilbert, he probably changed his dress during the evening. That night was rendered memorable by the burning of the Windsor Castle Hotel in Mechanics Bay, an event which brought the gay scene to a premature end and sent us all, not excepting the governor, post-haste to the work of fighting the conflagration. I am afraid that the heroic efforts to salvage made by the crowd were not always entirely disinterested, for I saw cans of spirit flit by me in the red light, and met many unsteady and excessively noisy people on my road home in the darkness just before dawn. But if I begin on these old memories, I shall never have done. Ah, reader, no doubt you have discovered already why I delay, and am reluctant to get to the end of those 3 years. End of chapter 14. Chapter number 15 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Parted. After my father's first hasty visit, He paid several others at no very long intervals. He told me that business, our business, he was careful to call it, had expanded greatly. He had purchased a schooner of his own, and already there was need for another. The decline of the mana of Tihuata had led to the establishment of branch stores in many fresh districts, and correspondence with an agent would no longer suffice to the proper carrying out of the business of Purcell and Tregarthen. I already knew much of this from the multifarious accounts in Mr. Brompart's books with which my father's name was connected, but even when the fact had been given weight, I fancy that a reborn desire to meet men who were his mental equals exerted a superior influence. Sir George was always told of his visits, and so far as his duties allowed, he welcomed him to his intimate society. Night after night would the two engage in high discourse, with perhaps none to note save Helenora and myself. But I am coming to the end of Die schöne Zeit. It only remains to record the end itself. As, with a fearful joy, I gathered each month into my harvest, I knew that its passage brought me inevitably nearer to the time when my life would lie fallow. Yet a blow seldom falls where or when it is anticipated. No recall came for Sir George Grey. Mr. Fox and his partisans petitioned in vain. Earl Grey, to his everlasting credit, stood firm. It was the bad reports the governor received on the health of his mother that achieved what his enemies had found themselves powerless to perform. The end came suddenly. Sir George applied for leave of absence, and in the same moment began his preparations for departure. It was Helenora who gave me the news. I had parted from her unsuspectingly but a few hours before, and now she launched this bombshell. Her eyes were bright and her cheeks flushed with excitement. "We are going," she said. "It is all arranged. We are going by the Commodore." I suppose there was something in my manner that received the news, that brought her to a full stop, and then set her stammering that of course for some reasons she would be very sorry to go. "Ah, don't," I said in the bitterness of my misery. "I can bear your delight, but not your mock regrets." "Mock!" she began half angrily, then continued more gently. "But Cedric, you knew that I should have to go soon." "Oh yes, I knew it. I know that some day I shall have to die, but that will not make it any easier when it comes." "I am sorry, truly, truly sorry," she said tremulously. "Now don't you believe me?" "Yes, dear, yes. I was a brute to speak as I did." "No, it was my fault. I was a brute. I was so excited I didn't think. And the Bishop is going, and Mrs. Selwyn. Won't it be lovely to have Mrs. Selwyn?" "Yes, I am glad she is going. That is, I am glad you will have her company. I am very fond of Mrs. Selwyn." There was a dull feeling in my head as though my brains had been turned into cotton wool. "And your great friend Sergeant Major Freeman is going with all his family." "Freeman? Oh yes, the Commodore you say." "Oh, Cedric, I do wish you were coming too." That came from her heart and fell warm on mine, restoring my courage. "Why won't you?" "I could only come on your account, Helenora. We have thrashed it all out. You have said that I would not be the same to you if I yielded because I loved you." "Yes, but now I am not so sure. Would you come if I told you?" "Tell me in 3 years' time." She was silent. Every day, and often several times in the day, we returned to the subject, but Helenora was not always in the same mood. Sometimes I was aware of far-off lightning and the threatening of a storm that never broke. As the day of our parting drew near, A strange thoughtfulness and abstraction developed in her manner. For my part, I could think and speak of nothing but my approaching loss, and the distant future which was to compensate me for present sufferings. She heard me restlessly, often endeavouring to change the topic, and when I would not be moved, giving signs of irritation. For these, however, she was ready to apologize humbly if I complained. Forget me. What is the use? It is all so far off. 1,000,000 years couldn't make me. Why do you love me? I have been hateful to you. Yes, don't deny it. I have. How could you be so blind? Eleanora, it was because of what you could give me. You could not be so dishonourable if your life hung upon it. Dumbfounded at this outburst, I could think of nothing but to take her hand. After a moment's surrender, she snatched it away. I wish I was made of steel, she declared. I suppose it is the stuff we are formed from that causes us to be so fickle. It changes from one thing to another at a touch. But I am worse than other girls. They can avenge an injury weeks afterwards and enjoy it. You would never forget an injury. All this was so much Greek to me. I could only follow her lead and hope to come on the thought that underlay her words. I do not think that mine is a revengeful nature, I replied. Why, you are avenging your father now. You don't care what it costs you so that you might be revenged. No, it is not vengeance. I don't wish to hurt my grandfather. Merely I cannot bring myself to take anything from him. Do you think the knowledge of that can please him? You couldn't devise any way of hurting him more. If it be so, I am not responsible. That is the nemesis of wrongdoing. Your grandfather did no wrong, she flashed. Often in the past she had thrown out such a challenge, and once or twice I had been moved to take it up. But now nothing was of moment to me save the fact that I was about to lose her. When will the Commodore reach England? I asked, resolutely dismissing the subject. Captain Broadfoot says we may not be there till May. Then it will be 7 or 8 months before I can hear of you. The terrors of space may become accentuated when expressed in quantities of time. Involuntarily the words escaped my lips. How can I endure it? She gazed at me, and I saw her eyes dilate and her lips tremble. Is love like that? She whispered, in a tone that blended curiosity and pity. Yes, I said in my desperation. God knows if at that moment a dim gleam of comprehension had come to me. It is misery, all misery. For a moment she sat still, her face working. Then, with a sound like a sob in her throat, she rose and fled from the room. Lady Wilde had never entirely abandoned hope that eventually I would change my mind, and now, as the time of departure approached, she renewed her efforts to induce me to join them on the Commodore. There is still time to arrange with Mr. Purcell, she said. Do you think that I have any motive save a desire for your welfare? No, no, I cried, and taking her hand I covered it with kisses. Is there nothing that will move you, child? How can there be if I refuse the kindest heart in the world? Yet there may be something. I wonder if you have considered one thing. A delicate colour mantled in her cheeks, for even now Lady Wilde would blush like a young girl, but she continued to regard me steadily. Cedric, I have never spoken to you about it, yet of course I have seen. Everyone has teased Eleanora for years. You know best what is in your own heart. Have you considered? Oh, Lady Wilde, I answered, as red as she. It would be like death to lose her, for I love her till nothing seems of value in comparison. But if because of my love for her, I do something which makes me a traitor to myself, would that help me to win her? Do you think that Helenora loves you? She likes me, she is fond of me. So much was inevitable, and she will miss you, more perhaps than she realizes. But love? You do not even think so. Then what is to come of it? Do you suppose that she will not attract others as she has attracted you, that the men will leave her alone? In 3 or 4 years she will be a woman. How do you propose to recover her, if you will let her go out of your life now? She has promised to be my wife. You cannot bind a woman by the promise of a child. Some way I will get her back, I must. I will never give up fighting for her. I admire your courage, but not your good sense. Perhaps you are hoping that Sir George will return. I do not think so for a moment. His work here is done, and he is destined for greater affairs. But even if he did return, we should not be with him. Captain Wild is anxious to join his regiment in the Crimea, and Helenora will need 2 or 3 years in a finishing school. She is educated already, I said despondently. Yes, thanks to you, dear, and without you I should have been compelled to send her home long ago. But there are other things besides Greek and German that a young lady has to learn before she is fit to go out in the world. I doubt if until that moment I had fully realized the difficulties which lay in front of me. Probably I had exaggerated the value of Helenora's promises. I had failed to recognize how much of my hopes depended on her and how little on anything I could do myself. Lady Wild's words had conjured up for me the great world to which my beloved was going. I saw myself returning to the darkness of the native village, from which I had suddenly emerged as a butterfly from its chrysalis. I saw Helenora passing into the city of lights, of music and dancing and gaiety. It opened its arms to receive her. Noble men and beautiful women surrounded her. On she went smiling and radiant, and so vanished from my gaze for ever. Can't you come, dear? Dumbly I shook my head. Why not? I don't know. I want to come, but there is something in me, strong as death, that bids me stand fast. That was the last struggle. From that time, save for a word at the very end, no one attempted to shake my resolution. I was free to inflict on myself what suffering I would. It was on a hot December morning, the last day of the year, that I stepped into the canoe held in readiness for me by my friend Titiri. Our acquaintance had ripened into friendship since the day he had pulled me ashore from the Esmeralda and refused payment for the service 3 years before. Care was on his brow as he dipped his paddle in the still water, for this, as he observed briefly, and thereafter maintained silence, was a sad day for the tribes. You, who cry out that the Māori is incapable of gratitude, not bethinking how rare a virtue that is in any people, study first the attitude of the natives on this occasion. Become a witness of the gloom and sorrow which descended upon them when those bulwarks of their nation, Grey and Selwyn, were thus at one moment withdrawn. The town was full of sad-voiced natives, come to say farewell to their father. Through the midst of them I had come, greeting many old friends on the way, and hearing from the lips of all the same expression of regret. The governor was holding an undress levee that morning, being due to reach the ship immediately afterwards, but Lady Wild and Helenora were already on board the Commodore, and thither in silence over the glassy waters Titiri transported me. Will you wait for me, Te Tere? I asked, as I caught a rope on the vessel's side. Forever, friend, he answered. I drew myself up and stood on the decks, all newly holystoned in preparation for the reception of the distinguished voyagers. A short distance away stood a group of ladies, Mrs. Selwyn, Miss Temple, Lady Wilde, Helenora, tall and slim, at her mother's side. Ah, how dear to me she was, how dear! Slowly and gravely she came up to me, and we stood together in silence, looking towards the shore. The governor will be here in half an hour, Helenora. Yes. I should like you to take me over the ship. But you have been all over it several times. Still, I want you to show it to me. Of course. I do not know that for the half hour we spoke more than a dozen words. I am convinced that during the whole of that time, though my eyes never left her, she did not look at me once in return. She took me to the part of the ship which she would inhabit for so many months, showing me the cabin, the staterooms, and her own berth and bunk. The noise of the governor's arrival broke on my misery as the triumph of doom. Will you wait here, Helenora? I asked. I want to say good-bye to you last of all. She nodded without speaking, and leaving her standing against the bunk, I rushed up on deck. The first person I encountered was Miss Temple. She was on the point of descending the companionway as I ran up. "Good-bye, Miss Temple," I cried, in as cheerful a voice as I could muster, extending my hand. "Good-bye, Mr. Tregarthen," she responded, "or, if you will allow me to say, good-bye, Cedric, it will better express my feelings. I used to hate boys, my dear, but I shall love them all for the sake of your gentleness and kindness. I am sure you will grow into a very noble man. And Cedric," the good creature went on, placing the corner of her handkerchief in each eye alternately, "what I can do for you, I will. You shall not be forgotten, my dear." I had not expected this from Miss Temple, being unconscious that I had done anything to deserve it, and there was a dimness in my own eyes as I went forward to bid my adieu to the rest. The governor's last words were that I must not fail to join his army of correspondents, and in my case the oftener he heard from me the better he would be pleased. The bishop wrung my hand until it was numb, said he should see me again, and that we would have many a bush ramble together yet. Lady Wilde drew me to her, and with one of her pretty blushes kissed me on the forehead. "Even now it is not too late," she whispered, then after a wistful searching of my face, kissed me again. Captain Broadfoot, ruddy and hearty of voice, firmly planted with legs apart on his snowy deck, gave me a hand that did not disgrace his name, and in response to my question said he would anchor up in a quarter of an hour, and that if I were not off the ship then he would take me to England. So when the last goodbye had been said, I returned to Helenora. "I must go in a few minutes," I said, "but before I bid you good-bye there is one thing I must say. It was a chance word of your mother's that suggested it to me. Perhaps but for that I should have failed to see that I ought to say it." For the first time that day she lifted her eyes and looked at me steadily. "When I first saw you, dear," I continued, my heart sinking in my breast, "I was only a boy and you are only a girl. Even now we are not much better. So I want to tell you that I do not hold you to any promise you made me when you were a child, or have repeated since. I should not think you dishonourable if by and by you should change your mind. I know that if you had not meant what you said, you would not have said it, and if I lose you, I shall at least be able to remember that once you liked me enough to wish to become my wife." What it cost me to stammer through this, only my leaden heart knew. I ceased, having no more to say, and my eyes on her downcast face stood expecting a reply. But still she neither moved nor answered. The minutes allowed me by the captain were flying apace. What spirit was it that had risen up and stood between us at the very last? If love looks coldly on age, he frequently meets an enemy in youth. I must go, Helenora. There is only to say good-bye. She gave a little shiver and lifted her eyes quickly with a sort of fear to my face. Good-bye, dear, dearest. Her hand crept timidly into mine. Good-bye, Cedric. I have brought 3 kisses from you in 3 years, Helenora. I have nothing to offer you for one now. The expression of her eyes changed then. I saw the tears well up and flood them, and sure at last that our hearts beat in unison, I gathered her in my arms. For long we clung together, mingling our tears with kisses and broken utterances. From overhead there came a sharp cry of command, followed by a shrill whistle and the rapid scuffling of feet. I did not know it would be like this, she sobbed, as I tore myself away, or I would never have consented to your staying behind. So my beloved stirred in her sleep. So in that moment I lost her. End of chapter 15. Chapter number 16 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. I Fight a Battle. I will pass lightly over the days, weeks and months which immediately followed. Even the gold wherewith memory gilds the past will scarcely bear rubbing at this point. My mind took no cognizance of the passing hours. Day and night followed each other unnoted, while I lived again the 3 years of my happiness. Interest was dead in me. I was as one numbed by a heavy blow. Yet through this muffled half-life shot fierce flashes. There was the nightmare of the receding ship, a black speck in the infinite turbulent waters. How far had she voyaged now? And now? Ah, the pitiable smallness of that speck and its infinite importance to me. By an effort of imagination I would cross the intervening leagues, to be rid of that appalling sense of littleness. I would penetrate to the heart of the ship and find her, silent and a little pale, with downcast eyes, weeping softly in my arms, or gay and light-footed, frank of speech, passing hither and thither among the rough sailor-men, the idol of the ship. But always in the end winds blew, the sea arose, and the darkness fell like a pall. Then, were it day or night, I would spring up and hasten to the stable, saddle my horse and dash away into the wilds. Riding was the one solace left me, the one relief to my misery. During those unhappy months there was not an outlying settlement or lonely farm within 50 miles of the town that did not learn to know me, scarce a settler with whom I was not on terms of friendship. They were good to me, those simple, hard-working folk, asking no questions, glad only to see the face of a white man, the good wife setting her homely fare before me with apology in her eyes, or pressing me to the acceptance of a couch for the night. I was not too far sunk in my self-absorption to neglect, after a while, to carry in my pocket such little trinkets and favours as bring brightness to a woman's eyes, wherewith to mark my gratitude. I hated the town with a mortal hatred, yet I could not bring myself to leave it for good, for as yet my old home was scarcely less repugnant to me. No question but that it would have been well for me if, at that time, stern necessity had compelled me to labour for a living, or even if some employment, taken up for amusement, had been ingrained as a habit. But the departure of Sir George had bereft me of all occupation, saving only the writing up of Mr. Brompart's books, which I might do or neglect at will. Both sons failing him, he had long since expressed the desire that I should come into the business definitely as a partner. £250, he thought, was a ridiculously low sum for the goodwill of a half share, but though my old dislike had died out, I had no wish for a closer association with him than already existed. Indeed, I had often reflected on the desirability of severing all connection with the family, and had it not been for Sarah, I would probably have already done so. A more self-absorbed pair than Janet and her mother surely never existed. Clothes and Government House comprised the whole of their interests. They were for ever scheming to extort money from the harassed head of the house, so that they might clothe themselves in fresh splendours, and from me they sought to extract little odds and ends of information concerning the private life of the Governor and Lady Grey, which might satisfy their curiosity or be of use as small talk in other circles. Possibly it was owing to my disinclination to gratify them in this respect that I eventually fell in their good graces, for after a brief period in which I could do no wrong, I sank into a condition of mere tolerance, from which I never again arose. As for the sons, their manner towards me was either fawningly cheerful, in which case I knew what to expect, or else surly or viciously insulting. No matter that one or both of them had borrowed a sovereign from me overnight, it by no means protected me from being baited with senseless insults at the breakfast table. You may wonder that in such circumstances I continued to lend them money, without, as I very well knew, the faintest prospect of having it returned. Yet I am probably not the only person who has found at once a refinement of vengeance and a solace to his pride at the expense of his pocket. With what keenness of silent disdain did I supply the needs of these two mean-spirited men, and how often within a few hours of doing so have I need to call on my pride lest I should be aroused into personal violence against them. But of Sarah I have little but good to say. She was my champion from the first day to the last. I am bound to admit that she had many of the Brompart characteristics. She had no power of endurance, but must needs resent the most trifling innuendo as fiercely as if it were a blow. She permitted herself to be drawn into wrangles with her brothers and sister, when by remaining silent she might have disarmed them. In the family quarrels, and they were of daily occurrence, she took her share as blithely as the rest. It was not, I think, merely my partiality that made her appear to me always in the right. When she erred, it was from excess of feeling rather than from the lack of it. She was the only person in the house I ever heard speak of Mr. Brompart in terms of affection, yet she was also the only one he ever reproved. If I had had any doubts of Sarah's kindness of heart, it must have vanished in the light of her conduct when my great trouble came upon me. I have never spoken to her of my love for Helenora, yet in sundry ways she made me conscious that she was aware of it. In the black days which followed the sailing of the Commodore, the most refined lady in the land could not have shown me a more delicate sympathy. She watched my comings and goings as a mother might watch over her child. She fought pitched battles with and worsted her mother and sister on the question of my meals. No matter what hours I kept, Food was to be in readiness on my appearance. Did not the boys keep all hours and nothing said, though John was no older than Cedric? Night after night I have found her waiting for me, with a dainty little supper, selected by her own hands, spread on the corner of the table. You shouldn't do it, Sarah. You make me feel ashamed. Why, it is not late. I have been reading Mr. Dickens' new book. Just look at my eyes. I wouldn't have gone to bed for anything. He has no business to make you cry, but I wish you wouldn't go to all this bother. I have rarely any appetite for supper. Nor for breakfast, nor for dinner. Well, but I eat like a horse outside, cold boiled pork and loaves of bread. Oh, yes. Don't do it again, there's a dear. Well then, eat something now. Even when I had worn out her patience, she would frequently steal from her bedroom at the sound of my step, to pour water into the little teapot waiting on the hearth. It was this that led to the incident which brought my intimate connection with the Bromparts to a close. The favourite form of witticism with the young men was to affect that I was a Maori, and to speak to me in what they represented to be that language. I do not know why they should have made me their butt, and it is scarcely worthwhile to inquire. Probably any youth set down in their midst would have fared the same. But it is possible that their humour took on added malignity from the facts that I was better educated and, I trust, better behaved than themselves. On the particular morning at which I have arrived, Richard, the eldest son, a man of 5 or 6 and 20, had been particularly offensive in his manner, and as was her wont, Sarah had taken up the cudgels on my behalf. I had far rather she had followed my example of contemptuous silence, but it was not in her nature to sit still when her feelings were aroused. Mr. and Mrs. Brompart, together with Janet and the youngest boy, John, had finished breakfast and retired. Richard and Fred and I, having appeared later, had detained Sarah in the room to attend to our needs. For a while the battle of taunt and counter-taunt went merrily on, making little impression, except that of noise, on my dull ears. Then I heard Sarah say, "Fancy a man of your age borrowing money from Cedric. John told me, and I shall tell father about it." "All right, my girl," responded Richard, his brows darkening, "and I shall have something to tell him also. You think your little games in the middle of the night have no witnesses? You take care, or—" And he concluded with a remark so gross that in an instant the red blood dyed her face from brow to neck. Then, with the single exception of his shallow, sneering countenance, all the room became to me a black darkness. I half rose, and leaning across the table, struck him, before he was aware, with the palm of my hand on the side of the face. So sound and satisfactory was the blow, that his head and Fred's rang together like the two hollow bones they were. And for the first time since the sailing of the Commodore, I recognised that the wallet of life was not left entirely empty. Sarah, still rosy and shrinking with shame, clapped her hands in glee and turned on me a pair of eyes wondrously bright and admiring. "You young dog!" cried Richard, white with rage, with the exception of one ear, which stood out like a great red danger flag. "I will wring your neck for that. If he had done as much to me, I'd thrash him within an inch of his life," said Fred, eyeing me viciously and still fingering the side of his head. But life had returned to me in no meagre stream. "You would?" I cried, springing to my feet. "Then come outside, and I will give you such another. Come, both of you, one at a time or together," and putting Sarah, who attempted to stay me, aside, I moved round the table towards him. In a moment they were on their feet, and we were all struggling from the room to the passage, and thence to the open air. "Behind the stable," cried Richard, calling a momentary truce in the hostilities. "Good," said I. "There, or anywhere." "Don't you call anyone, Sarah," warned Fred savagely. "If she does," I added, "I will never speak to her again." Her red cheeks were white now, and she followed us with steps that at one moment hung back, and in the next came quickly forward, crying out at her brothers for cowards all the while. "Go back, you fool!" cried Fred as we neared our destination, and he raised a threatening hand as if to strike her. "Back yourself," said I, thrusting hard against his chest, so that he reeled against the stable, "but run in, Sarah, all the same." "They will kill you between them," she cried, 2 to 1. "Oh, cowards, cowards!" Possibly her words were not without effect on Richard, for when we had thrown aside our coats and vests, he glanced doubtfully from his brother to me, and asked what it was to be. "Toss up which of you I shall thrash first," I suggested. At that they hesitated no longer, but came at me both together, striking wildly in their blind, revengeful fury. Joyously I met them. Life had come back to me, as a river returns to its long dry course. The black rage with which I had heard the elder Bromparts asperse the character of his sister had turned into a white flame, that rage of battle which counts no odds, and is capable of achieving miracles. Yet, however high my spirit, it must have proved of little avail without the training in self-defence my foster father had given me, and after the first violent encounter, during which I managed by a lucky blow to rid myself temporarily of the younger brother, the latter adopted tactics less easy to deal with, attacking me from the rear and striking me behind the ears with blows that set my head ringing. Again and again I manoeuvred to get the wall of the stable behind me, but such a guard, though excellent in defence, is a hindrance to attack, and as sure as ever I abandoned it in response to the call of some favourable opportunity, I was subjected again to this assault from behind. At length I became convinced that if I were to succeed, I must dispose, in the first place, of the younger brother. Hitherto my strongest efforts had been directed against the more scientific fighter, for it had been quickly evident to me that Richard Brompart knew something of the art of self-defence. But now, as the knowledge of my misjudgment was brought home to me, I turned in a flash on my other assailant, forcing him backward with the fury of my onslaught, and breaking down what defence he essayed. I planted right and left squarely in his face, sending him to earth, his head, in falling, striking the stable wall with a violence that completely incapacitated him from taking any further part in the proceedings. But quickly as this was accomplished, Richard was upon me before I could prepare to meet him. Stars that never shone in any firmament flashed suddenly in my eyes, and reeling from the force of the blow, I stumbled over Fred's legs and measured my length on the ground. All this while I had been dimly aware of the girl hovering around us, now wringing her hands, now pressing them over her eyes, but attempting no interference. As I fell, however, and lay for the moment stunned and at the mercy of my antagonist, she darted forward and thrust herself between him and my prostrate body. But for that I truly believe he might in his black fury have kicked the senses out of me, and as it was I bore the mark of his boot in my ribs for many a day. "Quick, Cedric, quick!" she cried. "Oh, you unspeakable coward! No, no, no more! Oh, my God, what shall I do?" I was on my feet again at last, my head whirling like a teetotum. but a steadfast resolution in my heart. I had lived amongst savages and learned of what wickedness they were capable, but it was left for me to behold a white man strike a woman. Bright on her pale cheek was the mark of his cowardly hand, and I should have been no better than he if I had cried enough then. "Stand back, Sarah," I said. "This has got to be fought out. I can beat him, and I will." Shudderingly and with fixed gaze she withdrew, leaving us once again facing one another. Slowly my eyes were clearing, and the numbness caused by the blow I had received was passing away from my muscles. Yet I knew that for some moments longer I was in a condition to act only on the defensive. Brompart, for his part, was not without judgment in his rage. He had learned that I was not the unskilled antagonist he had expected, and probably recognised that he must immediately follow up the advantage he had gained if he hoped to come successfully out of the battle. At any rate, he wasted no time in preliminaries, but as soon as the girl withdrew, came at me with redoubled fury, seeking with all the knowledge he possessed to deliver a knockout blow. Warily I watched and parried and bided my time. His exertions had taken effect on him. For 10 minutes the contest had raged almost without pause, and grown man as he was, with the advantage of weight, he was no match for me in endurance. His manner of life was telling against him. Even the sovereigns I had loaned him were now returning me interest. His face was contorted, his breath coming short and sharp. Judgment failed from his attack. He fought with a wild desperation that invited catastrophe. On my side, each moment found me better fitted for the encounter. Save for a cut lip and increasing dimness, due to the gradual closing of one eye, and a singing in the ears, I was as fit as ever. At last, confident of myself, I began to attack in my turn. But his bolt was shot. Twice I felled him to the earth, and twice he staggered to his feet, teeth set and eyes gleaming. Blackguard and brute as he was, treacherous and mean as I afterwards found him, that he had none of the physical timidity of the coward. "Enough," I cried, relenting. "I am satisfied." But he was past reason. Like a maimed wolf he sprang at me again and yet again, and half unwillingly and yet of necessity I struck him, full on the point of the chin, laying him motionless at my feet. Phew, but I was hot and thirsty. Out of the hot glare of the March sun, Fred Brompart sat up, sick and white, and witnessed the overthrow of his brother. Sarah had hastened away to the horse tank for a billy of water. "Come, Fred," I said, approaching him. "All the luck of the affair has been mine. Give me your hand in peace as soundly as you gave it me in war, and I promise we will not be long in forgetting the whole business." "Get away, you boasting prig," he retorted, rising shakily to his feet. "We held you too cheap, or it would have ended differently. I'll forget it when I have paid you back with interest, not before." "Please yourself," I responded with a shrug. "If you choose to be melodramatic on account of a blow or two, exchanged in fair fight, that is your affair." He went off without further speech, scarcely glancing at his brother, who by this time was beginning to show signs of returning animation. The blow he had received, though inducing complete paralysis for the moment, had no after effects, and in a few minutes Richard was able to rise to his feet. He did not look at me, nor did he speak, and I did not again lay myself open to a rebuff. Picking up his coat and vest, he departed in the direction of the house. It was 5 years and over before I saw either of them again, and then it was to a dreadful purpose, as you shall hear. Sarah, the billy in her hand, stood looking after him till he disappeared. Then she turned her eyes on me and lifted the vessel to my lips. "Drink, my hero," she said, smiling and breathless, and yet with something sombre and untranslatable in her eyes. Was any girl so unhappy as to be compelled to rejoice in the defeat of her brothers? The pity of it, I agreed. But could I remember that they were your brothers when... "Drink," she interrupted, flushing. "May you win your heart's desire. You will, you must. How can she prevent you?" Who knows the delight of quenching his thirst who has not drunk water from a billy? The cold, dewy feel of the vessel, the sparkle of the liquid on the bright metal, the curled, cold edge of the tin against your teeth, the satisfying sense that, be your thirst ever so deep, here is a draught that will suffice to allay it. "That was good, Sarah," I said. "Now I must go and pack my things." "Why?" she exclaimed, coming to a dead stop. "Where are you going?" "I scarcely know," I replied, "but I can find a lodging at the Osprey till I have made up my mind what to do." "But, Cedric, why should you go?" "I must." "For what reason? They are not likely to touch you again, and father will be very angry with them when he hears." "It is not that, Sarah. I have never been afraid of your brothers, though I have borne much from them, nor am I ashamed of what just happened. But, well, do you not also feel that there is no alternative?" "No," she said slowly, "I don't." "Then you do not guess what is in my mind?" "Yes, I do," she said, averting her eyes. "Richard is mad. I don't want you to go." "Nor do I desire to go. But, Sarah, there is nothing else to be done." "Why?" she said again, rebelliously. "Do you think I am in love with you?" "No, no," I cried aghast. "I am not such a vain fool. But—" "Well then," she said with a sudden indescribable change in her manner, "you are wrong. I do love you." I was stricken completely silent. "Of course I love you," she went on, flushing but unfaltering. "How can I help it when I see the contrast between you and my brothers? I have never received kindness or consideration from anyone but you. It is not your fault. I knew all along that it was your nature and no more, but my heart is not a stone, and now if you go I shall be wretched." We arrived beneath the shade of a pine near the back of the house, and here by mutual consent we stood still, out of sight and hearing of everyone. "I must go, Sarah," I repeated unhappily. "Don't you see that it is still more impossible that I should stay now?" "Why is it? If you do not love me, and I know you do not, why should you not stay?" But even in the confusion and embarrassment of my mind, I saw and pointed out the fallacy of her argument. "If I did love you, Sarah, that would be reason for my staying. I know that you love Miss Wilde. I shall not try to displace her. Only, if you go, the days will be all dreary. Are you afraid of me?" I looked into her heart, and saw the answer written there plainly. "Not of what you may attempt, Sarah, but of what you may accomplish unwittingly," I replied. "Every man, I suppose, has reason to fear what is within him, and I more than most men, for they say that my father before me was a traitor in love. I ask nothing of you, only that you will stay for a little while." I know not how the discussion was ever brought to an end. Possibly someone appeared to interrupt it, or it may be that merely a sense of that long time we had spent over it brought it to a futile close. It left a feeling of dissatisfaction in both of us. Again and again we traversed the same ground, using the same vain arguments. I knew that there was but one course open to me, and that was to go, and in the afternoon I went. Some tale of the morning's doings had evidently been told to Mrs. Brompart, for she refused to see me for the purpose of saying good-bye, and I had to leave under the ban of her displeasure. Janet, however, took on this occasion a stand different from her mother's. I found her at the piano. She wheeled around quickly and surveyed me from head to foot as she gave me her beringed white hand. "You thrashed them both," she said. "At all events they didn't beat me," I answered. "You thrashed them," she repeated, "and both at once. I should have liked to see you do it. Good-bye." Sarah stood waiting within the doorway of Mr. Brompart's workroom in the front of the house as I went down the passage on my way out. Her eyes and her tear-stained face drew me in spite of myself, and I went to her with a wildly beating heart. Think ill of me if you must, reader, but not of her. She was no older than I. I should have had the strength to part from her with a handshake. I should have remembered Heleonora's pure kisses, rare and star-like, and held my lips sacred. How miserable was I as I went my way! What a traitorous wretch I seemed to my own heart! I had sworn lifelong loyalty to one girl, and here, within a few months of losing her, I had exchanged passionate kisses with another. Heleonora had sworn no oaths, yet I dare stake my life that no compassion might open a way to her dainty lips. Never again, I told myself, should any girl get within the guard of my reason to make a traitor of my heart. End of chapter 16. Chapter number 17 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. I return home. Within a week after severing my connection with the Bromparts, I set out for home, and not until the first step was taken did peace and contentment of mind return to me. I had thought that with the loss of Heleonora I had plumbed the depths of wretchedness, but those few days before my resolution was taken were surely the most miserable of my existence. For all youth's weakness, life has no sterner moralist. I can smile now in my old age and find excuse for my conduct, but I held myself despicable then. I could not dismiss the thought of Sarah from my mind. Her warm kisses still clung to my lips. The salt of her tears was in my mouth. I hated her for the hold she had on my imagination. Yet day after day I haunted the streets in the hope that I might see her again. I did not admit to myself that this was so, yet the hateful knowledge was there, deep down, covered with the multiplicity of self-deceits. Mr. Brompart was very anxious that the breach with his family should be healed. When he became convinced of the impossibility of this, he still urged the advantages of a partnership, going to the length of reducing his terms from 250 to a mere £100. "It is simply because I like you, Cedric, that I make the offer. We could work well together, and there is money to be made, my boy. This is going to be a great city. The £100 is neither here nor there. I don't especially need it, but Mr. Purcell would naturally prefer to pay something, what? I am afraid it is of no use, Mr. Brompart. I am very much obliged to you all the same." Now, he exclaimed, with a persuasive cock of his head, "you are hipped, you know. I have said that it was a scoundrelly thing for the boys to do. I have apologized for everything. I never was sorrier and more annoyed. And by the way, Sarah has told me something about you lending them money. That was wrong of you. Come, how much?" And he began to fumble with his cash-box. "Sarah was probably misinformed on that point," I replied. "At all events, I have forgotten all about it." "You are a strange lad," he said meditatively, and bit his forefinger, a habit he had when puzzled. "You won't change your mind? Hark in your ear. This will be a great city. I know what will make it so." "What, sir?" I asked, and then added bitterly, "It had a great man in its midst, and practically cast him out. Will its citizens grow in prosperity by making drafts on the future? Can they rise to greatness by selling one another building allotments?" "Tush!" he exclaimed half angrily. "You are cranky on that subject. Sir George Grey, may he never return, has poisoned your mind. But we'll let that be. Auckland will be great in spite of him, and I know what will make it so." "Gold!" He breathed the word in a whisper, his sharp eyes fixed on my face. "Gold! Come in with me. I know something." But I shook my head. I had not lived the life that gives that word a supreme charm for the sons of men. "Bah!" he exclaimed, leaning back. "You are an ass. What will you do then?" "I shall go home and help my father," I replied, and even as I spoke the words, the will and desire to be gone flooded my mind and heart. At once my plans were made. Already I was burning to put them in execution. "I shall start tomorrow," I continued, and held out my hand to bid him farewell. "How?" he asked. "There is no boat for the best part of a month." "I shall walk, Mr. Brompart. The trails are good, or I can pick up a canoe and do 9/10 of the journey on the rivers. I shall be there in under a week." "If you don't get shot or tomahawked on the road," he supplemented. "That is a townsman's idea," I assured him. "The Maoris are not the savages you citizens imagine them. If I die of anything, it will be from the excess of their hospitality." "I wish I had your knowledge of them," he said enviously. "I could make a fortune. The whole trouble comes from not knowing them." It is more than probable that behind those words lurked the reason why he was so anxious that I should join him in business. He had thrown out many hints on the subject of land purchases during the years I had been with him, but I invariably threw cold water on the idea that I could in any way assist him in his desires. "Well, it is no use talking," he broke off with a sigh. "You are an impractical young man, and your mind is made up. Give my respects to your foster father. And, by the way, I hope your little difference with the boys won't affect, eh?" I assured him that his business relations with my father would not be injured by what had occurred, for so far as I was concerned, the affair was already forgotten, and so we parted. I left my luggage in care of the landlord in the inn, to be dispatched by the first boat, and with a light peacow on my back and a strong pair of soles on my feet, set out at daylight the following morning on my journey. Footnote: peacow, package. End of footnote. I shall not recall the incidents of that long tramp well as I remember them. I had done longer and more strenuous travels with Sir George Grey and Bishop Selwyn, but never before had I taken the track alone. Solitude was what I desired. I was sick of the noise and bustle of the town, the never-ending hurry for wealth so incomprehensible to me. I wanted to be alone with myself, that new, other self which had sprung into prominence from some unsuspected depth or shallow of my nature, and lowered my pride and confidence. I would have it out with him in the wide silent spaces of nature, whose children we both were. Depend upon it, there is no medicine for the mind that is sick equal to the lonely tramp amid new scenes. The physical effort, not violent but continuous, the health-giving air, the deep, dreamless, well-earned sleep, these are the things that renew the body and refresh the soul. The weather was perfect. nature seemed at a standstill, dreaming of the past summer, forgetful as yet of the winter. I did but little of the journey on the water, the end and a stretch in the middle only. The remainder was over the fern-clad hills, or along the root-crossed echoing forest trail. I steered by the stars, by the beckoning summit of Porongia, and by the knowledge picked up from the natives of the direction of the ancient ways. At night I yielded to the mood of the moment, either seeking the hospitality of the neighbouring village, or avoiding it and making my bed beneath the starry counterpane. And as my body grew in health, my mind gained sanity. Sarah's kisses cooled on my lips. As a comet she had come, appearing suddenly from the unknown. As a comet she faded from my vision. At last she was gone, and there in the sky, clear and steadfast and undimmed, was the star of Helenora. So, when the journey was accomplished, I rounded the bend of the river, where I had seen the timber rafts emerge from the gloom of the bush years before, and saw the evening planet shining in the sky, and the fresh-lit lamps of my home below. Why had I waited so long? How came it that in my misery I had forgotten my father's words, spoken on just such an evening as this? Wherefore do we hasten with our trivial injuries to those we love, yet bear out our deepest wounds in silence? A flood of tender recollections came over me as I moored the boat to the tying post, and on eager feet hastened up to the house. The veranda doors stood open, and there, as I had pictured it, was the familiar room, with the table spread for the evening meal. My father's book for the night lay ready on the table near the window, his long clay pipe and tobacco jar beside it. I could have laughed and wept as my eye fell upon them, and he was there talking to a young tall girl, whose glorious brown hair fell in gleaming ringlets to her waist. Who could it be but Puhihuia grown into a woman? The door opened, and in came Roma, bearing a dish in her hand. I had been tortured with the thought that I should find some dread change. Even death itself had been among my forebodings in the last few hours. But they were all there, safe and sound before my eyes. I delayed no longer, but reckless of the shock my unexpected coming must give them, burst into the room. "Father, father, it is I at last." I saw the muscles of his face tremble, then their arms were round me, and mine around them. Roma, spilling the contents of her dish on the floor, stood alone, moaning to herself, but I would not have it so. Resolutely, even fiercely, I drew her, dish and all, into the circle of our embraces. Brown or white, she was all the mother my life had known. How well do I remember that autumn evening. 10,000 nights are utterly forgotten, but that one remains. I feel the cool air rising from the river, and see the curtains moving in the open window. There is a dish of peaches on the table, crimson and gold in the glow of the lamplight. Books are everywhere, but no one touches them. We talk of simple things, and are vastly amused over quite trivial jests and events. My father is unusually talkative. Not once does his mind pass into the clouds, wherein, as a mountain summit, it is wont to dwell. A moderate smoker, he empties pipe after pipe. Surely the scent of the tobacco is in my nostrils now. Merciful heaven! As I recall that night, and think of what remains to be recorded, my heart fails me. I am tempted to lay down the pen and write no more. The next day I took up the work I had set myself to do. My father's business had become almost unwieldy in its dimensions. The single store had thrown off shoots, until now its branches extended over a territory as large as an English county, up and down the river, through the open country, by devious forest trails. Our punts and packs were forever on the move. During the 3 years of my absence, a great change had come over the district. The huddled cultivations at the feet of the paths had spread out into great areas gilded over with wheat. Food plants covered the rich virgin soil, and everywhere work was in progress with a view to extending their domain. The age of the musket had passed away. Cattle and horses, agricultural implements and seed were now the things dear to and desired of the chiefs. When the history of the Māori as a separate people comes to be recorded, the years of which I am now to speak will surely be regarded as the halcyon time of the race. A profound peace, the first for centuries, had settled on the land. The people had advanced sufficiently far into civilization to perceive its grandeur and beauty, yet not so far that they had lost confidence in themselves and their possibilities. An enthusiasm had sprung up for the things and ideas of the white people, and no voice had been raised to chill them with its warning, "Thus far shalt thou go and no farther." The valleys of the Waipa and the Waikato became great gardens and granaries. The soil needed but tickling to smile in plenty. Fungoid and other vegetable parasites had not yet swept over and conquered the country. And for almost the first time in the history of New Zealand, food of the highest quality existed, not merely in plenty, but in superfluity. In comparison with the ancient methods, it was easily produced, too easily perhaps, yet unless we regard work as itself an end, undue weight may easily be given to that argument. There were other causes at work to destroy this promising beginning, and most potent of these was the steady influx of the whites. Left to himself, with the knowledge he had already gained, the Māori might have gone on, accumulating strength with the passing of the generations, until at length he was fitted to march side by side with his white brother. But the inrush of emigrants brought him daily into closer contact with them. The pace they set him was too swift. The grandeur of the temple of civilization ceased to inspire, and now appalled and oppressed him. He hesitated, stopped, and drew back, and even if war had not intervened to blot from the land the last traces of his labours and ambitions, it is doubtful if he would ever again have essayed the road, the first steps of which he had trodden in such hope and delight. But I am only at the first days of my return. Their leisure moments were spent in picking up the threads of the old life and renewing the friendships and the acquaintances of my boyhood. Allowing for the great physical change that occurs between the ages of 15 and 19 years, I was probably less altered to them than they were to me. For the first time, the gulf between the Pākehā and the Māori became evident to me. It even obtruded itself, and many months elapsed before I again found myself back at somewhere near the old standpoint. Te Moanoroa, to whom I went to pay my respects on the morning after my return, was my first disappointment. He had grown more obese and short-winded. Always inclined to gluttony, I fear the years of peace and plenty had done him more harm than good. The grossness of his body had reacted on his mind, for it seemed to me now that his eye was cunning rather than sagacious. But it was Rangiora I most desired to see, and I should have tramped off to Pāhuata to seek him out, had he not saved me the task by himself coming to the house. Although I have been too busy with other matters to allude to him, I had not lost touch with my boyhood's friend during all this while. I had written to him many times, and received in response quaint and stilted compositions in English, most beautifully engrossed in a large hand, the which I could by no manner of means reconcile with my memories of the dear fellow. After a while I changed my own language to Māori, but he did not take the hint, and the careful compositions continued to arrive at intervals and perplex me as before. However, here he was in the flesh, and thank goodness, willing to greet me in his own language. He had grown a great fellow in the interval, though he fell short of the proportions of the great one, who was the only man of my acquaintance who could rival my foster-father in stature. He was fully 2 inches taller than I, and yet of such breadth and shapeliness that it was only when you ran a tape over him that you learned how big he really was. After his pleasure at my unexpected return had abated in the fervour of its expression, I began to notice a kind of absorption and dejection in his manner, recurring at intervals as though there was something on his mind which he could not shake off. Whether this had connection with another discovery I made at the same time I could not determine. Sometimes I thought it had. At others I was not so sure, or even convinced that it was not so. This other discovery was that he loved Puhihuia. Set a thief to catch a thief, and a lover a lover. I could not but observe how his eyes dwelt upon her, and followed her movements, how quick he was to foresee her wants and supply them, how attentively he listened when she spoke, and how gentle was his voice when he addressed her. Of Puhihuia herself in this new connection I could make nothing. Neither word nor look revealed her. Her appearance of complete serenity may have been the mask instinctive to her sex, but if so, it never slipped. My friendship for Rangiora was no slight thing, yet I found myself wondering if it would stand the test of this discovery. It was natural, with one brought up as I had been, that colour should not assume that intense importance it has in the eyes of the ordinary white man. Yet it was there, a creation of my 3 years in Auckland. But far more potent than this, in giving me a vague sense of dissatisfaction and unease, was the new-born knowledge of the disparity that existed between the inheritor of civilization and the child of savage parents. True that Puhihuia was a half-caste, she was yet a white in her ways and instincts, and neither in colour, form, nor feature did she favour the savage half of her descent. The dark blood had lent a subtle glow to her beauty, no more. I am not sure that there was not something mean and paltry in my first view of the matter, but no sister could have been dearer to me than Puhihuia. I doubt if I could have welcomed any man to the position of her lover. There was probably only one person alive who would, in my opinion, have made her an entirely satisfactory husband, and his affections were already engaged elsewhere. Full of such perplexing thoughts, I looked at Rangiora with new eyes, and I was the better able to do so that there was little about him to recall the boy I had known. I could not dispute that, despite his brown skin, for he had not inherited his father's fairness, he was pleasant to look upon. His features were of the Roman type, strong and clearly defined. His eyes dark, liquid, and intelligent, and even the ill-fitting suit he wore could not conceal the symmetry of his figure. One might have travelled a long way without finding a finer man. So much was satisfactory, but had his brain kept pace with his body? One may be drawn to marry a body, but must live with a mind. He was not very talkative, and I did not succeed in rousing him to animation until I began to speak of the old days in the cave. "I have not been there since my friend left," he said at last. "It is too full of memories." "Then we will revive them together," said I. "We will go tomorrow." He looked at Puhihuia, who was busy setting the table for tea, but though she must have heard what we were saying and understood the inquiry in his gaze, she gave no sign. "Stop here tonight," I continued, "and we will go by water. Even if the tunnel be still there, I expect we have both grown too big for it." He agreed, and the expedition was duly carried out. Up to the moment of our departure, I think he was in hopes that Puhihuia would accompany us. She did come down to the river bank to see us start. "Will not the plume of the huia come also?" he asked. "No, Rangi," she replied gently, then added, smiling, "I am not so bold as I used to be. You must make a stairway up the cliff for me." He took her word seriously, and as we went on our way, discussed the possibility of giving effect to the idea. "I have but a knife with me," said he. "If it were a tomahawk, something might be accomplished." "She could get up as quickly as either of us," I said, giving tongue to my irritation at last. It was but a polite way of saying that she did not desire to come. He was silent. Probably he needed no telling, and was merely deceiving himself, as lovers will. But for some reason his silence increased my annoyance and goaded me into speech. "Are you perhaps thinking too much of Puhihuia, Rangiora?" I asked. "True," he said, "if to think of her all the time be too much." "Well, but my friend," I continued with forced calm, "that is idle of you. You must know that nothing can come of it. Or are you so lost to reason as to suppose that you can marry the daughter of the thumb?" "So also has the Great One reproved me," he said quietly. "Yet if she were the lowliest slave girl in the pa, she would still be to me as a queen, to whom I must render homage." "What?" I exclaimed, now fairly exasperated. "Does Tihuata forbid you to marry her on the ground that she is of a lower rank than yourself?" "It is not my thought," he replied in the same tone. "No such talk could rise between Puhihuia and myself. Yet it is no doubt hard for my father to forget that I am of the blood of—" But this was too much, and I cut him short with a burst of scornful laughter that derided him and his gods. I saw his face change, and a look of pained incredulity gather in his eyes, and in that moment of madness there came to me a vision. On the bush trail were two children, a girl and a boy. The boy's face was sick and white, and his step slow and uncertain, for death had passed close to him, and the ice of his breath still curdled in his veins. The girl's arm was around the boy, supporting him. I could hear her voice still and clear in my mind. "How kind and brave is Rangiora! If he be not descended from the gods, at least he acts as if he were." A great revulsion of feeling came over me. I raised my hand to my forehead, and as though by that physical act wiped away the evil thing from my brain. "Forgive me, Rangi," I said. "I know not what imp of madness came over me." "Is it love, brother?" he asked in a whisper of fear. "Not of the man for the woman, the brother for the sister, if that admits of jealousy. But it is gone. Speak to me of your love." And he told me, in musical sentences tinged with poetic beauty, how the thing had grown with his youth, till now in his young manhood it possessed him. "And Puhi?" I asked presently. "Who can tell of her when kindness ends and love begins?" he said. "Alas, it is a hard trail on which my feet are set, and I would tread it alone until it brings me to her door. The Great One has chosen a maiden of high descent and of an ugliness inconceivable, and he urges her upon me. Nor is the maiden herself backward, being come to her 16th year and still husbandless by reason of the greatness of her birth. But this is the new age, Rangiora, I said. It lies along the road of the white man, and not the ancient track of the Māori. There only may you advance yourself to greatness. So does the matter show itself to me, agreed Rangiora, and so I have spoken to the Great One. But his heart is of the old time. Quietly he lives, raising not his voice in the council, yet the spirit of bygone days is strong within him. He waits a time when the tribe shall come to him and say, "It is enough. Rise up, O Ariki, and drive the Pākehā into the sea." That day will never come, I said confidently. I remember speaking of this when we were children, but the years pass and the silence becomes deeper. That also is true, he said. Yet who can look into the future? It is said in the council, I know not whether the words be true or false, that the power has passed from the governors, and now we shall have many masters. The government will no longer be a man, but a machine, without bowels or judgment. Tell me, friend, greatly travelled, are the white men all of the wisdom of the thumb, of the good governor who has gone, of yourself, that they should do this thing? There are many amongst them who love the Māoris, I answered, who will uphold their rights in the Parliament, and take shame to themselves if harm befall them. It was not until we reached the cave and renewed our acquaintance with its ghosts that Rangiora became communicative of his doings during the years of our separation. He spoke hesitatingly at first, gradually warming under the call of my sympathy, until at last he made a clean breast of everything. Then I found that my surmise was correct, and his troubles were not confined to the problematical issue of his love for Puhihuia. He was, he told me, a Christian by conviction. During the vacations of the whare kura, he had lost no opportunity of advancing himself in the knowledge of the faith of the Pākehā. He had read the Bible through and through, and found nothing within its covers in conflict with his ideas of the right and the probable. Great and wonderful and full of hope for mankind was the sacred book of the whites. But alas, the teachings of the whare kura were not in accord with it, and therein lay the cause of his dejection. He had entered on his work with curiosity and interest, and had learned so rapidly that he had become the star pupil, in whom the hopes of the teachers were centred. The tests, which had proved insurmountable to many of the pupils, had offered no difficulties to him, and now he was on the eve of the last supreme task, which should release him from his bondage and retire him with honours from the college. "What are these tests, Rangi?" I asked curiously. For a while he hesitated. "I am under a vow not to betray the secrets of the priests," he said at last. "Yet if they be, as I am beginning to think, the servants of the evil one, it is no sin to do so. Advise me, friend, for my mind is divided." "It can be but trickery that they practise," I replied speciously. "No good thing was ever yet by necessity kept secret. At all events, there are no ears save ours, and my lips shall be silent." He looked quickly around him, and putting his hand in his pocket, drew something out. "It is strange," he said, "that the evil one should be so active and God so silent. Behold this pebble. Know you any prayer that will give you the power to crush it between your fingers?" I took the stone from him and examined it. It was round and smooth, as though water-worn, and needed not the point of my knife on its surface to convince me of its extreme hardness. "No," said I, smiling, "neither with nor without prayer is it possible. Yet I have seen it done, and I myself have accomplished it." "Then do it now," I challenged him. He gave a negative gesture, and returned the stone to his pocket. "Some dark influence is at work in the wharekura," he said, "for there the thing impossible comes to pass, not merely the uttering of a spell that causes such a stone to crumble into dust, but the incantation that will take life." "How?" "It is known to you, friend, that cruelty is not in the heart of the Maori. Save in the madness of the war passion, he takes no delight in the infliction of pain or death. Cruelty belongs not to a race, but a kind." I nodded agreement, and waited with interest for more. "It is by the death spell that I gain my freedom. All other tests I have passed, but this one remains." "I have heard a whisper of some such thing," I said. "But surely you, Rangiora, with your good sense, are not so foolish as to believe that you can slay by an act of will. If one should die following any act of wizardry of yours, be sure that some deceit has been practised to bring the thing about." His face showed no lifting of its despondency. "Is it harder to kill a man than a dog?" he asked. "That test I have accomplished. The other awaits me." "Poison?" I said uneasily. "What poison forbears to strike till the signal be given?" "Something short of witchcraft must account for it," I objected. "Has my friend, then, forgotten the incident of the dead tree that became green? What, short of witchcraft, will account for that?" "And the final test is the taking of a human life?" "When the new term ends, such will be my task. The victim will be brought before me, and with a spell must I destroy him." "Take heart, Rangiora," I said, endeavouring to make light of the matter, though his evident belief in his powers impressed me. "You cannot do it." "Nor in my case," he went on, unheeding, "will it suffice that I destroy a slave or a person of no importance. They may bring me a well-born child, or even a lesser chief, that the power of the gods in their descendant may be clearly demonstrated." "It is nonsense," said I. "The victim may die of poison or sheer fright, but not by any witchcraft of yours. Shake off this nightmare, Rangiora. Or, if you really possess the power, don't wait for the end of the term, but blast Te Atua Mangu at the beginning. That would be a truly meretricious act, worthy of the descendant of the gods." But he was not to be chafed from his beliefs, and at last I suggested that he should refuse to return to the college. "That cannot be," he replied. "In one thing I must give way to my father, if not in this, then in the matter of the maiden, and that is a thing beyond me. Behold, the light at last!" We had been sitting during this discussion on the spot where, as children, we had first beheld the drama in stone described in an early part of this history. In the dim light the curtain stood out in ghostly folds, but save for a gleam here and there, the stage beyond was in darkness. Suddenly, however, as Rangiora spoke, a shaft of brilliant light pierced the opening, as it had done on that far-off occasion, and no doubt in due intervals from time immemorial, and in an instant the scene stood forth in light and shade, as though it were but that moment created. For a long breath I saw it with the eyes of my childhood, the struggling figures, the fallen hero, the kneeling girl. Then it became but a fantastic, meaningless collection of stalagmites. But Rangiora gazed on with rapt vision till the last ray of light had passed. Then he rose with a shiver, complaining of the chillness of the air. We returned to the canoe soon after that, and I set him ashore on the edge of the track whence he could make his way homeward. Although we had found no solution of his trouble, his manner showed increased cheerfulness. Promising to visit me again before the term began, he went his way. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. The Path of True Love. Nature is very persistent, said my father, putting aside his book and reaching out a hand for the tobacco jar. Having once made a thing, she hates to get rid of it. The human body is full of survivals. If Adam was a white man, I began. He was, interrupted my father, a twinkle in his eye. That is beyond question. The pigmented skin is man's armour plate against excessive sunlight. The greater the light, the deeper the pigment. No doubt nature was at work for ages on the matter, but she will be twice as long in getting rid of her work. The Maori, having changed his latitude, no longer needs a pigment, but it persists. What matter a shade of colour? It is admirable in the flower and the butterfly. I want to fix my ideas, I said doubtfully. Does not all mankind conjoin fairness with beauty? Today, perhaps, but it is a question whether admiration of the white man's qualities, apart from his whiteness, may not have originated the idea. Do you assert that the Negro conceived a pale skin as beautiful before he had seen one? It is conceivable. Then it is only accountable on the supposition that that also is a survival from the original Adam. But I know what you would be at, my boy. The difference in colour is only perceptible through the glass of sex. This is an excellent tobacco. Have you no feeling at all with regard to it, father? No, Cedric, I am colour-blind. He gazed at me a moment whimsically through a cloud of smoke. There was a time in the history of this planet when the white man was the savage and the swarthy man the person of intellect. It will come again. To be white will not then seem so admirable, even to the white man. Look deep, my son. Is there nothing left beneath the brown skin of the boy who twice saved your life at the risk of his own? I was silent, and yet I think the hour was already past when that rebuke was deserved. I would have welcomed any argument that helped me to the serene altitude from which my father looked down on mankind. But it was only for the first few months that I was troubled by the vague distaste which prompted me to such discussions as these. As I became once again familiar with the brown faces, and resumed my old intimacy with Rangiora, the feeling of the insuperable nature of the barrier of colour faded from my mind, until at last my heart was unreservedly set on the successful issue of the loves of these two. I use the plural deliberately, for I had known Puhihuia too long and too intimately to remain many days in doubt as to her state of mind. For a long time no word passed between us on the subject, yet by an infinity of little signs I knew that her thoughts were continually with her lover. It was from her that I learned of certain schemes of Rangiora's, which, however ambitious, I did not doubt would be in part realised. Once free from the wharikura, he hoped to begin work on them, and my father had promised not merely his advice, but such capital as might be needed. The young ariki, looked forward to the time when the whole of the tribal territories, while remaining in their present ownership, should have yielded to the methods of the white man. Sheep and cattle were to cover the hillsides, the valleys were to brim with orchards, and the great flats laugh in harvests. The spirit for the accomplishing of these results was abroad. All that was required was a resolute leader and capital to set the work going. The tribe was to grow rich and powerful. Its members were to live in comfortable houses. They were to have cities of their own, ruled and policed, always subject to the law of the Queen, by themselves. Their schools should be the best appointed in the colony, and from them the most intelligent pupils should be selected and sent into the lands of the white man to learn special trades, arts, and professions. "It sounds like a dream," I said, "and yet what is to prevent it? At all events, the Māori must go on or die out. The white people are pouring into the country. In less than 10 years, the proportions of the population will be reversed." "Yes, and they will want land. Rangiora believes that the only way to hold against them is to use it. He is wise. Many of the chiefs cannot be made to see that. They regard proprietorship as sufficient. They appeal to the Treaty of Waitangi. But no treaty can stand against the law of nature. The pressure will come. They must either bring the land into use or dispose of it to those who will." "I am glad you think Rangiora is acting rightly." "I do think so. Of course, there are difficulties in front of him, and his father is probably the greatest of them." "Yes, yet I feel sorry for that old man." "You would," I said, "even if he ordered you to the oven, and no doubt he would like to, you will find excuses for him. You know, of course, that he is strongly opposed to an alliance between you and Rangiora." "I think there is something pitiable in his fallen greatness," she replied, without answering my question. "As children, we scarcely dared to breathe his name in a whisper. Now no one regards him." "His son does, as yet. I must say that in the circumstances, Rangiora's obedience does him credit, or otherwise. What do you two expect to come of it all, if you do not put up a fight?" "I do not expect to marry Rangiora, if that's what you mean." "Yet am I wrong in thinking that you would like to?" "He has never spoken to me of love," she said evasively. "But he has spoken to me and to our father." She sat for a while silent, gazing in front of her, a soft light gleaming in her dark eyes. "Sometimes I have thought that the idea did not please you, Cedric," she said shyly at last. "Do not think so any more. No man would seem to me good enough for you, but that is all. As for Rangiora, there is only 3 people in the world I like better, and 2 of them are girls. You know that I'm half a Māori. No need to disparage that half with me. In 500 years, the white aristocracy of New Zealand may also take pride in claiming their descent from the Māori gods." "I have a feeling that nothing will come of it," she said dreamily. "Always in my thoughts something stands in the way. I have dreamed of it too. A rock or a cloud or a tangled thicket." "Is Tihuata all of these?" I asked. "I feel that I could make friends with Tihuata, with any creature of flesh and blood, but this is a shadow, not to be appeased or circumvented." "Come," I said encouragingly, "that is not a healthy thought, and I scarcely know my cheerful little sister in this new aspect. If it were in my case you were speaking, there would be some justification for despondency. and I began to enlarge on my own troubles. There is something real and substantial in an obstacle which is composed of the whole thickness of the planet, I concluded. She heard me with silent interest, then laid her hand with a light caress on mine. "You will marry her, Cedric," she said. "You will spend many, many long and happy years together. I feel that as clearly as I cannot feel the other. You and Helenora will make up in joy for the wrongs and unhappiness of the past." Her voice had a strange quality of remoteness, and in her eyes was the fixed gaze of the seer. "How long to wait, dear prophetess?" I asked softly, fearing to break the spell. "Many stormy years yet, but it will be, it is sure. God has promised me." "Puhi!" Her voice fell almost to a whisper, and in it was a suggestion of terror. "He will take you out of the burning city, only you. He will not let my father come." I put my arm around her and turned her face to mine. "Puhi!" I exclaimed, looking into her misty eyes and shaking her softly. "Puhi, what is it?" She shivered, and a light of consciousness returned to her gaze. "It is the matakite," she said. Footnote: Matakite, second sight. End of footnote. "Nonsense! There is no such thing. Then I do not know what it is. This is the third time I have looked into that glass." "What glass?" "Well, it is shadowy with moving reflections," she said vaguely. "I know about the shadows and what they are doing, but one cannot describe it as one can real things." "No," I agreed, "that is just it. They are not real. They are fancies bred of being too much alone. Come, put on your hat, and we will go for a spin on the river. As for this love affair, I propose to take a hand in it. I am not afraid of the Great One any longer." This must have occurred some time towards the end of winter, for it was not very long afterwards that I heard that Rangiora's days of pupillage were over, and that he had come with honour out of the college. I was consumed with curiosity to learn from his lips the sequel of the story he had told me in the cave, and after waiting several days in the expectation of seeing him emerge from the forest trail, or run his canoe ashore on the river bank, I made up my mind to pay him a visit myself. Since the occasion of the assembly, which had so nearly ended disastrously for me, I had not set foot in the Great One's pa. Change, I was told, had been at work there also. The old glories of Pahuata were gone, never to be recalled. As elsewhere, the villagers had descended from the heights to the plains, building for themselves new, but I am afraid less substantial and ornamental dwellings among their growing crops. Aloft, amid the ruins of his fortress, surrounded by his band of wizards, a handful of slaves who clung to him rather from habit than either fear or affection, and a few ancient men of the tribe, the Great One dwelt in solitary state, waiting the summons of the hour to be. Around him were the 100 dismantled homes of his seceded people, and the closed ochre-painted doors of the departed dead. So, sitting in the chill, sunless air of that spring morning, his great cloak of dogskin around him, his back to the whare, almost in the very place in which I had last seen him, almost in the very attitude in which he had doomed me to the oven, I saw him again. Warned of my approach, a few women and girls, all that was left of that turbulent crowd which had overwhelmed me on my last visit, cried their welcomes. "Welcome, friend of my son," he said, as I stood before him. "You have been long in coming. It is many days since the storm died away." So many that I have forgotten, chief, I replied. It is well said. The way to the Kaianga is open, and the way of return. This is your home. I was agreeably surprised, and knew not to what influence, unless it might be the friendship of Rangiora, to attribute this change of manner, if not of the heart that underlay it. The chief's words are full of kindness, I responded, yet the house of the thumb stands open, and the desired guest does not come. That is a thing understood between us, he replied. Suffice it, for this time, that the white chief is not, as the rangatiras of the tribe, to regard only the foot of the pa and not its head. Pleasant in my ears are the words of the ariki. It is a true saying that the heart of the thumb is with the Māori nation. Te Huata raised his brows in assent. For myself, he said, I regard not the white men who come and go. I know not their queen or her governors. The thumb only do I know, and with him is the compact between me and the people of his race. His words made little impression on me at the time, but I was to recall them later and find in them a dread significance. But enough, he broke off. The speech of the old has no charm for young ears. Go then, your friend awaits you. But it was Tukutuku, the spider's web, who next claimed my recognition. I gathered from her face that she was moved by the sight of me, doubtless recalling that moment when the lives of myself and her son hung in equal balance. She was not content, as the chief had been, to take my hand, but put her face to mine in the greeting of the hongi. Alas, little finger, she said in a low, moaning voice, the young trees have sprung up, and the old are beginning to wither. Not for a long time yet, Tukutuku, I responded cheerfully. The kauri still rises above the clouds, and the tree fern shines green in his shadow. Footnote. Kauri, Damara australis. End of footnote. She laughed with pleasure at my pretty speech, and her intelligent eyes regarded me kindly. Are the boughs of the young trees still interlocked? She asked. Yes, I replied, putting a hand on Rangiora's shoulder. Lay an axe to one, and the other will fall also. It is good. You two are of the young generation. With them is the word. Let there be peace between the white skin and the brown skin forever. In response to my desire, Rangiora led me around the village, and mutually we recalled the tragic incidents of my last visit. The wharekura was in excellent repair, and, to my surprise, the storehouse used as an armoury, so far from showing evidences of wear, gave signs of recent renovation and enlargement. For what is the building used now, I asked, that such care is taken of it? Guns, he said. I came to a dead stop and regarded him questioningly. The law against the sale of arms to the natives has been repealed, he reminded me. It is a fancy of the Great One to collect them. I doubt if the act of the new governor was a wise one, I said, with a feeling of uneasiness. Yet it surely shows how peaceful is the intention of the white man. To forbid their sale to the Māori was a wrong, said Rangiora. To permit it is a foolishness. Whether or no I agreed with the first clause, I was at one with him on the second. What object does the Great One set himself in their collection? I asked. Surely none but the Old One. Yet he received me kindly and spoke with favour of the thumb. Rangiora was silent a while. Little finger, he said at last, my father is no madman. Sometimes I ask myself if perhaps his sight may not be clearer than ours. Yet verily I believe if he held all white men in equal honour with the thumb, this building might fall to pieces with the rest. His mind has truly changed then? I asked. It is difficult to believe, remembering the past, that no malice lurks in his heart. Yet it is so. My mother, who reads every thought in his mind, has told me that the spring is clear. The thumb is a chief of the Ngāti Maniapoto. There may be anger between brothers, but presently the mud sinks and the water clears itself. Even then I failed to grasp the true meaning of the changed relations between my foster father and the Ariki. On the outskirts of the pā, past the last decaying habitation, a fresh incident of my boyhood recurred to me. Here, in company with Pepepe, had my young blood chilled at the fearful apparition of the village undertaker, ancient, ragged, emaciated, daubed with paint, insane. There had used to be a track down to the whare, but now rank weeds cumbered the way, and a couple of bare poles alone denoted the spot where the wretched hovel had stood. "Where is she?" I asked in a whisper. "There," he replied, and pointed a finger to where the growth was densest. "Come away, it is an evil place, for there she still lies uncleansed of her trade." One morning a slave, bringing food to the edge of the track, found that of the day before still untouched. No man has been there since. We wandered from the village to a quiet nook in the hill, out of the wind, overlooking a scene of great extent and beauty, wood and water fading into a remote horizon. And here I questioned Rangiora as to his manner of leaving the whare kura. I had fancied in him a desire to avoid, or at least a reluctance in speaking on, the subject, and now as I put my direct question, his face shadowed, and for a long time he made no reply. "If you have repented confiding in me," I said at last, "we will speak of other things." "It is not that, my brother," he answered quickly, "but I fear what may be your judgment on me for that which I have done. Bitterly and unceasingly do I repent my action, yet if it were to do again, I know not but my choice would be the same. Tell me." Little good comes to me from my last term in the school, owing to the distraction of my mind over that which lay in front of me. I questioned Te Atua Mangu, who at first would answer me nothing, but a few days before the close of the term he took me aside and revealed the thing that was to be done. It was a grandson of Te Paua they had chosen, a youth of high descent by both parents, and against him I was to cast the death spell. Truly, my friend, my heart turned to water, but I hardened my face and spoke. "It cannot be, Black One," I said, "for this of your teaching I have not learnt, to weave the spell of death." "Have no fear, O son," he answered me, "the gods will strike through your speech." "Is there no other test that will suffice, my master?" I asked him. "For you," he replied, "there is no other." "Consider well if that be so, Black Spirit," I said, "for it is not in my heart to slay the grandson of Te Paua." Then his face grew dark, and he questioned me if I would disobey the commands of the priests. "I will appeal to the Ariki that I be relieved of the test," I told him, "for it is a thing not in my power, and if it were in my power, it is not in my will." So he left me, and I sent word to my father, putting the case before him. Deep was my disquietude till the message of the Ariki arrived. "Obey the priest's son," were his words, "for the thing you tell of is within my knowledge and approved. Yet if your heart be not uplifted to this greatness, think no more of the daughter of the thumb, but take the wife of your people I have chosen, and the way shall be made easy for you." Alas, little finger, I was in the jaws of the shark, and must needs lose a limb. Tell me then how your wisdom would have directed you in such a case. I should have walked out of the school and left my education uncompleted, I answered him. That thought also occurred to me, but I saw the face of my father, the Great One, he whom the tribe has deserted. He sat up here among the ruins, sad and alone, and his face was turned towards Terenga. I could not but sympathise with his filial feelings in an aspect of the matter which had not occurred to me. How then did you decide? I asked. For long it seemed to me better that this grandson of Tipawa should die than I should marry the maiden my father had chosen. But as the dread hour approached, it was borne in upon me that by no desire could I bring myself to the casting of the death spell. It was then, my brother, that light came to me in the darkness. I looked and perceived that the gate of life stood open, and through it, from the world of spirits, came the ray that dispersed the clouds. Yet once more I sent a message to my father, and in it I told him that by no manner of means could I bring myself to the performance of the test. To my mother also I wrote, asking that she plead for me with the Ariki. It wanted then but a few hours to the time of trial, and down sank my spirits as the moments passed and no answer came to me. I had made all things ready, and my eyes were on the open gate, when a priest brought to me a letter from my mother. One thing she had achieved for me. With regard to the maiden of high descent, I might have my desire. With regard to the other, the Ariki was to have his. So would a way of escaping the test be found for me. Truly, the shark's jaws had met in my body, and the half of me was torn away. There was left to me just the hope that the mind of the Ariki might turn towards Puhihuya as it had turned towards her father. I marvel that it has not done so already, I said. One would have thought that after all these years he would have recognized that there lay his son's opportunity for greatness. The mind of the Ariki is dark to me in this matter, said Rangiora. Sometimes I have thought that he had no true desire for the maiden of high lineage, but urged her upon me to try me. I recalled Puhihui's prophetic despondency, and a dull but scarcely personal resentment gathered in my mind. Then it is the daughter of the thumb, and not the grandson of Tipawa, who is to be the victim, I remarked. Say not so, Littlefinger, he replied gravely. The queen may drop a tear for the soldier who falls. His is the wound, and the pain of it. I could not but be touched by this evidence of the state of humility to which love had brought the proud descendant of the gods, and inwardly I vowed that no effort of mine should be spared to bring about an alliance between my comrade and my foster sister. End of chapter 18. Chapter number 19 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This is a LibriVox recording. Chapter 19. Letters from Home. The remoteness of New Zealand from the civilized world at the time of which I write is evidenced by the fact that while I parted from Helenora on the last day of December, it was not until the end of July that I heard from her, and thus received my first intimation of the safe arrival of the bark at its destination. During all those long months I had been, at frequently recurring moments, a prey to the most dreadful misgivings. Feverishly I opened the mails as they arrived, and sick at heart I cast them aside, after searching again and again for news of the Commodore. But at last, and in a dazzling burst of light, the enigmatic darkness dissolved. Here was news in plenty. not only from my beloved, but also from Lady Wilde, Miss Temple, and Sir George Grey, the latter sending me also a volume of poems by a Mr. Robert Browning, with which he had professed himself greatly struck. Gathering together the flimsy envelopes, a necessity of foreign correspondence in those days, I hastened to a quiet spot on the river, and there spent a luxurious morning with my absent friends. It was not the Helenora from whom I had parted, tremulous, half frightened at the kisses she gave me, the child awaking, who wrote me now. She had fallen back into slumber, and this was my old playmate, albeit in her best and most affectionate mood. Not a word said she of lovers or sweethearts, and there was but one phrase in her letter which rightly or wrongly I could construe into such a reference. "I suppose your dear Puhihuia is more beautiful than ever," ran her last postscript. For the rest, her pages were full of description and the incidents, little or great, of travel. Nevertheless, I read it over and over again, weighing every phrase in the scale of my love, and fancying I detected here and there a balance in my favour. Lady Wilde had little to say of her daughter, the greater part of her letter being devoted to the disappointment of my grandfather and the possible marriage of my uncle. It was from Miss Temple that I learned most of my beloved. The governess was about to lose her dear pupil, though she was happy to say that the separation was only for a term. Lady Wilde had been kindness itself in her arrangements for the future. Dearest Helenora also, now that their long and intimate companionship was drawing, alas, to a close, had given her the sweetest evidences of affection. Mr. Tregarthen would perhaps remember moments of difficulty when the inception of the stream of knowledge was hindered by rebellious impedimenta. I knew not what to make of this passage, unless it had reference to obscurities in the German text, but such were now at an end. Heleonora's manner was unchangeably beautiful. The writer went on to refer to several occasions when I had been the subject of conversation, giving me Heleonora's words and her own, with results to which I no doubt attached an exaggerated value. All is yet well, she assured me, and I pondered over the word yet, and wished she had not used it, endeavouring to persuade myself that she had done so inadvertently. As I reread these lines, concluded the kind lady, I am reminded of those exquisite verses of our beloved Schiller. O zarte Sehnsucht, süßes Hoffen, der erste Liebe goldene Zeit, das Auge sieht den Himmel offen, es schwelgt das Herz in Seligkeit, o dass sie ewig grünen Liebe, der schöne Zeit der jungen Liebe. Believe me, my dear Mr. Tregarthen, ever your friend and well-wisher, Aspasia Temple. Poor Miss Temple! It was many a long year since the hand that wrote those lines laid down its fluent pen for ever. Of the next 5 years of my life I have little to tell you. My boat had drifted into a backwater, and saving only letters from England, hardly a wave of any importance reached me. It all seems sunny now, a long summer, beneath which time has submerged the winters, and yet as I lived through it, busying myself in the affairs of Purcell and Tregarthen and the developing projects of Rangiora, so that there was scarcely an idle moment left, I know that it wore for me something of the insincerity of a dream, something also of a dream's underthrob of melancholy and mystery pervaded it, and to pause in my labours was to become conscious of the continual unrest that underlay the calm surface, Currents swift and strong swept the underwaters, yet there lay my bark motionless on the serene surface. But those letters, ah me, how life quickened in me as they came fluttering across the world into my eager hands. How sometimes, causelessly it may be, I exulted as I read them. How far more often they plunged me into weeks of gloom. At first there would be a letter every month or 6 weeks, then they declined to 4 a year, 3, even 2, but not for 5 years did they cease altogether. Of her doings she told me, of her school and her friends. Her account of the Alps ran into many pages, and I duly froze with her on the lesser mountain peaks. I watched her jealously as she moved amid the gay scenes of Paris under the wing of her mother, accompanying her through the Louvre, and knelt with her in the dim cathedral light of Notre Dame. I attended with her the Christmas festivities in the ancestral home of the Tregarthens, met my uncle's new wife, and in due time was introduced to his baby, the desired son and heir. This was the type, the mere pleasure in reading her words once past, that left me sad. The thrill of delight in life was in them, life, a pageant of action and colour, that swept her away in its midst. What connection had it with the far-off, obscure New Zealander, moving on his petty and monotonous round? There was another type, rare indeed, but still in the course of years they grew into a little pile of themselves. When under the influence of some passing mood she came back to me, some little thing no doubt had gone wrong. She had quarrelled irreconcilably with a friend, been reproved for naughtiness, or met with some mighty disappointment, and the necessity of writing to me had caught her at that propitious moment. On a high level of wisdom and seriousness were these compositions. Literary care was evidenced in them, and they pointed out the vanity and futility of life with a subtle delight in its hollowness, only to be matched in the pages of the poets. But it was at these faint fires I warmed myself, and when I arrived at such a passage as, I often think with longing of the happy days of my childhood in sunny Auckland, and wish that I might live them over again, then such a glow came over me that the wintriest day was changed into summer. For my part, no mail left the port of Auckland that did not carry a letter from me. If I was able, from what she wrote, to draw a more or less complete outline of her life, my letters must have furnished her with a finished picture of my own, and so it continued to be even when the frequency of her replies had fallen almost to vanishing point. It was an understood thing between my father and myself, how arrived at I cannot remember, that some day I should go for her. That the matter was in his mind I knew, not by any open speech, but indirectly, by chance words, and for these, as time went on, I came to be always on the watch. When he remarked that early marriages were a necessity with a dying race, or that barbarous peoples matured more rapidly than the highly civilized, I interpreted his words to mean that I was to wait. Once accompanying him with Puhihuia round the garden, listening to his talk on the community of plants, it was the evening of a mail day, and either I was dissatisfied with Heleonora's letter, or the absence of one. I think I could detect the moment when, in the midst of his cheerful talk, he became aware of my silence and abstraction. Nevertheless, on he went with his chat, passing from country to country of the world, in search of his illustrations, as though the whole earth were familiar to him, and coming to a stop only when the last bed had been surveyed. "Yet," said Puhihuia with gentle slyness, You haven't told me why these buds are so long in opening, and it was to learn that I invited you and Cedric into the garden." "Patience, little gardener," he replied, laughing. "The flower that lasts longest takes longest to expand." His eye, as he spoke, dwelled for a moment kindly on me, and I know that in some mysterious way I was comforted. But now I was nearing my 23rd birthday, and Helenora was in her 20th year, and at last I broke silence. "Shall I go now, father?" He put a marker in his book and set it aside, fixing his eye meditatively on the log fire. Roma and Puhihuya were in bed. For more than an hour not a word had been exchanged between us. He might very well have misunderstood my sudden question, but he did not. I could tell that his thoughts had gone straight as an arrow to the matter in my mind. "It is very necessary that we should not make a mistake," he said with a sigh at length. "Would you care to show me anything she has written you?" I sprang to my feet and brought from a sacred corner in my desk her 4 latest letters, setting them before him in the order in which they had been received. He read them carefully, smiling occasionally at some passage which amused him, but his face wore the same air of pondering when he had finished the last of them and laid it with the others on the table. My heart beat fast with expectation, but I contained myself and waited. "Would you go a claimant or a supplicant?" he asked presently. His words raised a question I had never been able to answer to my own satisfaction, and I was silent. "One thing emerges from these letters," he went on gently, touching them with his finger. "The writer is absolutely heart whole. Perhaps you have thought, maybe you have had reason?" "No, sir," I replied. "I am under no delusion as to her feelings. Love for me is not amongst them." "Is there bitterness in your tones? A shade? Natural, Cedric, but not reasonable. You have cause to congratulate yourself rather, for by this time she must have met many men her equal in rank and intelligence." "Yes, father, and for that reason—" "Do you know that is so?" He broke in on my impetuosity. "Lady Wilde has told me there have been many admirers, 2 in particular." "Proposals?" I assented. "And Lady Wilde would help you? Is that so?" "She would not oppose me. Of course I cannot help feeling that in one respect I am no match for Helenora." "She will have £30,000, no more," my father observed indifferently. "And no less," I added with a rueful laugh. He was silent a while, toying with some trifles on his reading table. "There is evidence in her letters of a very strong regard," he said at last, "but so complete an absence of allusion to anything pending between you that I am wondering a little with regard to your own letters." "I have always had it in mind to go to England," I answered. "In the meantime, I have not run the risk of tiring her with too many protestations." He nodded comprehension. "But that policy may be carried too far," he remarked. "It has probably served its purpose. Come, we will not go to England just yet. We will first add our proposal to the others. Make it the sole topic of your letter, beginning with the first word and discontinuing only with the last. Write also to Lady Wilde. By the way, I am sorry to read such poor accounts of her health. And tell her that you have £50,000 invested in English consols." "But, sir," I cried, almost speechless with amazement. He drew his book towards him and opened it at the mark. "We are told that all is fair in love and war," he said with a comical glance. "Yet so bold a statement should perhaps not be made without warrant. The stock was transferred to your name on your 22nd birthday." For several years past my ideas of my foster father's command of money had gone on expanding, but hazy as were my notions of what constituted wealth, I was stricken breathless by the magnitude of the sum he mentioned, and the careless generosity with which he bestowed it. Some confused words I began, but he cut me short with a movement almost expressive of impatience. "Do not give it importance it does not possess," were his words. The money came lightly to me. I was not among the poor creatures who created it. Yet there is one thing in connection with it in which I can take pride, that it has fallen to my lot to have a share in the upbringing of a man to whom I can give it without a single fear. Before I went to bed that night, the letter was written. As I opened my long-sealed heart to her, it seemed as though nature took the pen from my hand and wrote the words for me. Though I have utterly forgotten its contents, I have a belief even to this day that it was a good letter, eloquent and moving, as deep sincerity must be, and as only deep sincerity can be. It left within the week, and I set myself to the months of waiting with what fortitude I might. It was crossed not far from the shores of New Zealand by a letter from her, and she had written me another before it finally came into her hands. The first of these was short, tinged with gloom, and so cold in its tone that the new-born lust of life, which had followed on the dispatch of my proposal, was quenched in me as I read it. Yet analyse the sentences as I would, I could not fix on any particular word or phrase as the cause of my dejection. It was not the joy masquerading as misery with which she had amused herself in letters already alluded to. It was unquestionably the real thing, and the reason, though it avoided expression, was to be read between the lines. She was in the south of France with her mother. Lady Wilde's health was not improved with the change, as had been hoped by her medical advisers, and now they were returning to England. No description of scenes or events, no word of herself, no allusion to anything contained in my recent letters, or even acknowledgment of their receipt. I marvelled that she should be able to say so little and convey so much in the 3 pages to which her letter ran. From that moment the foreboding of trouble never left me. I did not doubt that Lady Wilde was dying, difficult as it was to associate anyone so beautiful with a grim spectre. Yet, sorely as I should miss my kind friend and correspondent, I had an instinct of disaster which was to touch me more nearly. What form it would take I did not know, but that it would come, that probably it was already on the way, I was as sure as I was miserable in the conviction. The advent of steam to New Zealand had not so far wrought anything approaching a revolution in the length of time which attended dispatch and reply to correspondence, and I had still to look forward to many months of suspense before Heleonora's answer could reach me. But my time of trial was not to last so long. Barely 3 months had elapsed before my eyes were again gladdened by the sight of the familiar handwriting. Hoping and fearing, I tore open the envelope, in my haste suffering a part of the contents to fall through my fingers to the floor. I knew what the thing was before I stooped to recover it, and my mind formed the words before the opened card gave them to my vision. In memory of Lady Dora Helen Wilde, who died. Dear Cedric, my mother has been in her grave a week today. She died on the 28th of last month, on the anniversary of the day on which your father left Tregarthen House, never to return. You will say that this is a coincidence, but to my mind it brings together 2 facts in the relation of cause and effect. Do you think that is a wild idea? I knew my mother's heart. Even when I was a little child, she was as much a sister to me as she was a mother. She never grew old. Her spirit was broken forever on the day your father deserted her, and though she was fated to lose her husband also, after little more than a year of married life, that was a minor loss. Admiration and affection were all she had left to give my poor father. She was conscious to the last, resigned, even cheerful. Her only anxiety was for me. She was not forgetful of you. Within an hour of the moment she breathed her last, she spoke of you, and whether or no it was of you she was thinking, Cedric was the last sound I heard from her lips. Is such loyalty, regardless of the worthlessness of its object, rising superior to all counter-influences, a thing admirable and beautiful? It seemed so in her. Yet such a state of mind might as often have its origin in weakness as in strength. You see to what condition of mental calm I have attained when I can thus coldly criticise my darling in her new-made grave. I would have you think that I am calm and deliberate when I write that my mother's grave lies between us. It is a barrier nothing can remove. No word of yours, no compassion of mine. I do not know what has been in my mind during the last 7 or 8 years. The wind is blowing all ways. But I do know that when, a child, you asked me to be your sweetheart in the garden of St. Kevin's, it was not love I had in my mind, but vengeance. As your father treated my mother, so would I treat you. I would lead you on and delude you until the moment arrived when I might pay back to you the wrongs your father inflicted on my mother. It was a cruel scheme. Childhood is cruel. But I dare say there are very few people with sufficient strength of will to carry out such an idea. I might have done so if you had been different. I have never met anyone so open, so unsuspicious as you. I have never since met anyone who so compelled my respect, so incited me to good faith and honourable dealing. Strange indeed in your father's son. And so the plot failed, not from the lack of evil in me, but the excess of what is good in you. Yet the end is the same, saving only that it is accomplished in sorrow and not in malice. I know that what I have written will wound you, but you may find some comfort in my unworthiness. I might wish for your sake that the years of our separation had abated the strength of your feelings, but not for my own. To me you will always stand for what is best in humanity, strength and resolution, gentleness and endurance, and you have formed for me an ideal I would not lose, even to avoid myself suffering. And so I bid you good-bye. Do not waste yourself against my resolution. If you write, I shall not answer you. Let me go quietly out of your life. The little office behind the store was in total darkness when my father's voice calling my name roused me to the world about me. The door opened, and I saw his figure against the blackness, a small lamp in one hand, an open letter in the other. His face was grave, even harassed, but its expression changed as his eye fell on my huddled figure. "What is it?" he asked quickly, setting the lamp on the table. In silence I put the letter into his hand. He read it standing, then seated himself and perused it again. "You must go to her," he said at last. "The Westmoreland leaves Sydney in 10 days' time." He sprang to his feet, and taking the lamp to a file on the Southern Cross, began to search the shipping intelligence. "Yes, you can do it," he continued eagerly, after a moment, "but it means starting tomorrow. Captain Morse is to sail at midnight. We will send a message to delay him while your things are got together. Come, everything fits in admirably." And he rubbed his hands with an appearance of satisfaction. But I did not move. He stood a moment regarding me, and I saw his hand stealthily crumple and conceal the letter he had brought with him into the room. It is a pity we have not a little more time to prepare, but there will be a spare day or two in Sydney, and anything you need can be purchased there. However, the first thing is to notify Morse, and he took a step towards the door. "Father," I said, and he came to a stop on the instant, his back towards me, listening attentively. "Was that letter from the chief of the Ngati Hawa?" "Yes, Cedric," he answered after a pause. "A few lines, but of no consequence now." "Yet, is it good news or bad?" His reply was long in coming. "It is bad, my son," he said at last. "Bad." And in his voice was reluctance and an infinite passion of regret. No more was said. Thank God he knew that no word he could say, or any human being could say, could tempt me to leave him then. End of chapter 19. Chapter number 20 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. The Storm Cloud. For the long calm day has come to an end, and night, dark and gloomy, is descending on the fair landscape. The change was no matter of a moment. For years I had watched the growing of the cloud and struggled against the idea of its significance. Even when its significance was admitted, I lived in the hope that it might pass without breaking, that the will of honourable men on both sides would prevail, and that a way of escape would be found. But its origin lay deeper than the acts, good or ill, of individual men. They might hasten or retard, even alter the method, but they could not affect the result. Clearly do I see now that human passions were but the instruments of the inevitable, and in so far as we fought against them, not wisely, but in anger, we hastened the coming of the end. The Māori War was precipitated by an act of injustice of the colonists. So much is unquestionable. But when that is said, there remains nothing to be added. That but for the war, the condition of the Māori might have been different today is a mere dream. For 1,000 who fell in the field, 10,000 withered in the airs that blew from the habitations of the white men. The living inhabitants of a country, animal and vegetable, mutually adjust themselves. In New Zealand, separated by vast oceans from the nearest mainland, this adjustment had been carried to a point which simulated perfection and stability. Something conceivable as a unity of character pervaded it, from the lowly moss to the giant kauri, from its strange polymorphic plants to its singular birds. But the addition of one insect, one microscopical fungus, rendered it as liable to collapse as a house of cards. The farmer of today is engaged in a Herculean struggle with disorder, but there is no fact of early New Zealand better authenticated than that the country originally was peculiarly free from fungoid pests, destructive insects, and deadly diseases. Man was intermittently violent, but for the rest nature was in a gentle mood. With the European settler came, inter alia, those ancient evils from which his civilization has never had the wit to release him. Freed from the restraints of the harsher latitudes, often escaping from the clutch of their own special enemies, they ran riot in the virgin field. Birds fell from the boughs, and no man could point to the cause. Vigorous manhood succumbed to maladies that would scarce confine a European child to its bed, and war, more insidious and deadly than was ever waged by man, ravaged the aforetime Happy Isles. We did not tell ourselves then that the Māori was doomed, that his best hope was extinction in the blood of the conqueror. Just then he was very much alive, very sure that grave injustice had been done him, very determined that it should be retracted or revenged. The policy of laissez-faire, if indeed it were a policy and not the entire absence of one, which had followed on the vigorous methods, propitiatory and educative, of Sir George Grey, had resulted in failure. The system of hereditary chieftainship, a tool ready to the hand of the government, had been suffered to fall into decay long before anything had been devised to take its place, and from a number of well-ordered communities the Māori nation had degenerated into a mob whose individual members regarded with equal indifference the law of the Queen and the ariki. Not that this indifference took the form of lawlessness. Pride held fast even where the moral sense might have proved inadequate, and offences were oftener those of omission than commission. It was as much the recognition of this disorder among themselves as doubts of the honesty of the government that led to the initiation of what is known as the King movement. Its instigators sought to re-establish that order which the whites, passively it may be, had caused to be broken, and to make for themselves one voice in place of the numerous conflicting voices of the past. It was inevitable that the desires of the settlers should clash with those of the original owners of the soil, and no policy, short of abnegation on one side or the other, could have prevented such conflict occurring. But the Māori was not unreasonable. He recognised the permanency of the occupation of the country by the white man, and theoretically, if not always practically, he admitted his needs. But he also saw, and with equal clearness, whither the division of his own councils was driving him, and above all he recognised the necessity for concerted action in the alienation of the ancestral estates. For my part, not merely my human sympathies, often enough I admit deceptive guides, but my judgment were also on the side of the originators of the movement, and I still believe that if with due regard to British sovereignty, a matter which was never in dispute, it had been openly accepted and encouraged by the government of the day, not only might a costly and protracted war have been averted, but that monstrous edifice of native land laws, through which no human brain can penetrate, which stands today a monument to legislative stupidity and a perfect example of how not to do it, would never have been called into existence, and so might the North Island have been spared that long paralysis which still lingers in 100 fair and fertile valleys. With the assistance of the government, it might have been possible for the Māori people to elect a king representative of the whole of the tribes. As it was, he stood for but a section, and a disaffected one. The choice fell on a chief of the Waikatos, a son of Te Wherowhero, who himself enjoys the unenviable distinction of being one of the most ruthless savages of Māori history. But the man who truly represented the Māori nation during that stormy time, who stood for all that is best in his race, and who mentally and morally could compare not unfavourably with his civilized opponents, was Wiremu Tamihana, chief of the Ngāti Hawa, and a son of my old enemy, Te Waharoa. On him it was that when the struggle came, the eyes alike of Maori and European were turned. In strong contrast to his dominant father, he was not a fighting man. Bloodshed and any form of violence were averse from his nature. A love of justice was ingrained in him. Deeply religious, honourable, chivalrous, he commanded the respect and goodwill of everyone with whom he came in contact, and no stronger argument in favour of the justice of the cause he espoused is to be found than the fact that he did espouse it, in words while words availed, and in action when the hour for talk was gone by. With this brief summary of events fateful to the colony, I may return to my own people. Te Moanoroa was dead of a surfeit of cucumbers obtained, alas, in the garden of his pakeha. My father, finding him seated in the patch, had, with the delicacy his sense of hospitality enjoined, hinted that to be sparing in the eating of cucumbers was a necessity he himself alighted on after many adventures to the contrary. Te Moanoroa smiled in the superior knowledge of his own internal capacity. "I have eaten 2 of the watermelons," said he, "and this is but a small thing in comparison. Does the thumb say that 6 of these prickly ones are the equal of 1 melon?" "I fear so, chief," said my father. "Nay, it may be that 1 of these is more than equal to 2 melons." "It is a matter known to the pakeha," admitted Te Moanoroa, sheathing his knife with reluctance. "The 4 I have eaten shall suffice." And they did. We laid him to rest, with wailing and much feasting, for to his beneficent government the hapu was deeply indebted, and Piripi his son reigned in his stead. Quite otherwise did fate deal with the Ariki. The years during which he had dwelt almost alone on the mountain, collecting guns and keeping his own counsel, had invigorated rather than relaxed him. No pakeha novelties had played havoc with his constitution, seducing him into habits of sloth and gluttony. As he was when I first saw him, fair-skinned, dark-haired, big-framed, but not corpulent, so he was now. And as his decline had withdrawn no dignity from his countenance, so now, in his time of triumph, did he betray no elation. For the hour for which he had waited was at hand, and all men knew it. No longer did high chiefs in passing rest at the foot of the pa, regardless of him who sat among the winds. One after another they made the ascent, greeting him in fair words and listening with attention to his rare speech. Had he put himself forward, or given encouragement to those who would have done so, he might have imperilled the kingship of the son of Te Wherowhero. But his word on this matter had been consistent with his whole life policy. First he had said, "We will get rid of the kings and queens we have." There came a day when the noisy village council, muddling through its petty matters, heard far off the sound of the trump of doom. Then was felt the need of the son of the ancient gods. Unanimously they sent word to him, inviting him to join the assembly and direct their counsels. Away went the messenger, climbing the steep escarpment, until at last they saw him disappear like a fly through the great gateway. Swift was his return. He had but vanished from sight, when, lo, he was back amongst them. "Speak then, what says the Great One?" "Thus does he answer you. Where the Ariki sits, there is the Runanga." Footnote: Runanga, the Parliament. End of footnote. Truly a kingly answer, and for all the swollen pride of the years of peace and plenty, they bowed their heads in loyal subjection and climbed into his presence. You will not suppose that his mind had suffered any change from recent events. He had but one stern word for them: war. And so disquieted, and yet in a way strengthened, they returned. He said so, and he was right, said Rangiora, in a voice which blended filial admiration and regret. Not unless you make him so, Rangi, I reminded him. What part has the Ngāti Maniapoto in the troubles of Taranaki? Then, if the French invade Kent, that is no affair of Essex? I had spent much time on Rangiora's education, and it was in such replies as this that I reaped the harvest of my tilling. But the Māori nation has always been divided like a Europe in miniature. Why this display of virtue now? Because, my friend, what happens to Taranaki today may happen to Ngāti Maniapoto tomorrow. Yes, that is a business-like reason. Let us continue to be business-like. You yourself have nothing to gain by war, and, extending a hand to the cultivations, through which at the time we were riding, everything to lose. Is that not so? No, he said, and I drew rein in surprise. What gain do you propose to yourself, I asked, or is it the possibility of loss you deny? If war come, and I outlive it, he answered, here is all I have to lose. And this represents wealth? Surely regard for life and property should restrain you. Not if by risking them I might buy something more to be wished for. Come, my friend, we are brothers in misfortune. Is there nothing to gain which you would freely peril all you possess, even your life? My dead heart stirred at his words, revealing to me for a moment the darkness within. Ah, he exclaimed restively, replying to the question in my gaze. Some evil thing was born in the hour that I first beheld Puhihuia, to love her. Twice his way to her arms led through a pool of blood. Once it was the blood of a man of my own race, now it is the men of yours. You cannot, I cried, horror-struck at the idea of a compact so malignant. A union so contracted would be cursed and not blessed. The war is not of my making, he responded gloomily. I shall but reap what others have sown. And this is the bait, I cried, a host of recollections thronging together in my mind, wherewith the Ariki would win you. Cunningly has he concealed his purpose all these years. Tell me, what share in the evil is to be yours? None that he himself avoids. In the day of Armageddon I must stand at his right hand. And Puhihuia is to be the reward of your consent? Truly, my friend, it is but a lying light you follow if you imagine she will wade to you through the blood of her father's people. He looked up quickly, his lips framed to speech, but something that read to me like caution gathered in his eyes and checked the impulse. Negotiations are not yet at an end, he said, evading my gaze. Who knows, but even yet the storm may pass without breaking. I think it was on that same evening that my father met me with the glad news that Sir George Grey was returning to New Zealand. Recognising the seriousness of the position, the British government, as once before, had sent us a man. A wild, unreasoning hope sprang up in my heart as I heard the news. It could but be association that prompted it. I must go to Auckland, father. He laid his hand with gentle pressure on my shoulder. You must go, he agreed. You must be there to greet him. It is of the last importance, strong man as I believe him, that the views of the natives should not be misrepresented. This paper here talks of measures to suppress rebellion. The natives are not rebellious, they are restless. Their faith in the justice and benignity of the government of the whites is sick to death, and must be medicined back to health. How absurd, nay, how wicked, to talk of the rebellion of those from whom we have taken the earth. It is the clear duty of all living creatures to rebel against extinction. On that depends the advancement, even the continuance of life. I was sobered by his earnest words. He will listen to me, I said. If I had not let our correspondence die out, I might already have done something. He made no comment on that. Probably he knew as well as I the deadly listlessness with which I had suffered the passing years, and found therein nothing worth the doing. After all, I was not in Auckland in time to meet Sir George Grey on his arrival. An accident, due to the antics of a newly broken horse among thick timber, incapacitated me for many months. And though I have now sufficient modesty to believe that the fate of New Zealand was in no whit altered by that circumstance, I was of a different expectation then, and the fear of what might be happening to undermine the humane feelings of the governor kept me in a fever of impatience, and no doubt retarded my recovery. But at last I was pronounced fit to travel, and journeying by the same route as on the previous occasion, came in due course to the city of sweet memories. A sentry among the springing oaks in the Government House grounds allowed me to pass unmolested, and soon I was in the presence of a young aide-de-camp, courteous but punctilious. His Excellency was at home. My card should be presented to him as soon as he was at leisure. I have no card. Would you say that Littlefinger brings him a welcome from the Ngāti Maniapoto? The aide regarded me doubtfully. He regretted that he could not accept the responsibility of such a message. Then say that Cedric Tregarthen of Matakiki is here. I am afraid I spoke a trifle impatiently, for though no one had a greater regard for rank than I, it was the thing itself I reverenced and not its fripperies and exclusiveness. As the sound of my voice died away, there was a hasty movement in the room beyond. Was it the swish of a skirt I heard, followed by the soft click of a closing door? One has sensations of that kind through the organ of hearing, which cannot be dissected, and are impossible to verify. The next moment the curtain was swung aside, and the governor himself came hastily into the room. His step slackened before he reached me, and doubt partly displaced the recognition in his eyes. "It is Cedric Tregarthen," he said, scanning me attentively. "Yes, sir." His face cleared, and he took my hand in a cordial grip. "You are bigger than I imagined, Cedric," he said, laughing, "but your voice is unmistakable," and still holding my hand, he led me into his study. The first thing on which my eyes fell was a sandalwood box of chessmen, with which Eleanor and I often amused ourselves, and so poignant were the memories it aroused that I stood rooted to the ground, forgetful of aught else. The box had been placed among a heap of papers. 3 or 4 pieces were withdrawn and stood upright among the litter. I did not remark the strange incongruity of their presence on that busy table. To me they were the sole things there, and they were less there than in the golden past, set out in the soft lamplight, and warm from the touch of Eleanor's fingers. "Sit down." I became conscious of the repetition and obeyed. Expressed interest in objects of art of that nature, fine workmanship, from Benares. He closed the box and looked at me steadily. I nodded, vaguely understanding that he was explaining the presence of the chessmen among his papers. "Your face is thinner than perhaps it should be," he said in a different tone, sterner too than I imagined it could be. "Life is sterner to the man than the boy, Your Excellency," I suggested. Here too? He asked with a sigh, and I was reminded of the rumours I had heard of infelicity in his own private life. I took the opportunity of his momentary abstraction to examine his face more closely. Save a strengthening of the characteristic lines, bringing out the forceful character of the jaw and a scattering of grey at the temples, there was no change that I could note. He might have been but a year gone instead of 7. "I bring you welcome from the chiefs of the Ngāti Maniapoto," I said presently. "Their word to you is, well, that our white father has returned." "Fair words, Cedric," he replied, "but I hear that there are many of the Maniapoto away from their homes." "But a few, your Excellency, and of men of the highest rank, none. Yet it is well you are come, not too soon for our needs." "Yes," he said, with a sort of gay bitterness, "I am the stormy petrel of the empire. Where the clouds gather, there must you seek for grey. Why it is, I know not, save that I am ticketed a soldier and the son of a soldier." "Some day," I said, "England will bethink itself and reward you, and if not, the new nations will remember." A smile lightened the shadow on his face. "Now I am assured," he said, "that it is really Cedric Tregarthen before me. Well, let us talk. A pretty mess you have made of things amongst you." He rose and stood against the mantelpiece in an attitude I remembered of old, one eye partly closed, as though by the trick he assisted attention. "What is the grievance of the descendants of Maniapoto?" And I put the case of the Māori before him as I beheld it with their eyes. The decay of the old customs, barbarous it may be, but serving a useful purpose, the collapse of discipline among them, the futility of education, of religion even, to supply the place of what had been taken away, the absence of a consistent and above all a scientific native policy. "No man could be more willing, more eager to save the native race than I," he broke in at last, "but ultimately their salvation depends on themselves. The Māori can only be helped to bring forth what is already in him. But these are generalities. Let us get down to the concrete." I was not without ideas of my own. It matters not now what they were, and I put them forth with what clearness and eloquence I could. He heard me almost in silence to the end, only now and then interrupting me with a brief question that served to eliminate what was visionary from my schemes. "Times are changed, Cedric," he said when I had concluded. "The autocrat is an autocrat no more. He has his advisers, and disobeys them at his peril. Still, there is wisdom in your ideas, and they shall simmer in my mind. Meantime, with regard to Waitara, I am clearly of the opinion that the negotiations were faulty. I have gone exhaustively into the matter, and I see no escape from the conclusion that the sale was bad and therefore nugatory." "And you will say so, sir," I exclaimed, well pleased. "I have already said so to my advisers. I have suggested what I consider is an honour incumbent upon us, and there the matter rests." But he added with a frown, "The seizure of Tataraimaka is another. If our honour demands the redress of wrongs we ourselves commit, it is equally involved in the punishment of offences against us." "It was but a quid pro quo," I urged. They had remonstrated in vain. What do they know of the Lord's technicalities and delays? Restore Waitara, and they will quit. Not otherwise? I do not say so. The word of the governor that restoration is to be made will surely suffice. Believe me, sir, their eyes are bent on you with expectancy." A look of anxiety shadowed his face. "God knows I would not disappoint them," he said earnestly, "but you must concede the difficulty of my position. My own pride I might subdue, but the honour of England is in my keeping, and no official may lightly imperil that. Then again my hands are tied." He paused a moment and added, "There is still another thing. The general attitude of the natives towards the settlers is far from conciliatory. Hourly and from all sides I receive reports, if not of actual violence, at all events of insolence amounting nearly to aggression. You see but your own little territory, my boy. My view extends over the whole North Island." "Those are not the acts of responsible persons, sir," I pleaded. "The old authorities have been suffered to die out, and now every man behaves as it pleases him, with only the checks his own disposition provides. Without the restraints of government, where would our own race be? I can recognise no distinction between the natives and the settler. The Queen's rule subjects both. Then bring it to their doors. Restore the authorities which have been allowed to decay. Recognise their king and uphold him." "That," he said firmly, "I can never do. Even if the tribes were unanimous in the matter, the movement could not in its present shape receive the support of the British government, but they are very far from being unanimous. Your king is but a king of a section. He will never be more. To acknowledge him would be to bring down upon ourselves the contempt of the powerful tribes who know not the son of Te Wherewhero. I am not thinking so much, Your Excellency, of the king they have chosen," I said, "as of the king they might choose with the help of the government." He shook his head. "Something I am already attempting, to restore authority among them, not however on the lines of hereditary chieftainship. But I set before myself the making of a united New Zealand. No factions must spring up to threaten its unity. The brown men must submit to the inevitable. The white man must practise restraint, tolerance, and generosity. He may move slowly as a man adjusts his step to that of a child, but he must not pause, much less turn back." The dreamy abstraction of the poet softened and dimmed his blue eyes, and for a moment he was silent. Suddenly his eye turned to the clock on the mantelpiece, and he bestirred himself. "Your atmosphere is contagious, Cedric," he said, smiling. "Dreams are not for this practical room, where it is demanded that each problem shall be solved independently as it occurs. How long are you staying?" I told him, and he appointed an hour when he would be at leisure to hold uninterrupted conversation with me. "Some great stars have appeared in the literary firmament since we read together in the early 50s, he said, as he accompanied me to a door opening on the shrubbery at the side of the house. "We will make the quiet midnight glow with them." Then, in sudden thoughtful transition, "You are aware that Lady Wilde is dead?" "Yes." "Colonel Wilde is in Wellington. He is to take command of the 58th Regiment. He has made remarkable advancement for a man of his years. The Crimea was his opportunity." I hung expectant on his words. For the life of me I could not bring to my lips a question that ached to be spoken. "Good-bye," he said, and we parted. I went out through the shrubbery, looking about me with interested eyes. I could not deny the superior qualities for beauty of the site of the restored Government House over St. Kevin's, but the latter held my heart. Away from the bushes I turned to look at the great house. My eye fell on a window. It happened in an instant of time. Even as I sought to concentrate my gaze, she was gone, and the room was empty. The curtains were drawn back, the casement open. Sunlight poured in, revealing every detail, but nothing lived among its contents. Yet my blood was running like a mill race. In haste I retraced my steps to the door I had left, raised my hand to the bell, and stood so, motion arrested, suffering the return of cold reason. If she were there, he would have told me. How absurd to suppose that he would remember my acquaintance with the brother, and forget how close had been my companionship with the sister. My hand fell, and once again I retraced my steps. The room as I repassed it was still empty. There was no sign anywhere of the face I had seen or imagined. Hoping, doubting, questioning even my sanity, I made my way to the gates. End of chapter 20. Chapter number 21 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. I leave Auckland and fall into an ambush. I do not remember whether it was on my first or second visit to the city, for my stay in Auckland was not continuous, that I ran across Richard Brompart. I should mention that some years previously Mr. Brompart had found it necessary to pay what he described to us in his correspondence as a flying visit to England. Whether he had ever really had an intention of returning I cannot say, but I incline to the belief that his long absence was not premeditated, but arose from the discovery that his endurance of his family was after all a vicious habit, of which he could very pleasantly break himself. At all events, he was still in England, and there, for all I could learn to the contrary, he was likely to remain. Shortly after his departure, we received a notification to the effect that the business hitherto conducted by Mr. Brompart Senior would, during that gentleman's absence in England, be carried on by his sons, who solicited, etc., and were our obedient servants, R. and F. Brompart. But untrained in business habits, the sorts of services they rendered fell far short of what our growing business demanded, if only in attention and promptitude. I do not know what in particular it was that caused my father to put an end to the connection. He did not volunteer the information, and I did not ask him. Apparently it was something difficult or impossible to palliate, for they made no attempt to do so, but suffered the business to pass into other hands without a murmur. Recollecting this and the manner of our parting, I was surprised at the warmth of Richard's greeting. A happy boyhood spent together might have accounted for the exuberance of his pleasure at the sight of me. Hooking his arm in mine, he led me to his office, smarter and more businesslike than I had expected, and there, for the best part of an hour, chatted away unreservedly of the years during which I had been an inmate of his father's house. His recollections were uniformly pleasant, even joyous, and but for an occasional gleam in the depths of his eyes, I should have felt compelled to review my own memories of the period. But there was that in his eyes which conflicted with his words and tones, and kept me cold for all his appearance of friendliness. Janet, he told me, was still unmarried, and he laughed his high gleeful laugh. For all her scheming, it was little Sarah who drew the prize. Captain Mansfield, you recollect the captain? They are living in England. And Fred and John? I asked. John married and went farming. He was always the fool of the family. Fred is away for a few days. You must come and see him when he returns. He will be delighted. Suddenly he fell to laughing. I only just thought of it, that fight you and I had behind the stable. Forget what it was about, but it was a great go. Ended inconclusively, of course. You could beat me now, though, he added, measuring me with his eye. Nothing like a country life. Fred also is unmarried? I asked. He nodded. Clear-headed chap, Fred. He's not one to throw himself away, and women with the wherewithal to keep a husband in decent comfort are not too common in this hole of a place. His voice was querulous, but recovered its good humour as he began to question me in my turn. "You won't be able to stop up there long," he said presently. "The whole country will be on fire before we are many months older." Purcell was wise not to invest in land, though my father considered him a fool. He'll be able to get everything away and lie up till the storm blows over. "Look here, my boy, there is going to be a good time when we get through with the Māoris. The Waikato will fall into the hands of the government as sure as we sit here." "Auckland might fall into the hands of the natives first," I said, repressing my disgust with difficulty. He looked at me thoughtfully, biting at his forefinger, a habit he had inherited from his father. "You don't suppose they could possibly come out on top?" he asked curiously. "At all events, there will be no vindictive seizure of their lands," I replied. "The loser, of course, must pay in reason, but there will be no wholesale alienation. If it were so, the war could not be ended in 50 years. He sat a moment cogitating, then, putting out his foot, closed the partly opened door till the catch snapped. "Could you do with a few cases of machinery?" he asked, leaning forward and lowering his voice. "Machinery?" "As before. I can put you on to a fairly big line, 300 at least. I suppose they're worth almost anything now." We sat staring at one another. I could discover no clue to the peculiar significance in his voice. "What?" he exclaimed at last, puzzled. "Here," and taking me to a high desk beneath the window, he pulled down an old and bulky account book from the shelf above. Running his fingers over the edges of the leaves, he opened it at an account headed with my father's name. Without speaking, he indicated here and there with a pencil point certain items of cases of machinery and barrels of machine oil. They extended back a long way, even into the days when my own eyes had scanned and my own figures footed the page. "They probably related to the mills," I said, still completely at a loss, "but everything is at a standstill now. We could find no market for them." "Tush!" he exclaimed, laughing. "If it were anyone else I should think he were bluffing. Can't you guess what these cases and barrels really contained?" A cold wave of dread came over me, and for a moment I answered him nothing. His eyes came slyly round towards me. "There won't be many more such chances," he said. "The authorities are getting suspicious. Shall we go round and arrange a deal?" Cold rage was in my heart, but fear kept any expression of it from my lips. His manner gave me little hope that he was lying, and there were other reasons, now first obtruding themselves, for believing that he spoke the truth. Only one hope was left me, and I put it to the test. "Certainly not," I said stoutly. "Since the repeal of the Act, we have, of course, not traded in guns or ammunition." His hand rapidly turned a few pages, paused irresolutely, and finally closed the book. "It's all right, Cedric," he said, with a laugh that disquieted me. "If you don't want them, you don't, and there's an end of it. Of course," he added, "you understand they are only made for sale or else," and he shrugged his shoulders. "Well now, when are you coming up to the old place?" I left him, my mind full of foreboding. Unsuspicious as Helenora had called me, I was keen enough once suspicion was aroused. Not for a moment did I doubt that my foster father had trafficked in arms, both with and against the consent of the law. Arms, no doubt, formed the basis of his agreement with Te Huata, the bribe wherewith he had purchased the Ariki's silence and goodwill. Had he foreseen the hour of conflict, or was his action erected on the precarious belief that peace would endure? I could not answer the question. I have spoken of my own doings with the view of averting war, but my father had not remained quiescent. Letters, which only persons of intellect and learning could thoroughly comprehend, had appeared in the daily press over his name. Little men had replied to them, as little men are apt to do, missing the deep appeal, avoiding the unanswerable logic, fixing only on the espousal of the native cause, and heaping thereon their self-righteous contumely and personal abuse. They had more noise than he, and as usual the crowd followed the noise. He had become a marked man, and I dared not contemplate what might be the result of spreading broadcast the knowledge which now seemed confined to the Bromparts. My interviews with Sir George Grey had led only to recognition of the extreme difficulty of the governor's position. War, he said to me on the occasion of our parting, resembles a disease. Permit it to establish itself in men's minds, and it has to run its course. Skill can make it less terrible in its consequences, but it cannot prevent it accomplishing itself. The disease was already established in the blood of the people before I landed here, and no effort can eradicate it till it has run its course. Yet, for all that, effort must continue. If you would only abandon Waitara, I began. I intend to abandon Waitara, he replied almost impatiently. But, my dear boy, it isn't that. It isn't Waitara. It isn't Tataraimaka. It's the germs, the infinitesimal little things that fill the air where white men and brown men meet. I feel that, but... Come, don't wear your heart out battling against the fates. England will strike with reluctance. She will hold her hand on a word of submission. To regard war as inevitable is to make it so, I objected. Et tu, Brute? My every action takes for granted the impossibility of war, but my mind sits up aloft and watches the making of the tide. There is an intuition that tells a man when his efforts are futile. I had it in the Waikato when I was arguing with Ngāti Hawa. He had it too, beyond doubt. Yet both of us would have made great personal sacrifices to preserve peace. An aide brought him a dispatch, and I rose to go. It was past 1 o'clock in the morning, for the hours he appointed to receive me were usually in the neighbourhood of midnight. Wait, he said. I was about to tell you that General Cameron, having occupied Tataraimaka without opposition, there is no longer an excuse for delaying the proclamation with regard to Waitara, and it shall be gazetted at once. He broke open the dispatch in his hand, and with a murmur of apology began to read it. I knew by the sudden rigidity that came into his attitude that the letter contained news of grave importance. Desiring not to obtrude my presence at such a moment, I was making my way to the door when he called me back. You may well know the contents of this, he said. It will be public knowledge within the next few hours. Heaven knows I have spared no pains to avoid a conflict. I have been long suffering, too long perhaps, but that is at an end. The natives have set fire to the thatch, and now the house will burn. Listen." And he read to me that portion of the dispatch which reported the killing of Lieutenant Traget, Dr. Hope, and a party of the 57th on the beach near New Plymouth. Of the little party of 8, only one had escaped to tell the tale of the ambush. I sat down again, recognising that my stay in Auckland was at an end, and that tonight I must bid him good-bye. "Does your humanity still see a way of escape?" he asked. I shook my head. I was really too stunned by the news to think collectedly. "What will you do?" he asked in a kinder tone. Even for you, it will be dangerous to return among the natives. Will you accept a commission in Her Majesty's forces?" "No, sir," I replied. "That is quite impossible." "Then become an interpreter. We shall need such men as you. Shall I send you with a letter to General Cameron? In such a capacity, your sympathy with the natives would be a help rather than a hindrance to us." I hesitated. "Would you mind telling me what your first step will be, sir?" I asked. "No. We shall of course occupy the Waikato in strength. Fighting must not approach Auckland. General Cameron's objective will no doubt be the seat of the disturbance, the King Country. Probably we shall call on all chiefs to take the oath of allegiance to the Queen. Failing that, they must retire beyond some natural landmark, say the Mangatawhiri Creek, which will become an arbitrary frontier." "I must go, sir," I said, rising. "If you will give me the note to General Cameron, I will consult with my father as to whether I shall make use of it." "You are going home, then?" he observed, seating himself at his desk and drawing writing materials before him. "Let me advise you to lose no time going or returning. You must persuade Mr. Purcell to leave the place for the time being. We shall act with vigour, for that is the only form of mercy left to us." He wrote the note, enclosed it in an envelope, and handed it to me. "Then I take it that for the present I shall not see you again?" "No, sir. I shall start in a few hours. Thank you for your many kindnesses to me." "I am as kind as you will let me be, Cedric," he responded, laughing and laying his hand with an affectionate pressure on my shoulder. "Is there nothing else I can do for you? Come, rack your brains. What in heaven or earth?" "Ah, sir," I said, moved by a sudden, blind, wild impulse. "Have you a voice in heaven? Then use it in my behalf." I knew that he understood me. His momentary look of embarrassment was an answer to all my puzzling. It told me plainly as words that my instinct had not deceived me, that in defiance of all probabilities my love and I were beneath the same skies, even perhaps at that moment beneath the same roof. It told me also that some pledge held him, a pledge he would fain break if he might. "There is something in being a figure of romance," he said, with gentle whimsicality. "Do not seek to get rid of your nebulous splendour recklessly. As for my voice, it may not be altogether unavailing." "That is all you can tell me, sir?" I pleaded. "I can neither admit nor deny. It would be well if you could wait a few days. Colonel Wilde is on his way to Auckland." "I must not delay," I said reluctantly, "even for that." "Every hour will increase the danger you run," he agreed. We parted then, and after wandering round the dark house, with my new knowledge, until the suspicions of the guard were aroused, I made my way straight to the Māori hostelry, where I knew that my old friend Titeri was passing the night. It was not until I had awakened many sleepers that I found him and led him shivering and yawning bitterly into the wintry night air. "Friend," he said, when I had disclosed my business, "remain here. Here is well, but beyond—" He turned his face towards the dark, cloud-piled south. "There are many war parties looking for the flying fish." I knew better than to argue with him, and continued quietly to develop the plan I had formed. No ship was available for over a week. The route I had travelled on my previous journey, through the populous and now disaffected district of the Waikato, was one possibly of danger, and almost certainly of delay, but there remained the Piako, a river of shallows and snags, interpolated Titeri. The Piako, which would carry me many miles on my way, but first of all to a village whose chief was my friend. Let Titeri, then, hasten with the making ready of his boat, while I myself returned with all speed to my lodgings. I left him, still unwilling and protesting, but by the noise that sprang up in the hostelry, ere I was well away from it, I knew that he was arousing his crew. Fortunately, wind and tide were favourable for an immediate departure, and before day broke we had opened out the Firth of Thames and were heading for the mouth of the Piako. It was a gloomy and depressing morning, clouds hanging to the land and sweeping the waters in squalls of wind and rain. A prey alternately to hopes and fears, hopes when I recalled Heleonora's presence in New Zealand, fears when I reflected on the stormy days to come. The weather affected me but little, but my 3 companions, insufficiently protected from its inclemency, and with nothing to distract their attention from it, fell shortly into a morose silence. Nor did matters improve when we had entered the river. The wind which had hurried us on our way died down, and thenceforth the rain fell in torrents. I will not dwell on the rest of that miserable day. From the boat, Titiri and I ultimately transferred ourselves to the dinghy, and as night was falling, landed with cramped limbs at the bourne of our journey. The village children were the first to espy us as we walked up through the leafless orchard in the direction of the whares. Their cries of "Pakeha, Pakeha" caused every hut to put forth its inmates, many even of the women with guns in their hands. The chief himself was the last to emerge. He stood watching our approach until I had advanced, near enough for recognition, when a quick word to those around him brought about an entire change in the aspects of the villagers. Weapons disappeared as if by magic, and the threatening silence gave place to cries of welcome. Ihaka greeted me with a hongi, and regarding the lamentable condition to which my garments had been reduced, declared in the abundance of his hospitality that if I had but forewarned him everything, and inferentially the weather, would have been different. However, here I was. If there was no European clothes fit for a person of my dignity, there were at least blankets and fires. Food was about to be served. Some beneficent influence had moved the young men to go forth in the morning for pigeon and wild duck, and the pots were now full. Welcome also to the tribesman of the Ngāti Paoa. Thus Ihaka, as he conducted me into the guest house, and set his handmaidens to work to supply my needs. Not a word nor hint as to the trouble between his race and mine, not a question as to the object of my journey or its destination. These were matters for the guest to disclose if it so pleased him. And when food and fire had restored sensation to my chilled body, it did please me. He heard me in silence, agreeing with a lift of the brows to my request that he should transport me to the headwaters of the stream, a long day's march from Matakiki. More, his son Hone was travelling in that direction, and would accompany me to the end of my journey. It was but taking one track in place of another. Expressing my satisfaction with the arrangement, I asked if Hone was travelling far. There was a momentary silence, the company looking expectantly at the bright-eyed youth of some 20 years, who sat a short distance away, in company with several of his own age. "Ah, Karana, Auckland," said Hone, showing his white teeth in a broad smile. A titter of laughter, respectfully subdued in deference to the feelings of the guest, followed the bold reply, and all eyes were bent upon me. I could not mistake what was meant. "It is a long journey, friend Hone," I said mildly, for the waste and pity of war was strong in my mind as I contemplated his eager youth. "True," observed some of the elder people, in voices that showed that they recognized the gravity of the position. "What need for silence with the son of the thumb?" said Ihaka. "Loud is the sound of the war trumpet at the pa in the mountains, and thither flock the young warriors of many hapus. Soon the great snake will wind down onto the plains and the driving will begin. Too long have the men of Taranaki stood alone for the Māori nation," said another. "Let there not be 3 deaths for Taranaki, Waikato and Ngāti Maniapoto, but, if it must be, 1 death for all." "And yet," I said, "Māori will war with Māori, as it was in the days of their fathers. As Heke fought, so will you. But this is for the time to come. What of today? What of the white men the Ariki has sheltered?" "Where is the butterfly when the sun hides his face?" asked Ihaka. His reply disquieted me, for I found it difficult to reconcile with the warmth of welcome he had extended to myself. "Does the chief say that all the white men have already left the district?" I asked. "To them was brought the word of the Ariki, 'Go now or remain forever.'" "And what was the answer of the thumb?" A murmur, as it seemed of surprise, ran round the interested group of listeners, and again I was aware that all eyes were concentrated upon me. "The thumb?" exclaimed Ihaka. "Of a certainty, no such message was sent to a high chief of the Ngāti Maniapoto." I sat regarding him with a fixed gaze, allowing the dread truth to penetrate to the inmost recesses of my mind. How often in the past had my steps skirted the precipice unwittingly! Now at last the abyss lay revealed to my gaze. "Does the chief suppose that the thumb will take up arms against the men of his own race?" I heard myself ask, while my deeper thoughts were at work probing the gloom for foothold. "Why not?" responded Ihaka coldly. "If Māori fight against Māori in this quarrel, why not English against English?" Again I was reduced to silence. Was it indeed logical to regard the native ally as one worthy of esteem, while he of our blood who took up arms against us was a proper object of execration? No shadow of doubt remained in my mind as to the correctness of what Ihaka had said. 100 memories confirmed its probability. One in particular I had carried in my mind for 20 years. Puzzled by his easy command of tongues, I had once asked him, "To what race do you belong, father?" "To the human race, my son," was his answer. So intolerable was the oppression of my thoughts that with a murmur of excuse I rose to my feet and sought the outside of the cabin. Rain had ceased, and through the broken cloudscape I saw the brighter stars of the cross and the brilliant silver lamp of Proxima Centauri. He was there too, in the heaven as in earth. Where might I look for anything his mind had not touched and communicated to mine? He was interested in everything, the leaf, the blight upon it, the stone, the star. All spoke their message to him. What a splendid tolerance was his, but for that one fatal exception, civilization, and now it had carried him how far? And Puhihuya? I wandered down to the stream and stood staring at the swollen muddy water. Despair was in my heart. The swelling bud of hope withered and died within me. The solid earth seemed to have slipped from beneath, leaving me in some land of nightmare. Impassable barriers encompassed me. Look where I would, no road revealed itself. "It is already falling," said the liquid voice of Hone beside me. "See the sticks the children have placed in the bank? Now they are beyond reach of the water. The Pākehā need not fear delay in his journey." I fancied I heard curiosity in his tones, and caught at the cue he gave me. "I must go on at all cost, Hone," I agreed, "but the wind is in the south, and the day will be fine. Do you know if the thumb is still at Matakiki? He remains there, said Hone. He is not of the first war party. Let us return and sleep, I said, relieved of my first fear, for we must start early. Who leads the tawa, friend? Footnote. Tawa, war party. End of footnote. Riwi is our war chief. With him go Rangiora and other of the sons of the high chiefs. Rangiora, you say? Well, it is with Rangiora that when the driving is over, he takes for his wife the singing bird of Matakiki, no maid so fair as Plume of the Huia. Most of the company had dispersed when we regained the whare. In the dim candlelight, Ihaka sat in close consultation with 3 or 4 leading men of the hapu, but the women and younger people had disappeared. Their voices died away suddenly as we approached, and it occurred to me that there was a new expression in the faces they turned towards me. Was it due to the shadows, or had doubt and embarrassment really taken the place of the candour and cordiality of their first manner? Had I perhaps, absorbed in my own emotions, given them reason to suspect my sympathy with their cause? The morning, as I had prognosticated, was fair. The floodwaters had subsided, and everything conduced to an early start. Everything, that is, save the will of the chief. For some reason Ihaka was loath to part with me, insisting that a full meal was a necessary preliminary for such a journey. He kept me kicking my heels until sufficient dry wood had been collected for the making of a hangi. Footnote. Hangi. Food cooked among heated stones. End of footnote. I could not observe that this task was prosecuted with any extraordinary diligence, nor in the preparing of the food did the women do justice to the nimbleness of their fingers. Long before the meal was ready, Te Tere, who had wished to see me start on my journey, found his patience exhausted and came to bid me good-bye. I gave him a wad of notes and asked him to make a generous recompense to the 2 men we had left shivering in the boat some miles back. He examined the packet doubtfully. It is well that they should be paid, he said, but here is too great a reward. Does the little finger propose that they should live hereafter in idleness? As for me, I take no payment from my friend of many years. And subtracting 2 notes, he attempted to put the packet back into my hand. Nonsense, I said, with friendly roughness. What are these scraps of paper, that they should lead to a quarrel between us 2? Take them, and if you are without needs yourself, buy a gown for your wife and new clothes for the little ones, that so they may remember the Pākehā with kindliness. An evil thing it is, he replied, that now for the first time I should wish myself without a wife, that so I might accompany my friend to the end of his journey. And again he attempted to thrust the money upon me. Listen, Te Tere, I said, here we part. Heaven knows where, if ever we may meet again. Let there be no dispute between us. This is a thing that I truly wish, that you should take freely from me, as I would not hesitate to take from you. For long I have contemplated making you a present, and now behold it accomplished. Your memory is short, said Te Tere, unmoved. Is not my boat named Littlefinger after the friend who gave it to me? He had me there, but I was resolute not to accept return of my gift, and feigning annoyance at his persistency, he was shortly reduced to submission. Go then, friend of my heart and the Māori people, he said. May the gods of Pākehā and Māori keep all evil things from your path and bring you to the desire of your heart. Go, friend, I responded. Remain with the Ngāti power at peace. So shall no harm come to you, and so shall I find you in safety on my return. The sun was high in the heavens before our canoe was finally launched, and with Hone and another youth at the paddles, began the ascent of the stream. So late was it that, despite the cheerful assurances of Ihaka, I knew that it would be quite impossible to reach the end of our journey before the decline of the sun made further travel impossible. Once started, however, the young men seemed disposed to lose no further time. Encouraging one another with staves of a boat song, improvised for the occasion, they urged the vessel along at a speed which soon took us out of sight of the settlement. Sunk as I was in unhappy reveries, their gay voices scarcely reached my consciousness. Even the sound of my own name in their songs awakened no curiosity in my breast. Had I roused myself to attend, it may be I should have caught an inkling of something which nearly concerned me, and so given to this chapter of my life a different reading. As we neared the head of the stream, the speed of our progress was interrupted by difficulties in the waterway. Snags blocked the channel, and at times we were forced to land and transport our light vehicle by well-defined but muddy portage-ways on the river bank. It was thus past noon when we arrived at the end of the first stage of our journey, where the 10-mile track to the Waikato debouched onto the stream. It was a wild and desolate spot with no sign of habitation, and I was consequently surprised to catch sight of a similar canoe, partly concealed among the foliage a few yards from the landing. I was on the point of opening my lips to comment upon the circumstance, when the dense manuka that fringed the water rustled and parted, and a native stepped into view. Footnote: Manuka, the tea tree scrub. End of footnote. He was a stranger to me, a youth of about the age of my companions. Though we were in the midst of winter, his face was beaded with sweat, as though from violent and long-continued exertion. From his deep breathing I concluded that he had been running. His presence could not but have been observed by the others, yet not a word in reference to it escaped them. Even when, on catching sight of us, the stranger hurried down the bank, slipped into his canoe, and suffered it to be borne rapidly away down the stream, they still continued to ignore his existence. So little was this in keeping with the native character and custom, that a feeling of uneasiness, if not of actual suspicion, arose in my mind. "Is it a ghost that passes us in the daylight," I asked, "that we neither see him nor call to him in greeting?" Hone hung his head and murmured something to the effect that the stranger was but a youth of no importance, and driving the nose of the canoe into the mud, he stepped lightly ashore. "It would have been better, Hone," I continued, "if we also had started last night. Then could our journey have been finished before nightfall." "It is a difficult thing to come up the river in the darkness," said Hone. "Yet what one man may accomplish, 3 should have no difficulty in doing," I answered significantly. He looked all ways and was silent. With a word of farewell to the boatman, whose evident eagerness to be gone was due, I had no doubt, to a desire to overtake and enjoy the companionship of the man we had just seen, I joined Hone on the track, and we set off briskly on our way. I had no idea that any harm was intended me, yet as I brought together the incidents of the night and the morning, I could not avoid a feeling of disquietude. Not only that Ihaka had sent a message in haste some time during the night, but that he had delayed my departure with excuses, in order that the person he addressed might have time to act upon his information. Would he have gone to all these pains merely to announce to some wayside village the coming of a guest? Then the secrecy with which the thing had been managed, only failing by completeness by the odd chance that the return of the messenger to the landing should coincide with the arrival of our canoe, was not calculated to reassure me. However, as I knew of no other track than the one we were pursuing, there was no help for it but to proceed on my way, and trust to my wits to avert any difficulty when it actually obtruded itself. For an hour or more all went well. We had ascended from the watershed of the Piako to an elevation which gave us a view of the mightier Waikato, urging its silvery stream to the Tasman Sea. The air was crystal clear. Bathed in golden sunshine, every height and hollow seemed to render up its secrets and convey to the heart a message of peace. Immediately before us the track fell away through fern to a little arm of bush, which, climbing from the valley, crossed it at that point, and, as if exhausted with the effort, dwindled again into a scrub of veronica and tea tree. Descending the narrow, overgrown track with hone in the rear, I crossed the flat and entered the little bush. It was probably less than 100 yards from side to side, but, as is the way with native trails, it pursued a sinuous course through the growth, so that but a yard or so of the way was visible ahead of me. I had traversed some half of the distance when the absence of any sound at my rear caused me to turn to look for my companion. He was not in sight. I waited a while listening. Neither rustle of leaf nor snap of twig broke the silence. Yet as I stood there, wondering and impatient at the delay, an idea, an instinct, rose up in my mind that I was not alone. Scarcely had the suspicion time to frame itself ere the thickets parted on every hand, and a body of natives came silently out onto the track and surrounded me. End of chapter 21. Chapter number 22 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Part 1. Prisoner. Your name, friend? The speaker was a man of between 40 and 50, of a plain but not ill-natured countenance. I had no recollection of having seen him before, and I searched in vain among the 10 or dozen of his followers for a familiar face. I answered him, giving him the name by which I was commonly known among the Ngāti Maniapoto. "It is well," he said. "Waharoa has need of his little finger, therefore have we come to guide you to him." Footnote: this peculiar use of a great father's name when the son was intended is not unusual with the Māoris. Tamihana, the son of Waharoa, is here alluded to. End of footnote. "Alas," I replied, "it is a thing to be regretted that at this time my business is urgent." "True," he agreed phlegmatically, "since it must necessarily wait until the affair of the chief is disposed of." We gazed at one another steadily, with the result, so far as I was concerned, that I recognised this was not a man to be trifled with. "I am, then, your prisoner," I said at last. He made a movement of depreciation. "The pakeha will walk at liberty in our midst," he said. "No hand shall be laid upon him, nor any indignity offered him." I looked round the group and weighed my chances in a rush for liberty. Every man was armed and plainly on the alert. Even if they hesitated to shoot me down, there was little hope of evading such a number in a country all but unknown to me. Nevertheless, a rage of impatience, hard to control, possessed me. "If," I said, "the chief of the Ngāti Hawa can wait 2 days, I will give you my undertaking to visit him at that time." "That cannot be either," replied the leader. "Your coming is already looked for." "Well, my friend," I said bluntly, "I am afraid I must refuse to come." His eye shot a warning signal around his followers, and again returned to me. "The wisdom of the pakeha is in many men's mouths," he said, "but here it is not evident. The command of the chief must be obeyed." He paused, expectant of my answer, and clearly ready for action in the event of a further refusal. To have offered it would have merely involved me in an undignified and futile struggle, and I submitted. "Lead on, then," I said bitterly, "and let us get through with this business as quickly as we may." The leader of the party expressed his satisfaction in my decision, adding that it would be well also that I should deliver up any arms I might be carrying. I told him that I had none, and he accepted the assurance on the instant. At a word of instruction, the party began to advance. 5 or 6 natives went on in front, the leader and myself followed, the remainder of the troop bringing up the rear. Through the bush we moved in single file, but beyond the way was more open, enabling my captor to range up alongside. Meantime my thoughts had been busy, and recognising the futility of a display of ill temper, I resolved to make myself as agreeable as possible. "Are you of the Ngati Hawa tribe, friend?" I began. "Those with me are of the Ngati Hawa," he agreed, "but I myself am of the tribe of the Ngati Maniapoto." "Indeed," I said, wondering, for I had no recollection of his face. "Then I am surprised you should make prisoner one who may claim to be a member of your tribe by adoption." Again he protested against the use of the word prisoner. It was an ill word wherewith to designate my amiable acceptance of Wiremu Tamihana's invitation. "I have been much away from the district, Littlefinger," he continued, "and yet you and I have met before." "Where?" I asked, regarding him more closely. "At the runanga of the religions. Remember you that occasion? Ah, but you were fleet of foot and agile as an eel. Few might have escaped from that ordeal. I have many swift runners with me today," he added as an afterthought. "They will need their swiftness, friend," I said, unable to resist the opening he gave me, "if this quarrel is proceeded with." He accepted the jest with undiminished good humour. "The bayonet," he remarked candidly, "is a thing to be avoided by persons of sense. The gun is good. The loading, the taking aim, bang, one enemy the less. That is a thing that warms and pleases. But the bayonet, that is not a weapon to be used by Christian peoples." "Then what of your tomahawk, friend?" I asked, indicating the short-handled, workmanlike tool he carried in his belt. "That," he said, "is good. Sometimes the gun fails, but one blow of the sharp axe will release the suffering spirit and speed it on its way to Tarenga." "One blow does not always content," I said. "I have heard that the men of Taranaki struck again and again, till it was difficult to distinguish one dead man from another." "It may be so," said he, "for all men are brutal with their first killing. Who was to say what would suffice for the slaying of a Pākehā? It is a new thing and a madness." His words so probably contained the true explanation of a fact which had aroused the horror and indignation of the whites, that I was silent. "You Pākehā are strange beings," he commented. "There is but one death, though he wear 100 faces. Is it a more beautiful thing that a man should lie screaming with his entrails pierced by your bayonets, than that his skull should be cleft asunder and his face disfigured in the quick death of a Māori axe?" I kept him in conversation, hoping to discover a clue to the reason why Tamihana had taken such pains to intercept me, but though his manner was friendly in the extreme, and he talked freely of the possibilities of the war, he was too wary to drop a hint of the matter immediately in hand. The chief desired to see me. He was not a great distance away. He would be gratified by my ready acceptance of the invitation. I might be at liberty tomorrow, or the next day, or the day after. There was no hurry. all was well with the thumb and Puhihuia and Roma. They remained quietly at Matakiki. He looked at me blankly when I inquired the whereabouts of my fellow traveller. He had understood the pakeha was journeying alone. Possibly Hone had caught sight of the party and, fearing delay, had gone on by another trail. I was not deceived by his glib answers and smooth speech, but I saw that it was useless to question him, and that if any explanation were forthcoming, it must be from Tamihana himself. A tramp of about 2 hours brought us to the banks of the Waikato, where a large canoe, manned by a dozen stalwart natives, was in waiting to transport us across the stream. I judged that it was not one of the usual ferry places from the fact that there were no habitations or cultivations in sight. Indeed, in its mingling of swamp and bush, it was as unlikely a place for a Māori settlement as could be imagined. There were again no familiar faces among the warriors in the canoe, a fact which surprised me at the time, but was afterwards explained by my captor's desire to avoid the possibility of some boyhood's friend and sympathiser providing me with a means of escape. But again there was nothing but good humour and politeness in the treatment I received from this fresh contingent. The canoe made a slanting passage of the river, landing us some half-mile lower down on the opposite bank, and immediately returning by the way it had come. Some leafless willows fringed the bank, probably denoting the house of a settler, or at all events a Māori village. Close at hand, and drawn up beneath them, was a group of 6 horses, ready saddled and in charge of some ragged, bareheaded children. Aporo's eye brightened at the sight of them. "It is well," he said. "It shames me that the pakeha should have travelled so far on foot. Choose now, Koroiti, the horse that pleases you." Footnote: Koroiti, little finger. End of footnote. I made my selection, and picking 4 men from his troop, he gave the rest their dismissal. 2 riders were sent on in front, the leader and I followed, and the remaining 2 brought up the rear. I did not fail to note that before mounting every man renewed the priming of his gun. Indeed, I had no doubt I was intended to observe the action. Our route lay away from the river, a little to the south of westward, and it has remained a puzzle to me to this day why, in the view of our destination, I was not taken down the almost straight reach of the Waikato in the canoe we had just quitted, rather than the more tortuous channel of the Waipa, for which we were evidently heading. They could scarcely have hoped to confuse me in a country the topography of which I knew so well, and I can only suppose that the presence of a body of my own people on the major waterway instigated their choice of the other route. Whether, being now in the neighbourhood of friends, Aporo suspected I might make a bolt for liberty, his manner now took on a sterner and more watchful air. Speech in the ranks of his followers was reproved with a curt word. He himself, save for an occasional low monosyllable in response to some remark of mine, maintained a dogged silence, and if I happened to raise my voice above the key he set me, he would look around with an expression of irritation and answer me not at all. His evident desire for silence gave me an idea, which I at once put into practice by speaking loudly and at length, and disregarding his uneasiness and annoyance. I went on to call his attention to the ancient waiata of the tribe, the staves of which I proceeded to drone out in a voice which I flatter myself could have been heard a mile away. Footnote: Waiata, song. End of footnote. He bore it a while in silence, then laid his hand on my arm. "Little finger," he said, "a wise man is known by his silence, but only death can still the prattling of a fool." "You are afraid to be overheard," I retorted, "but with me that is not a matter for fear. Here I am in the country of my friends." "Sing then, if it please you," he replied, "yet you have more need to fear than to welcome the interference of your friends. The command of Te Waharoa is as the sky that covers all things, good and evil." His reference to the chief by the dread name of his father was not without its influence upon me. Throughout my childhood, and until it was in a measure supplanted by the living figure of Te Huata, the great warrior had personified for me all that was most terrible in his race. Memories of the 100 ruthless deeds still lived in men's minds, and found a voice round the charcoal fires, and among them were acts of treachery such as the Matamata massacre, which, once heard, could never be forgotten. Very differently did the tongue of rumour speak of Wiremu Tamihana, yet the blood of the father flowed in the veins of the son, and might yet pulse to a like purpose. There was no mistaking the meaning of my companion. Attempted rescue would only result in instant death for me. Had help actually appeared, it was more than probable I should have thrown caution to the winds. But the woods were silent. Scarcely a bird's note broke the afternoon stillness, and resolutely closing my lips, I spoke no more till with the fall of night we came down on the banks of the Waipa. Towards the end of our journey we had turned aside from the wide horse track or road we'd pursued since leaving the Waikato into a narrow trail which could only be followed in single file. 2 horsemen were again sent on in front. The captain of the troop fell in behind me, and so, with the nose of one horse at the heels of another, we pushed through the thick growth, bending beneath the overhanging boughs, which here and there scarcely sufficed for the passage of a horseman below them. Arrived at the stream, the leader bade me dismount and accommodated me with a seat beside him on a fallen log, while the rest of the party gathered together what dry sticks they could find close at hand and lit a small fire on the water's edge. I had no doubt it was intended for a signal, and as I observed that our party was now reduced to 5 individuals, I concluded that one man had been sent on along the track we had quitted to make arrangements for the continuance of our journey. Hitherto it had not occurred to me to doubt the truth of what I had been told, but now, as I reflected on the distance we had already travelled, I began to observe discrepancies in Aporo's story. It was impossible that the man I had seen on the banks of the Piakau could have made and returned from such a journey in the short space of time at his disposal. Tamihana was evidently still some distance away, and it could therefore not be in accordance with any instructions from him that I had been waylaid and captured. "How far have we to go now, friend?" I asked. "About 2 hours," was his answer. "The chief, then, is in Ngaruawahia." It would have been an act of courtesy if he had come some little way to meet me. "Perhaps, but he has but this morning returned from the lower Waikato." I feigned to examine his back in the glow of the firelight. "Where are your wings, friend," I asked, "that you are able to travel so far and so fast?" He was only disconcerted for a moment, recovering himself with a laugh. "The order of the chief is not of yesterday," he explained. "We have been looking many days for the return of the little finger." This, save for the unlikelihood of my returning by way of the Piakau River, was plausible enough, but it did not convince me. I could not imagine myself of such importance that every way to Matakiki was patrolled, with a view to my capture, and in the alternative I was forced to the conclusion that the scheme, whatever might be its object, had originated with Ihaka and had been prosecuted under his orders. I was, however, shortly to find that a brain more subtle and far more to be dreaded than Ihaka's was at the root of the matter. Nearly an hour lapsed before the chunk of paddles became audible above the crackling of the fire, and a large canoe emerged from the dark shadows up the river. My companion sprang to his feet, and directing two of the party to return with the horses, he led me to a seat in the stern of the vessel. Once again I scanned the boat's crew for the sight of a familiar face. Every man, so far as the flickering light enabled me to observe him, was a complete stranger, and doubtless selected for that very reason. At a word of command from Aporo, the paddles dipped the water together, and in a few moments we were engulfed in the blackness of the night. On either hand of me sat a native, the knees of another touched my back, and I had but to put my hand forward a few inches to discover the presence of a fourth. Escape in these circumstances was next door to impossible, and resigning myself to the inevitable, I slid down to the kaiwai, and resting my head against a thwart, was soon fast asleep. Footnote: Kaiwai, a floor of sticks lashed together. End of footnote. It seemed that but a few moments had elapsed when a hand on my shoulder and a voice in my ear called me back to consciousness. The canoe had come to rest. Even in the darkness, and with sleep benumbing my brain, I recognised the meeting place of the waters, the delta at the junction of the Waipa and Waikato rivers. My guess was a correct one. I had been brought to Ngaruawahia, the heart of the rebellious district and the capital of the Māori kingdom. A few men were gathered together on the shore in the bright flare of a torch, but for the rest, village and villagers were lost in the darkness. "Come, little finger," repeated the voice of Aporo. "A few steps will bring you to a more comfortable sleeping place." "There is time for sleep," I responded. "We will go first to the dwelling of the chief." "It is not possible to see the chief tonight," he replied. "Why not?" "It is a time of great trouble," said my captor soothingly. "Tamihana has been called away and will not return till morning." By this time we were ashore, and had advanced to the midst of the group which had stood in silence awaiting our approach. "What is it that you want of me?" I asked, gazing round upon them. "Let the men of Waikato and Ngati Hawa disclose their business, that we may discuss it freely together." They stood looking at one another in silence, as though each called upon another to answer me. "It is a matter for the chief," said my captor at last. "Let the pakeha wait until the morning, and the business will be revealed to him. It is late, and he has travelled far. Also for many hours he has eaten no food. Let these matters be first put right, then we may talk of other things." The suggestion evidently met with the approval of the others, and seeing it was useless to offer any further objection, I allowed myself to be conducted into the village. After proceeding about 200 yards, the party paused in front of a building which appeared to be constructed in European fashion, partly of sawn timber and partly of stout slabs, the latter portion forming an addition against the house wall. There was a small aperture at one end, high up and unglazed, suggesting that the place might be used or intended for a stable. Throwing open the door of the main building, the whole party trooped in. A candle was lit, disclosing to view an extremely dirty room, some 20 feet square, containing a few rough articles of furniture, and a number of sleeping places battened off on the floor along the walls, and filled with the bedding commonly in use among the natives, the tough springy climbing stems of Logodium articulatum. Rugs of gay colours lay folded at the heads of the beds. In the centre of the room was a small table, on which, as though in readiness for the arrival of a guest, was spread a meal of potatoes, kumeras, and steaming fresh water fish, flanked by a pale and heavy-looking loaf. The food spread out on the bare and dirty table offered no temptation even after my day-long fast, and I was on the point of refusing my captor's invitation to partake of it, when the inadvisability of doing so occurred to me. I should be hungry presently, if not now, and why add physical craving to my mental anxiety? The whole party stood in silent attendance on my meal, following every morsel as it touched my lips with a vicarious satisfaction. But as soon as I pushed away my plate, I was reminded that I was not a guest but a prisoner. End of chapter 22, part 1. Chapter number 22 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Part 2. Prisoner. Lifting the candle from the table, Aporo conducted me into a further room. The place showed signs of having been roughly cleansed, but the dry mud caked on the walls, and the absence of windows, save for the one small opening near the roof, gave it a dismal and depressing aspect. Little did I dream, as I looked distastefully around me, how familiar I was to become with every slab and crevice of that ill-smelling prison-house. However, there was a small iron bedstead in one corner, with a mattress and blankets upon it, which, in the expressed view of my captor, more than compensated for every other defect of the apartment. Cutting short his encomiums on this head, I wished him a curt good night, and watched him go forth and close the door behind him. This door opened into the room I had just left, and being thrown wide against the wall, had escaped any special observation till the sound of heavy bars falling into place directed my attention to its size and strength. Lifting up the candle he had deposited on the floor in the absence of any other convenient resting place, I scrutinized my prison. The walls, as I have said, were of rough pine slabs, 2 to 4 inches in thickness, and some 9 or 10 feet in height. They were sunk into the earth floor, as I afterwards discovered, to a depth of over a foot, and strongly nailed to stout cross pieces at top, middle, and bottom. In each corner and at the middle of the outer side were roughly squared timbers, holding the building rigidly together. Lighter slabs formed the roof, concealing the outer covering from view. The window or opening to the air was close up under the roof, square in shape, and not more than 9 inches in diameter. Having convinced myself that escape, for that night at least, was a matter of impossibility, I divested myself of part of my clothing, and, weary from exertion and trouble, was soon sound asleep. I do not propose to make a long story of my captivity. Though it lasted for 8 interminable months, it was diversified by few incidents, and these are soon related. Despite Aporo's promises, it was not until 10 days had elapsed that my protestations at length brought me into the presence of Tamihana. I was taken from my dungeon under strong guard to the house in which he was momentarily staying. It was a bare enough place for a maker of kings, no doubt, but it was comfort itself as contrasted with mine. The room he occupied was floored with a cheap oilcloth, and boasted a suite of furniture in the mahogany and horsehair of our grandfathers. A pedestal table of cedar occupied the centre of the room, and at this the son of Te Waharoa was seated, a large Bible open before him. If you would know what this man, the best and greatest of his race, was like in appearance, conceive an Irish peasant tanned to a rich bronze, with shock black hair and heavy, nearly meeting eyebrows, and he is before you. There was nothing about him to suggest his savage ancestry. His face was without tattooing, his forehead high and well developed. His brilliant dark eyes were full of kindliness and intelligence. Only in the prominence of the cheekbones and a slight distension of the nostrils did the Maori reveal itself. As my guard ushered me into the room, he rose quickly to his feet and came forward with extended hand, greeting me by name in English. I had proposed to myself not to reciprocate any courtesy he might show me until he had first explained his high-handed action in causing my arrest, but so compelling were the charm and sincerity of his manner that my resolution was forgotten, and I took his hand in a cordial grip. "Is it the hand of a friend or an enemy, Tamihana?" I asked. "Alas," he replied in Māori, "that you should have reason to ask. It is not my doing." Then turning to my escort, he bade them leave the apartment. "Sit down," he continued when we were alone, "and let us speak openly to one another. To begin, if I were to say to you, 'Go now,' whither would you go?" "Where, chief, but to my house and to my tribe," I answered diplomatically. "Your tribe is the English," he said after a moment. "Go then, the way is open." "It is of the Ngati Maniapoto I spoke," I replied, "my tribe by adoption. It is to Matakiki that I desire to go." "You have heard of the thumb, that he is no longer of the people of England?" "So I have been told, but it is a matter I would be convinced of from his own lips." "And when you are convinced, what then?" A glimmer of light came to me, and I hesitated. "It is a matter for grave consideration, chief," I said at last. "Speak truly, Tregarthen," he rejoined. "God has made all good things in pairs, the day and the night, the man and the woman, the friend and the enemy. Only he himself can be both." "I cannot fight against the men of my race, Tamihana," I replied. "It may be that my soul is not great enough, but so it is. Yet on the other hand, I will not fight against the men of yours." "He who is not with us is against us," he said, placing his hand on the Bible. For a while I sat silent, a prey to anxious thought. The object sought by my arrest was now clear to me. They dreaded not my open enmity, but the influence I might have on my foster father in his espousal of their cause. That, given freedom, I should use every means in my power to deflect him from his purpose, I knew quite well, and their action in taking me prisoner showed that they were equally certain on the point. "Do you mean," I asked at length, "that to gain my freedom I must either fight against the men of my race, or give an undertaking not to see my foster father?" He lifted his brows in assent. "It is a hard saying, Tamihana," I cried, "for either I must desert my people or my father. Can you find in those pages any passage that justifies the traitor?" "The third way," he answered, "is to remain here until the war is ended. Why should the Pākehā appeal to this book in his troubles? Does he even believe in it? It is good that the Māori should follow its teachings and become a Christian, submitting to all things, but it is good only for the Pākehā when it pleases or advantages him. Your missionaries have told us that the Bible is no longer for the Jews, but for all mankind. Yet when we speak to the government the words of the Bible, they smile at us or are silent. Was it not because we made a king of our own people that the government first became angry with us? Then hear the words of the book. One from among thy brethren shall thou set king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother. Have the government a Bible of their own, better than the Bible of the missionaries, that these words are of no account? It is to the New Testament you should look, Tamihana, I answered, and not to the Old. There you will find little of kings, but much of peace and goodwill. Is it not possible even now to bring this trouble to an end by wise and temperate words, in place of guns and tomahawks? The light of argument died from his eyes. It is too late, he said. If I spoke such a word in the Parliament, no man would listen. Mine would be a voice crying in the wilderness. The thirst for war is in the blood of the people. It is a passion that has no end but in fruition. Though he chose a different simile, his answer was identical in substance with that given me by the governor. Brown man and white looked into the heart of the mischief and interpreted it alike. The road to peace ran through the iron gateway of war. I must consider my answer, Chief, I said, rising, for at present the two ways you offer me seem alike impossible. I would give you your freedom if I could, he responded, and repeated that my capture was none of his doing. Then, if it be not yourself, Tamihana, I said, where must I look for my enemy? Among the Ngāti Maniapoto, he said, after a moment of thoughtful hesitation. I will speak to him, that he also discuss the matter with you. Then make terms quickly, for soon, if not already, all roads between here and Auckland will be closed against the white man. My guard had retired no farther than the passage, and when I had bidden farewell to Tamihana, they again surrounded me and conducted me back to my prison. The time came when I fell into a state of listlessness, taking no heed of the passing days, but at first a rage of impatience possessed me. Hour after hour I paced the squalid room, despair and fury alternating in my heart. No harm or indignity was offered me, and of food, such as it was, I had plenty, but the guard over me never relaxed. All day long men came and went in the outer room, now in grave conversation, now relaxed in boisterous mirth. Even when long-continued silence seemed to denote the place was deserted, I had to make but an unusual sound to rouse an answering stir without. From the night of my coming I had seen no more of Aparo. Probably he was far to the front, watching the advance of the British arms into the historic basin of the Waikato, laying more deadly ambushes than that wherewith he had trapped me. My chief jailer was a big imbecile fellow, who seemed capable of understanding only two things: that I must be fed at regular intervals, and that I must not be allowed to escape from my prison. On every appearance he carefully scrutinized the cell with his wild blank eyes, searching floor and walls and roof for any sign that they had been interfered with since his last visit. Often I have awakened in the night with the glimmer of his candle in my eyes, or heard, as through a crevice in sleep, the falling to of the bar without that terminated such an inspection. He never entered the room, save when there were others outside to hinder any effort at escape. Mad or sane, no poor prisoner was ever cursed with a more efficient jailer. Many a time during the first few weeks did I gaze into his vapid countenance with murder in my heart. Now and then, especially when his eyes were turned elsewhere, he looked more like a great overgrown schoolboy than a man, and on such occasions there came over me an ill-defined notion that at some time in the past I had encountered him before. He seemed incapable of replying to a question or even understanding it, and, after one or two efforts to trace home my obscure recollection, by gleaning such particulars as his name and place of abode, I let him alone. The first month of my confinement was nearly at an end, when one morning he came hurriedly into my cell, mowing out some scarcely intelligible words which I took to denote the arrival of a visitor. The ordinary wildness of his manner was greatly accentuated, and as he stood muttering and gibbering in the doorway, looking alternately towards me and back over his shoulder, I was impressed with the feeling that the whole of the creature's mind was one ghastly terror. Speculating on the cause, I turned my eyes to the room without, in time to see the outer doorway darkened by a black shadow. Little as I could see of the man entering, it was sufficient to establish his identity, and in a flash I knew also my jailer. The intervening years passed as an obscuring vapour. Once again I stood with my boyish companion in the gateway of the pa. Once again I heard his cry of derision, "Here comes Hoppy with the bird's claw." No derision was in the heart of the poor wretch now, only an abject and unspeakable terror. "Go," said the tohunga curtly, and in an instant we were alone, the door closed and barred upon us. Te Atua Mangu moved with his eyes bent on the floor and seated himself on the edge of the bed. I had seen him often since the day of the runanga of the religions, but never thus near at hand. Nor in the whole of my life had I exchanged a dozen words with the bogey of my childhood. He looked slowly round the room, taking in floor, walls, and roof. Then, with a motion of his hand, silently invited me to a seat beside him. "Welcome, Black One," I said, setting my shoulders against the wall. "Friend or enemy, you are better than solitude." "Why does the Pakeha remain here?" he asked in a low, even voice. "There are no comforts such as the white man loves." "True, O priest," I answered with a short laugh. "Perhaps, then, it is after all the solitude of which I am enamoured. Set wide the door, that the matter may be made clear." "Presently," he said calmly. "Let us talk. Tamihana has told me that you desire to return to Matakiki. It is a good thing that the bee go back to the hive to which it belongs, and not to that of the stranger. Where, then, is your hive? Is not the home of the bee the place where it has lived and laboured? Good. There is trouble in that hive. The bees are angry. They have sharpened their stings against an enemy that would despoil them. Go, then, make ready your weapons, that you also may defend the hive that nurtured you." "My heart is not in this quarrel, Black Spirit," I answered. "I can neither fight with you nor against you." "Then why is it you seek to return to Matakiki?" "That is easily answered. I would be with my people in their trouble. When trouble comes to the hive, the drones are driven forth. They have mouths, but no stings. You are answered." I find myself wondering if a man's moral sense becomes laxer as he grows older, or is it merely that he is more tolerant of weakness in others? It seems marvellous that I did not attempt to deceive him with lying promises, yet, to the best of my belief, No such thought found a moment's harbourage in my mind. Nevertheless, so possessed was I with my single idea that even liberty itself seemed worthless if it could not help me to the side of those I loved. He rose to his feet and took a lingering step towards the door. Then, as though arrested by a fresh thought, returned to his seat. "That talk is finished," he said. "There is another matter. The mind of the thumb is troubled. He looks two ways, and he who looks two ways stumbles. It would be good, therefore, that you send a message to him, that his heart may be free from care concerning you." I saw what I conceived to be my opportunity, and grasped it. "If an account of my present condition will relieve his mind, Black One," I answered, searching my pocket for paper and pencil, "he shall have it." "Good," he responded stolidly. "Write these words: I go to the city of the Pākehā until this trouble is over. Proceed with the things you are doing. It is a good thing. With myself all is well, enough for this time." I laughed and closed my pocket-book with a fierce snap. "What terms do you offer me for doing this, Black One?" I answered. For the first time his shifty, red-litten black eyes looked steadily into mine. "Your life, Pākehā," he answered. For a moment I was staggered and at a loss. Ruthless as I believed him, it seemed incredible that he should proceed to such an extremity in cold blood. Yet, as his sinister eyes continued to gaze into mine, revealing not only an unshakable purpose, but even, as I seemed to read, a gloating desire, all illusion as to my value in the eyes of the natives fell from my mind, and I recognized the imminent peril in which I stood. "Has the Maori so many friends among the white people that he can afford to destroy even one of them?" I asked. "Right," he replied. "Many of your race have fallen in the Waikato. The war parties pause not to ask if they be friend or foe. Enough that they are white." Slowly, and with an appearance of reluctance, I opened the book and began to write as he had directed me. I had little hope of deceiving one so astute, and yet it was at least worth the trial. The words he had given me I wrote in English, adding immediately beneath in German, "This is written under compulsion. I am a prisoner at the meeting place of the waters." I dared not write Ngaruwahia, for that word could certainly be recognised among its unknown companions, and I chose English rather than Māori in the hope that the tohunga, having but a slight knowledge of the former language, would be unable to distinguish between it and the German that followed. No doubt his first act would be to submit the note to an interpreter, but as the first part was almost in his own words, there was just the possibility that the interpreter, having translated this, would be ashamed to display his ignorance of the few words remaining, and either give to them some innocent meaning from his imagination, or ignore them altogether. He took the leaf I tore from the book, and folded it in his hand without looking at it. "It is well," he said. "The talk is ended." He limped to the door and gave it an imperative rap with his knuckles. "How long am I to remain here, Black One?" I asked, as the bar fell and the face of my janitor appeared in the doorway. "Wait," he said. "Presently I will send a party to guard you to the lines of the Pākehā. There are many on the warpath, and alone you could not escape them." With that the door closed behind him, and I was left to the solitude of my prison. For a fortnight or more following this I was in daily expectation of release, or at the least a message from my father, but days and weeks passed and nothing happened. Long afterwards, when my foster father's papers came into my possession, I found the note I had sent him. The message in German at the foot had been neatly cut away, showing that in the prosecution of his business, Te Atua Mangu had taken no risks. As for the party that was to transport me through the war country, it never appeared, and in all probability was never intended to do so. Convinced at length that my release must depend entirely on myself, I began to devise and practise schemes for escaping. One after the other they resulted in failure. The only one I shall mention, perhaps it came the nearest to success, was an attempt to burrow out beneath the wall. I had no idea what a prodigious quantity of soil is packed into a few cubic feet of ground until I attempted to store the product of my exertions beneath the bed. Then, though the hole widened with painful slowness, the mound of soil grew with such alarming rapidity that I was at my wits' end to know what to do with it. By letting my blankets hang to the floor, I managed for 2 days to hide the effect of my labours, but thereafter concealment became next door to an impossibility, and it was almost a relief to me when my janitor, detecting some crumbs of brown earth on the black floor, pulled aside my bed and disclosed my handiwork to the admiring garrison. I have read of ingenious prisoners who have broken through stone walls with no better implements than wire nails. All I can say is that they deserved their freedom. For me it was but a wooden shell that held me, and yet I could by no means get out of it. These attempts were all in the first 3 or 4 months of my captivity, for afterwards, what with the confinement and the semi-darkness, the relaxing of my muscles, and no doubt the shrinkage of my brain, I fell into a state of lassitude and melancholy, from which I could only rouse myself to an impotent fury. Books or papers were not to be had, and my one relief from self-absorption was in listening to the conversations in the room without. The parties using the house seemed to come and go, for I seldom heard their voices for longer than a week at a time, and always their talk was of the war, of battles and ambushes, of wounds and death. At first laughter and boasting prevailed. I heard of the small fish that fell here and there to the nets of the scattered tower, the unarmed settler and his boys tomahawked at daybreak in their fields, the farmhouse burned readily at dusk, milch cows driven off along the sloppy forest trails, and the feasts of good beef which closed the dreadful days. But as the months went by and winter gave place to spring, jest and boast failed, and doubt took possession of the minds of the warriors. The young men still made the house ring with their war songs, still looked forward to a day of victory, but it was not so with men of mature years. Many white men had been slain, settlers and soldiers, yet there was no relaxing in their advance. It seemed that for the white man there was but one road, forward. When the Māori suffered reverse, he fell back. So much ground was lost. Not so with the Pākehā. If he were checked, he lay still, enigmatically silent and motionless. Weeks went by, many weeks, and still his place was as a cemetery of the dead. Then, of a sudden, behold, he was alive again. On he came, cannon and men, driving all before him, and at night he was established in new country. To waylay and slaughter him was satisfactory only for the moment. Today his dead might be counted, but it was a hard thing to number his living on the morrow. There was nothing easier than to elude him for the time being, or more difficult than to turn him aside from his chosen path. There was scarcely an incident of the war that did not reach my ears. Skirmishes far and wide were graphically described by participants in them. I learned of the division of the councils that followed each reverse. Arguments for and against the fortifying of certain points were debated night after night. I do not think that any of the leaders ever entered the building, but no doubt what I heard was an echo of their disputes. A slow paralysis was creeping over the Māori arms. I heard of the Battle of Koheroa, the evacuation of Merimeri, the retreat on Rangariri, with the subsequent engagement at that place, the abandonment of the long-debated idea of fortifying Taupiri. Then one night I was awakened by the sound of bustle in the village. Lying still in the darkness, I could hear the confused sounds of voices, men's and women's, all turned to a note of excitement. Horses were stamping the ground in the neighbourhood of the hut, and now and again I caught the sound of hooves galloping away in the distance. In the room without, a low-toned argument was in progress. I could distinguish the voices of 3 or 4 men, each adding his quota to the debate, while occasionally others, apparently pausing in the open doorway, would cry out to them to make haste. My heart began to beat, till, in the weakened state of my body, I could fancy the room trembling with the throb of it. Was it death that was coming, or freedom? I cared not which, so that the living death of my 6 months of captivity might come to an end. Thrusting my limbs out of bed, I hastily drew on my clothes and sat sick and trembling, awaiting the denouement. There came at last into the voices a sharp, louder note of finality, and a moment later the bar of my prison fell to the ground. The door opened, and my janitor, accompanied by several natives, appeared in the entrance. "You must come with us on a journey, little finger," said one of them, a sallow, consumptive-looking man, with fierce eyes. "This place is no longer safe for you." He gave a signal to the others, and ere I had time to guess their intention, they had seized and bound my arms together behind my back. I made no resistance, for my mind was consumed by the desire to leave the house on any terms. The end of the rope which secured me was passed to my janitor, and we trooped out into the open. The earth was bright with moonlight. Ah, that first breath of fresh early summer night air! So abject is the dependence of the mind on the body that as I drew its invigorating balm into my lungs, it seemed that the rapture of it was worth the cost. And to experience it, I had endured 6 months of semi-darkness, amid filth and evil odours I have not attempted to describe, without once going into the open air. They led me to the brink of the river, where I was bidden to sit down in charge of my jailer while the party dispersed, presumably to get together such goods as they proposed to carry with them. My mind awakened from its long torpor, noted every detail of the scene with interest. Close at hand, a large canoe lay nose to the bank. From the prostrate position of many of its occupants, and the low wailing of the women who came and went about it, I concluded it contained either the dead or the wounded, possibly both. This canoe, no doubt, had been the bearer of the ill tidings which had roused the village. At first, seated apart, we attracted no attention from the busy crowd, but presently one individual wandered up, and then, as the news of the captured pakeha spread, another and another, till a score or more had satisfied their curiosity by sight of me. Some regarded me in silence, others threw me a taunt, a jest, and a few a word of compassion. Some, and these were all women, launched at me abuse and threats of violence, and, but for the interference of my jailer, 1 or 2 of them would possibly have proceeded to greater lengths. The idiot was plainly anxious about something, muttering disconnectedly, and continually turning to look behind him in the direction of the whares. I took his disquietude to be on my account, until, with an exclamation, as one might cry "Eureka!" he seized the free end of the rope and knotted it round my ankles until the cord cut to the bone. Then, springing to his feet, he ran swiftly towards the village. There was something very horrible in the creature's entire disregard for the suffering he inflicted. I might have been a bale of wood for all the ruth he displayed in trussing me. For a few moments the pain was excruciating, then followed a sensation of numbness and a feeling that my feet were swelling to bursting point. By this time the owners of the canoe had apparently satisfied their curiosity concerning me. 3 or 4 minutes elapsed before anyone again came near. At length I noticed a solitary woman emerge from the shadows immediately below me. For a while she stood looking about her, then, with a studious appearance of aimlessness, came step by step towards me. My blood chilled as I watched her. The rush of a savage with brandished weapon would have been less blood-curdling than the stealthy, watchful advance of this woman. At last she stood in front of me. So far as I could see, her hands were empty. Yet I had no doubt but in a few instants cold steel would be plunged into my bosom. "Alas, little finger," said a soft, compassionate voice. She turned her face to the moonlight, and with a wave of joy I recognized her. "Pepe," I cried, and verily I believe, had I been free to move, I should have caught her in my arms, so great was my delight in the sight of a friendly and familiar face. "Alas, little finger," she repeated, crouching down beside me, "who is it that has done this evil to you?" "I know not, Butterfly," I answered, "unless it be at the bidding of the black tohunga. For many months have I lain a prisoner in the village, and no friend has come near me. But now hasten to Ruka and speak to him, that he may take me under his protection before my jailer returns." She buried her face in her knees, and there was no need for the words in which she told me that her husband lay among the shrouded shapes in the canoe. "And there is no friend among the others?" I asked, after I had condoled with her in her misery. "They are Waikato and Ngati Hawa," she replied. "The flower of the tribes has fallen, and it is but a remnant that flees into the country of the Ngati Maniapoto." "Then find a knife to sever these cords," I said, "and I will shift for myself." She rose to her feet, and darting down to the water's edge, went rapidly along the bank until I lost sight of her among the folk around the canoe. A minute later she appeared again in a bright patch of moonlight betwixt the black shadows, coming fleetly back on her errand of mercy. As she turned directly towards me, I glanced over my shoulder, and there was the idiot coming at a wild gambol down the hill. Yet she was the nearer, and fell panting beside me, while my custodian was yet some 20 yards distant. "It is too late, little finger," she breathed. "If I free you, you will be taken again on the instant. But have no fear. If not at this time, then some other." "Quick, Pepe," I cried. "Put your knife to my breast, as if you would strike me." The clever girl caught my meaning on the word, and changing her aspect of compassion to one of hate, she brandished the knife above my heart. I had only time to give voice in a yell for help before the idiot was upon us. Striking the girl in the breast, he sent her rolling down the bank. Then, paying no further attention to either of us, he seated himself on the ground and poured from a broken gourd he carried in his hand a collection of shells, pebbles, and miscellaneous rubbish, the acute recollection of which had no doubt led him temporarily to desert his post. Ever since I have learned the creature's identity, my emotions had been in a state of fluctuation over him. Loathing and compassion daily overthrew each other. Now I could have strangled him with as little compunction as I could find for a wild beast. Again he was so clearly an object of pity that my other mood brought shame in the recollection. Murderous fury, all the more fierce for its helplessness, was in my heart as I watched the poor girl creep away, her hands to her breast, and turned to see the creature fondling and gloating over his treasures. No doubt I but brought myself nearer to his own level, when with a swing of my feet I sent his collection of trumpery flying in all directions. But I know that for the moment the act filled me with a glowing satisfaction. For a long instant he turned on me the wild glare of some savage beast despoiled of its young, but even as his great hands came out towards me, I read in his eyes the displacing of fury by terror. Muttering thickly, he set his fingers to the knots at my feet and released them from their bonds. Clearly he was bound by a will not his own, and that will, while it demanded that I should remain a captive, insisted that my life should be preserved. After an hour's delay, the great canoe, with its freight of dead and wounded, got under way, and a quarter of an hour later I was conducted to a seat in a second canoe, already loaded with fugitives and their belongings, and we set off in the wake of the first. By this time the moon was declining, and the heavy shadows cast by foliage on the river banks rendered the distinguishing of faces difficult. I knew that there were women in the canoe by the sound of their voices, and presently I discovered, by the feel of her skirt against my bound hands, that there was one on the seat immediately behind me. She was very still and silent, and I guessed, as was the case with many of the other occupants of the canoe, that she was asleep. My custodian himself showed signs of sleepiness. Every now and then his chin would fall forward on his breast, recovering itself with greater difficulty as time went by. However, he had taken the precaution of passing the end of the rope that bound me round his own body, so that I was not likely to reap any advantage from his lack of attention. The thwart was only wide enough for the two of us. 3/4 of an hour went by, and I was myself slipping into a semi-comatose condition, when I was suddenly startled to complete wakefulness by the pressure of hands against mine. They were a woman's hands, soft and small, and in a flash I knew that Pepe had not deserted me. A warm breath tickled my ear. "You must swim, little finger." I pressed the hands that held mine. Soon breathed the voice again. The night had grown very dark. Beside me the idiot muttered in his dreadful sleep. The swish of the paddles alone broke the silence, save when at intervals the cry of the lookout on the bow carried a message to the paddlers. The few minutes of waiting seemed to spread themselves out into hours before at length Pepe's hands again pressed mine, giving me the signal to be ready. A moment later the cords fell lightly from my wrists and my numbed arms dropped apart. A dread fear that I should be unable to use them was dispelled as the tingling blood regained its channels, revived the starving muscles. For nearly a minute I sat quite still, till every vestige of cramp had been smoothed away. Then, leaning sideways as though in sleep, I slipped over the side, and diving beneath the canoe, struck out beneath the water for the further bank of the river. End of chapter 22. Chapter number 23 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. I reach the end of my captivity. Soon I found that Pepe had chosen the spot for my attempt with judgment born of knowledge. At the point where I entered the water, the strong current of the river, instead of sweeping with full force down its channel, ran at a wide angle from one bank to the other. Apart from my own efforts, it bore me in a few seconds out of sight of the canoe, and when at length I raised my head from the water, even the voices of its occupants, excitedly discussing my escape, sounded far away. No doubt their first impression was that I had overbalanced in my sleep, but the discovery of the severed cord must have quickly caused them to change their minds. I had no fears for Pepepe. What she had the wit to accomplish, she would doubtless also find the wit to conceal, and, in any case, her action, if discovered, would rouse only admiration in the chivalrous and romantic minds of her countrymen. After listening a while to the hubbub, I again turned my face towards the shore, and despite the fact that I was encumbered with the weight of my clothes and my boots, I accomplished the distance in safety and threw myself, exhausted but happy, on the dry ground. A few minutes sufficed for recovery from my exertions, and rising to my feet, I blundered upwards through the thick scrub until the darkness of the forest received me. Further travel was impossible till daylight, and, groping with hands and feet, I accepted the first spot that seemed to offer a measure of comfort for the night. There, in my wet clothes, at the mercy of a swarm of mosquitoes, I slept the sleep of the blessed. I awakened with the sound of birds' notes in my ears. Parsons' birds, high in the tree-tops, were welcoming the golden light of the sun. With rapture I gazed round me at the familiar bush scenery. A cluster of tree ferns had sheltered me, their spent fronds formed my couch. Close at hand, a hidden stream tinkled merrily on its way to the great river. Here and there a gleam of sunlight turned the greens to gold. My heart singing as a bird, I raised my cramped limbs from the ground and wandered away in search of the creek. A slender pulsing thread led from pool to pool, losing itself momentarily in a rich growth of ferns. I was in my own country at last, but where exactly remained to be discovered. We had travelled far enough up the Waikato to bring me, as I judged, within a score of miles from Matakiki. My route lay towards the east, but whether south or north of it was the point to be decided. Refreshing myself with a drink of water, I began to search about for a track which would lead me to higher ground. At first, everything I found in the way of a trail ran more or less circuitously back to the river, and if I sought to retrace my steps and pursue it in the other direction, it died away in impenetrable thickets. There was, however, a well-defined track along the bank of the river itself, now running close to the water, now winding a short distance away from it, where some natural obstacle intervened, but always eventually returning to the waterside, and, after many futile efforts to break directly away, I decided to follow it in the hope that it would prove more propitious farther along. I had little expectation that I should be allowed to reach my destination without an effort being made to recapture me. If the others were indifferent, there was always the idiot to be reckoned with, and in such a juncture, and inspired to activity by his terror of Te Atua Mangu, he was perhaps more to be dreaded than a whole-witted man. With this thought in my mind, I was careful, before crossing any open part of the trail, to scan the water for signs of life. So far as I observed, the river was everywhere deserted, and it spoke volumes for the effect of the war upon the natives, that not a single canoe laden with produce of field and orchard was visible that fair morning on its placid surface. At length I had come in sight of a spot I knew, though I had never before approached it from the same direction, and at once my topographical difficulties were solved. It was the landing place at the end of an ancient way connecting the Waipa and Waikato rivers. A considerable native settlement existed at this point, and during the last half-dozen years several white men had commenced to carve out for themselves homes in the neighbourhood. Much traffic had brought about a clearing and widening of the track, so that now it had assumed the proportions rather of a road than a trail. Moreover, it led through the very centre of the cultivated district, the great granary I have spoken of in an early part of my story, from which the rebellious tribes now drew their supplies. The sight of the village and the consequent illumination as to my whereabouts brought me to a standstill. For the first time it occurred to me to doubt whether I could anywhere be in friendly country outside the British lines. My own feelings of affection for the friends and playmates of my youth had suffered no diminution from the treatment I had received from their fellow countrymen. But could I be sure that this was also true of them? Was it not more likely that the tribe, embittered by its reverses, was no longer disposed to discriminate between one white man and another? Should I put the matter to the test by marching openly into the village? The longer I hesitated and reflected, the more difficult the problem became. Gazing from the shadow of the trees, I was presently struck by the complete stillness of the scene. Nowhere could I detect a sign of life or movement. The house doors were shut, and no smoke went up from the spot where I recollected having seen the cooking fires in bygone times. Following the discovery of the desertion of the village came the reason why it should be so. Having broken down the resistance of the Waikatos, what would be General Cameron's next objective but the possession of the fertile soil and teeming storehouses which had so long sustained his enemies in the field? Hither then he presumably was, or shortly would be, marching, and either the villagers, in the anticipation of his coming, had fled far off into the fastnesses of the ranges, or somewhere, possibly not far away, they were preparing to resist him. By this time the delicious air, at first a feast in itself, had given me an appetite for more solid viands, and thinking that I might possibly find something edible left behind by the villagers, I stepped out of my covert with the intention of making a search. Scarcely had I done so ere I was aware of a solitary figure moving among the huts. One glimpse sufficed to disclose his identity, and in an instant I was back under cover. The idiot, for it was he, carried a tomahawk in one hand and a coil of rope in the other. As usual, he was bareheaded, his long tangled hair falling almost to his shoulders, and adding not a little to the wildness of his appearance. His movements showed that he was searching the empty whares, and I could not doubt but that I myself was the object of his search. Fortunately, he had been too deeply engrossed by the numerous hiding places provided by the village to look afield. Otherwise, as he was scarce 50 yards distant when I first perceived him, he could hardly have failed to detect me. Of an ordinary sane individual, I can safely say I would have stood in no fear whatever. But the mystery in which the creature's imbecility enveloped him, so that his actions and moods were not to be foreseen or calculated upon any terms of human experience, added greatly to the dread which his apparently superhuman strength and agility, combined with a cold-blooded indifference to the infliction of pain, were calculated to arouse in the mind. At one moment he was standing still in the attitude of one who listened attentively, at another he was darting swiftly round a building, or peering through a partly opened doorway, or crawling between the piles of a storehouse. There was a horrible fascination in the thought that he was hunting me as a dog hunts a rat, so that for many minutes I could not take my eyes or my mind from him. Yet what to do now I could not determine. By a detour through the bush I might gain the track beyond the village, but once upon it, with the open country on every hand, I should have little chance of escaping him, should he decide to proceed in that direction, and his presence in the village seemed to indicate that he had a knowledge of my probable destination. On the whole, it seemed wiser to wait his departure, and follow in his footsteps, than to endeavour to outstrip him on the road. My mind made up on this point, I retired further into the thickets, burrowing my way through the dense growth until at length I came in sight of the road. A clump of bracken gave me the shelter I sought, and here I lay, my eyes on the trail, the hot sun beating down on my covert, until drowsiness supervened. My hunter was a long while making his appearance. Was his search of the building not yet completed, or had he gone off in some other direction? Despite my efforts at wakefulness, I had lapsed more than once into a doze before at last I caught sight of him, not a half-dozen yards away, standing motionless on the edge of the road. His back was towards me when I first saw him, but presently he turned and gazed directly into the thicket where I lay concealed. For an instant I made certain that I was discovered. His wild eyes seemed to look straight into mine, and I was in momentary expectation that he would leap upon me. But even as I braced myself for his coming, he turned his head, and looking towards the east, ran off at full speed along the road. With a deep breath of relief I lifted my head from the brake, and watched him till the winding trail concealed him from view. Then, quitting my retreat, I set off in his wake. For the remainder of the journey I saw no more of him. Now and then I caught sight of a few natives, mostly women, among the cultivations, and once a party of horsemen crossed the trail, riding northwards, but I had no difficulty in avoiding their notice, and late in the afternoon, having nothing to eat but a handful of green corn, plucked by the wayside, I reached the Waipa River within a mile of my destination. The rest of the journey lay along the river bank, through bush with every tree of which I was familiar, yet I judged that it was here, if anywhere, I should again encounter the idiot. Having satisfied himself, as he might easily do, that I had not already reached the house, what more likely than that he would return thus far to wait my arrival? Full of this idea, I advanced with the utmost circumspection, now on the track itself, now, when the nature of the growth permitted, making a fresh path for myself, and pausing every few yards to listen for any sound that might indicate his presence. But a deep quiet held the woods. Even the whir and tic-tac of the cicada, a sound which had filled my ears throughout the day, was not to be heard here. If there were any birds in the trees, they uttered no note, and only at long intervals the foliage high overhead stirred softly with the sounds as of a sigh. Now at length, as I was on the point of realizing the desire which for so many long months had occupied my mind almost to the exclusion of every other thought and wish, the desire for home, a great depression fell upon me. Nothing I had overheard or elicited in response to question threw any light on my foster father's movements. Of what part he had taken in the war I had no idea. I knew not even if he were alive or dead, and the same was true also of Puhihuia. Was it likely that during these months they had remained quietly at Matakiki, and that I should find them there now, as though nothing had occurred in the meantime to disturb the equanimity of their lives? These two currents of thought, one of fear that on the eve of achievement my journey might be arrested, the other that it was probably in any case of no avail, ran side by side in my mind as I traversed the remaining distance, and from a place of concealment peered out across the river at the familiar scene. One glance sufficed to lift my spirits from despondency to exultation. The house was still inhabited. Door and window stood wide as I always pictured them, and though no smoke came from the chimney, there was nothing in that circumstance to inspire doubt. The store, indeed, was closed and padlocked, and I could see no sign of movement in the village or among the dishevelled huts that crowned the pa, nor was the sight or sound of life noticeable anywhere during the few minutes I spent in surveying the scene. Yet these facts aroused no suspicion. I had expected trade to be at a standstill, both from a depletion of goods on the one side and of money or produce on the other. As for the absence of movement in the village, it was not an unusual thing at that hour of a summer's day, ere the land breeze gave place to cooling airs from the ocean, and even if I had been inclined to doubt, the lounge chair in the verandah, with something which I took to be a book in the seat, spoke so clearly of Puhihuia that my suspicions must have been dispelled. One circumstance, and only one, gave me a moment's surprise. The little canoe, which was used to ferry passengers across the river, lay on my side of the water. It was knotted to a broken sapling, and with its paddle in it, had such an air of appropriation to my needs that it was impossible to escape the suggestion of design in its presence. However, the thought was too fleeting to make much impression on my mind, and satisfied that the idiot, even if he were lurking in the vicinity, could not prevent my reaching the house, I slipped down the bank into the canoe, and paddling across the river, ran up through the orchard. The door, as I have said, was open, but so also were the glass windows of the sitting room, and it was towards these I made my way, passing the lounge chair as I did so. It was not a book but a bunch of flowers that lay on the seat, and though I took but one glance at it, it sufficed to tell me that Puhihuia was not in the house, for the flowers were dried and withered. Giving myself no time for reflection on this circumstance, I stepped from the sunlight into the semi-darkness and gazed about me. For a moment my eyes saw only the familiar room with its chairs and tables and its book-lined walls. Then a pair of glittering objects in an obscure corner attracted me, and gradually the eyes and face of Te Atua Mangu resolved themselves from the gloom. He was squatting on a rug on the floor. In his hands was a gun, which needed but the slightest deflection to be pointing directly at me. Scarcely had I perceived these details when I was aware of a shadow behind me, and, turning quickly, saw the idiot with his tomahawk and coil of rope standing in the window. A trap had been set for me, and, simpleton as I was, I had walked straight into it. For a long while not a word was spoken. The pair fixed their eyes on me from opposite directions, and waited, while, for my part, racked by disappointment and rage, I needed all my strength to control the mad passions that urged me towards violence and certain death. "Tēnā koe, Pākehā," said the voice of the wizard at length. "You have put yourself to much trouble to visit me. Now what is your wish?" Footnote: Tēnā koe, Pākehā, greeting, white man. End of footnote. "Where is the thumb?" I asked, swallowing my rage. "I know not," he replied indifferently. Perhaps he is at the pa of the Great One. Why does the Pākehā inquire concerning his enemies? Your words are false, Black One, I answered. There is no enmity between me and my foster father, nor between me and the Ngāti Maniapoto. You alone are my enemy. Moreover, if you are responsible for the continuance of the war, then I say that you are also an enemy of the tribe. The Waikatos are broken, and many brave men of the Ngāti Maniapoto sleep far from their ancient burial grounds. It is no well-wisher of the Māori people who would encourage them to further resistance. Make peace with the white men before your territories are invaded, or they will pass from you. The Pākehā will listen. He is merciful. He is sick of war, which brings him no glory, but is but as a mustering of sheep. You speak well for your race, white man, replied the tohunga with a cold smile. But General Cameron shall find that he musters not sheep, but wolves in the country of the Ngāti Maniapoto. As for your other saying, I answer that the peace of the white man is more to be dreaded than his war. What will it advantage us that his soldiers retire? While they are here, we are at least free from the rats who devour our substance, and whose gnawings have thrown the pillars of the Māori house askew. Will they not advance again as the soldier withdraws, and overrun us as they did in the past? Enough. Now listen, Littlefinger. You are troublesome, and I am tired of you. Make then your choice from two things quickly, either to seek the war parties of General Cameron, or to die here and now. As he ceased speaking, he shifted the muzzle of his gun, so that it pointed directly at my breast. If I had followed the deepest desire of my heart, I should have thrown myself upon him, and thus, no doubt, chosen the latter of his alternatives. But there was still in my brain a group of cells that retained their sanity, and, in the end, directed my submission. They told me that escape was next door to impossible, that even if I succeeded in reaching my father, I could now do no good, that I might easily be of more service to the cause of the natives inside the British lines than out of them, and finally they threw me the decor that if I was bent on taking vengeance on the person of the tohunga, I might find a more favourable opportunity, and could not easily discover a worse. I will go to the British lines, I said. Good, he responded, rising. Then our talk is at an end. This man shall be your guide. Go with him. He is an idiot, yet beware how you attempt to deceive him. He lives but to do my will. You will go, not by the water, but by unfrequented ways through the forest. See that your bones be not left to moulder on the trail. My destined companion stood, his eyes fixed on his master's face, drinking in his words. I did not doubt that though my own speech found and left his mind a blank, he understood every syllable that was uttered by the wizard. Do I go free or a prisoner? I asked. What matter? He replied. You are free to go to the camp of the English. The moment you turn aside from that path, he will kill you. Therefore it matters not to bind you. Go now, both of you. I took a last look around the room. Usually books cumbered every convenient resting place, but there was a tidiness about the place now which spoke of an ordered and deliberate departure. The dust on the furniture might have been the accumulation of a week or many weeks. No sacrilegious hands had been at work on the property of the white chief of the Ngāti Maniapoto. Evidently the house had been opened merely to trap me, and would be closed again immediately on my departure. With the consent of the tohunga, I went, the idiot in attendance, to my own room, where I collected together the clothes of which I stood so badly in need. I changed my apparel on the river bank, after a bathe in the river, during which I disported myself under the muzzle of the priest's gun. Even outside the house, the tapu which clothes the property of a high chief had preserved garden and orchard undespoiled. Puhihui's flower beds were a blaze of midsummer splendour, and beneath the trees peach and nectarine lay rotting on the ground. There was nothing else ready to eat in the place, though I secured a portion of a bag of flour and some tea and sugar from Romer's stores to help us along the way. These, together with a billy, I gave into the charge of the idiot, and picking the withered nosegay from the seat as a memento of my foster sister, I followed him down to the boat. The priest had told me that food would be available at our first halting place, but beyond that point we would have to forage for ourselves. Accordingly, at about 7 o'clock in the evening, we came to an opening in the bush where we found a solitary couple, man and woman, engaged in preparing us a meal. They were an ancient and morose pair, not to be drawn into conversation on any topic, and having set our supper of potatoes, kumara, and tea before us, they departed without more ado. From that moment until when, a week later, I responded to the challenge of a sentry outside the British lines, the idiot was my only companion. Whether, if he had afforded me an opportunity, I should again have attempted to escape, I cannot say, but he gave me no such chance. Day and night his watch never relaxed, and greatly as I flattered myself on my powers of endurance, they were no match for his. With a petty malice, for which I am afraid my own sufferings afforded but a poor excuse, I kept the creature continually on the rack. At night time, when he gave signs of falling into a doze, I would rise to my feet and feign to seek for a more comfortable sleeping place. When he was for hurrying forward, I lagged behind, and on the contrary, when for any reason his movements seemed to bespeak the necessity for caution, I would become possessed of a feverish anxiety to push forward. Half mad with hunger and the fatigues of a trail, which for the greater part of its length could be followed only by main force, it may be that the seeds of mental disorder were already at work in my brain. The idiot had many habits which displeased me, but the most irritating was his joy in his paltry treasures. The shattered gourd was his antidote to myself. As soon as the day's march was over, and my fastidiousness was satisfied with a lodging for the night, he would undo his dirty package and set its contents out before him. He seemed to have a method of numbering them, or perhaps it merely was that he named them. Sometimes, when my better nature was in the ascendant, the idiot's foraging had perhaps been more successful than usual, I would watch him and endeavour to follow the workings of his broken mind. But far more often I was scheming to get his treasures into my possession, that I might destroy them. They were an incongruous lot of rubbish, such as a child might collect, scraps of broken pottery, old and evil-smelling pieces of bone, the half of a child's leaden soldier, but the object on which he appeared to set the highest value was the withered talon of a hawk. Perhaps it recalled that other talon which had been his undoing, for he treated it differently from the rest, arranging the other objects around it, and handling and regarding it with a mingling of veneration and terror. For a time I watched and schemed in vain, but at length my opportunity arrived. The rustling of swine in the scrub for a moment distracted his attention from his treasures, and leaning forward, I picked up the withered talon and cast it into the heart of the fire. I can recall no honourable action of my life which brought with it such a glow of delightful satisfaction as this evil deed. Verily, I was as mad as he was. His despair when he discovered his loss passed all bounds. For some reason he never suspected me, but seemed to see in the disappearance of his fetish the workings of that malignant power whose thrall he was. But enough of this. Had he possessed but 1 grain more of intelligence, he must have dashed out my brains long before we came to our journey's end, and richly I deserved it. Many years afterwards I endeavoured, but with small success, to trace out the trail of that dreadful journey. The whole country was altered, forests had given place to cultivations, and potatoes grew luxuriantly on the dreary swamps, the passage of which rose before me in all its dismal horror. My guide obeyed his master to the letter. If we skirted the edge of a plantation, it was but to snatch food to keep us alive, and not once did we come face to face with a human being. He shunned the dry sidings, along which ran all the ancient Māori paths from one end of the island to the other, descending into bottomless gullies and morasses, skirting the hills, and making of one summer's day journey the arduous toil of 7. And so at last he pushed me forward on the sentry, and, turning on his heel, dived again into the untamed country from which we had emerged. End of chapter 23. Chapter number 24 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. The Last Stand. It often happens that when we are driven by stress of circumstances to a course of action we have sought to avoid, we find in it advantages of which we had formed no conception, and so it proved with me. Throughout my term of captivity, my mind had been turned for the possibility of succour to my native friends, while of those of my own blood in this connection I had not thought at all. The letter from the Governor to General Cameron had remained all the while in my possession. I must have handled it at least a score of times, and yet it never occurred to me to reflect that Sir George might one day recall my existence and take steps to ascertain my whereabouts. Yet, within a few minutes of my making myself known to General Cameron, I found that the information for which I had been so long hungering had lain for many months awaiting my arrival at the camp of the English. "His Excellency has been uneasy at your long silence," said the General, as he handed me a package inscribed in the Governor's handwriting, "and I have several times caused inquiries to be made among our prisoners with regard to you. The results were conflicting. That you were still alive seemed probable, but we could hardly accept the account of one informant who told us that you had allied yourself with the Queen's enemies and taken up arms against us." The General smiled, but my heart was as heavy as lead. I rapidly sketched for him an account of my adventures from the day I left Auckland in the early winter until my arrival in camp, suppressing every detail which might tend to throw light on the reasons which had inspired my captors. "Strange," he commented musingly. "You have been, I understand, a resident among the natives." "Yes, sir." "Possibly, then, you are acquainted with an Englishman of the name of Purcell?" "He is my foster father, General Cameron." He looked at me, and his face was grave. "Indeed," he said, "I am bound to tell you that there are rumours in regard to Mr. Purcell, rather more circumstantial than in your case." "But probably no more true, sir." "Possibly." There was reserve in his tone, inciting me to fuller speech. "You must remember, General," I said, that my father and I have spent our lives among the natives, and inevitably we have an affection for them. We recognise that government by the whites is the only government possible in this country, and that it must be ensured, even though it be at the cost of many lives. But it is not possible for us to regard the natives vindictively, or to be witnesses of the calamity which has overtaken them without the deepest regret. With that view I have no quarrel, Mr. Tregarthen, he said, more warmly. Indeed, it has my sympathy, and no one would more gladly welcome the submission of this unfortunate people than I. But I hope that may be all. There is something so significant in his voice that I looked at him for enlightenment. Sympathy with the natives is one thing, he went on. Encouragement or open espousal of their cause quite another. For such action I could find no excuse. A man who actively sides with the enemies of his own countrymen commits the gravest crime known to martial law. I was startled at the emphasis with which he spoke. No doubt, I said stiffly, your remarks have some application to circumstances. Yes, he replied clearly, I regret to say that I have. I have heard over and over again that Mr. Purcell is assisting the rebellious tribes. If it is not so, how may we account for the persistence of the rumour? He is helping them with advice, which no doubt we can afford to neglect, and also a far more serious matter with arms and supplies. That is impossible, sir, I interrupted. The only arms in the country were collected together years ago by the paramount chief. I would ask you not to condemn my father on merely hearsay evidence. It would be natural for the natives to make a boast of what are probably simple acts of humanity to the sick and wounded, the women and children. He seemed on the point of continuing the discussion when some thought caused him to change his mind. However, he said, the affairs of Mr. Purcell are no concern of yours. Sir George writes me that your knowledge of Maori is of a special order. I hope that occasion may arise to employ it to the full before many weeks are past. In the meantime, you will remain at the headquarters camp. I thanked him and made my way from the room, which I have omitted to mention was no other than that in which I had interviewed the Kingmaker a few days after the commencement of my incarceration. An orderly entered as I quitted, and as I moved down the passage, I fancied I heard a name spoken which added not a little to my anxiety. I told and half convinced myself that the General's words had aroused the recollection of an unpleasant episode, and thus led to the changing of some slightly similar name into Brompart. So far as I knew, there was no Captain Brompart, yet such sounds clung to my mind with an ominous persistence. Betaking myself to a quiet spot, I opened the packet the General had given me. Sir George Grey's note consisted of a few hasty lines covering the several enclosures. It was dated in midwinter, rather more than a month after my departure from Auckland. He merely expressed the hope that he would hear from me before long, and added that though he himself had no fears for my safety, it was difficult to convince others that I was not under great risks. I could not doubt to whom the word others referred, and but for the sense of impending danger, which had been intensified by my conversation with General Cameron, I should have been lifted into a heaven of happiness by the thought of Heleonora's relenting. But my father's letter was in my hand, and hoping, against an intuitive knowledge, that here could be nothing to bring me ease, I unsealed it. "My dear son," he wrote, "your note has reached me. You have chosen well. To divine what may be the issue for us who remain here is beyond human foresight, but the knowledge that you are safe will be a happiness to us in the worst that can befall. In all our lives there has been, I think, only one subject of moment which has not been openly discussed between us, the course to be pursued in the event of what has now happened. The avoidance on my part was deliberate. It was not a matter on which I should have been willing to influence you, and my hope has always been that you would choose as you have chosen. Though we avoided speech, I think you have guessed, or even known, for 2 or 3 years past, that a position of neutrality could never be mine. My wife is a native woman. My child is a daughter of a native woman. Nature knows no stronger bond than that which binds us to wife and child. There are men who carry patriotism to the length of crying, "My country, right or wrong." They should have no quarrel with him who answers, "My people, right or wrong." Even what are regarded as the noblest of virtues are liable, in certain circumstances, to lose their beauty or even to be metamorphized into crimes. Patriotism, in a civilized state, surrounded by barbarians, is doubtless a virtue of the finest, but the patriotism that, as in Europe, keeps a number of civilized communities at arm's length, or incites them to the destruction of one another, is surely none but the reverse. But I will not give you a dissertation on the matter, my dear boy. From the point of view of the patriot, I am doubtless a monster, but considered as merely a human being, it may be that I have my redeeming points. And Cedric, I am getting old. I would sooner be sitting reading a book with my wife and boy and girl within reach, than buckling on my rusty armour to fight in this or any cause. I am not under any illusions as to the result of the war, nor do I expect to achieve any good by allying myself with the native cause. But for 30 years these have been my people, and for 30 years their country has been my home. I shall not go far afield, and you need expect from me no deeds of daring do, but I should be a sorry knave if I deserted my friends in their need, or failed to strike a blow in defence of those I love. That, at any rate, is how the matter appears to me. Think me a foolish old man, if you will, but do not let the tongues of men mislead you to feel ashamed of your connection with me. Well then, in the spirit I take your hand and wish you good-bye, and all that your heart desires. I have deposited my will with Browning. You will find everything in order. I have provided for Roma. The rest you and Puhihuia will divide between you. The girl's share will be larger by the amount I have already given you. In the event of the death of either of you without issue, the survivor takes everything. It is all quite simple, except in so far as the lawyers have translated my intention into their own phraseology. Goodbye, my son, your loving father. Despair in my heart, I laid down his letter at length, and opened that of Puhihuia. Her pretty handwriting was spoiled by signs of haste and anxiety. My dear Cedric, my mind is full of misgivings with regard to you. It is impossible for me to believe that note which was brought to us by a young warrior of the Ngāti Hawa was really from you. The writing is strangely like yours, and yet I would sooner believe the sun will not rise tomorrow than believe you wrote it. You left us for the last time so harassed and anxious on our account, half fearing to go, and speaking in every other sentence of the speed with which you would return, that I cannot dismiss from my mind the thought that harm has befallen you to account for your long absence. The letter purporting to come from you has only alarmed me more. Father, usually so clear-sighted, does not share my fears. His great affection for you finds satisfaction in the thought that you are safe from the approaching horrors, and quite blinds him to what to me is so evident, that it is just because of what is coming that the note could never have been written by you. There are many things I wish to say or write to you, but till I see or hear from you and learn what has happened, it seems useless to go on. I had hoped for your help to get farther away before it was too late. Rangi left here 10 days ago to join the Waikatos. Ah, Cedric, if you do not come back to help us, we are all lost. Yet if I could really believe you safe, I would not repine. That would be one anxiety the less. Your loving sister, Puhihuia. So poignant were the feelings aroused by this cry from the silence that had so long enveloped all I loved, that I started to my feet and would have rushed off there and then on the backward trail, had not the recollection of my empty home held me before I had gone a dozen yards. Then too, as a crushing weight descended on me, the thought that, instant as seemed the appeal in my sister's letter, it was already 7 months old. Winter had passed, and spring and now summer was hastened towards the fall. How had time, that panacea for all ills, wrought with the distress of my sister? Sober reflection quelled the wild impulse that would have set my feet once more on the trail for home. Even if I succeeded in breaking through the net by which the wizard had held my dear ones from me, and of how difficult this was I already had ample experience, I could not at this late stage hope to achieve any good. I might share the fate of those I loved. I could not hope to avert it. On the other hand, by attaching myself to the staff of interpreters, it was not difficult to foresee opportunities for successful mediation, which might at any moment bring the war to an end. Hope will germinate and grow luxuriantly even in the barrenest of soils, and as I folded my letters away and turned my face towards the bustle of the camp, my spirits had risen to a height which challenged a fall. It was not many minutes before they met with it. The first person I encountered as I came up from the waterside was Bishop Selwyn. He was striding along the road with all his accustomed energy, dust instead of mud on his boots and clothes, and giving to the full-bodied officer of militia who accompanied him no easy task to keep pace. He stopped dead at sight of me and stood staring as though I were a wraith. "Well, well," he exclaimed at last, stretching out his hand, "where have you sprung from?" "Only within the last few hours I heard of you from a wounded prisoner. He told me that you were held captive, and that on the coming of the troops you had been taken still farther into the king country. But come to my tent and give an account of yourself. Captain Brompart, this is Mr. Tregarthen, who disappeared mysteriously at the beginning of the war." With a start I turned my eyes on the other figure, and recognised in the person of the stout officer of militia my old housemate, and finally inveterate enemy, Fred Brompart. "Mr. Tregarthen and I have met before," he said pleasantly, "though recently we have seen little of each other. We are quite old friends, eh, Cedric? Dear me, it must be 6 or 7 years since we met." I returned his advances in kind, but I was not deceived by his appearance of cordiality. There was that in his eyes not so amenable to discipline as the inflections of his voice, and it spoke to me to beware. He excused himself after a few minutes, promising to see me again before the day was out, and it seemed to me that the bishop shared the relief I felt in his departure. "I am glad you have arrived, Cedric," he said musingly. "The civilian soldier is not, in my idea, so desirable a person as a civilian peacemaker. I have no doubt you will have your opportunities. There are signs of the end, but progress is slow, slow. Captain Brompart is an active officer. Your treatment at the hands of a section of the natives has not, I hope, made you feel vindictive against the whole race. I would give all I possess to see peace established before the sun goes down tonight, I answered. He laid his hand on my shoulder with a friendly pressure. They have ravaged my vineyard, Cedric. Many years and many labourers will be needed before the traces of this evil are swept away. But it is God's will that the hearts of my flock should be purged by fire. His simple sincerity touched me. What man can do, you have done, I said. I wonder, he said doubtfully. I am detested by Pākehā and Māori alike, and that speaks somehow of failure. The settlers hooted me as I marched with the Māori prisoners, and the natives fired at me as I returned from succouring the wounded. They have logical minds. What warrant does the New Testament give for our actions? I have preached the doctrines of Christ, and the followers of Christ come against them with fire and sword. We sat for an hour or more discussing the prospects of peace. He was returning to Auckland on the following day, and promised to carry a letter from me to Sir George Grey, whom he would see immediately on arrival. There was little prospect, he thought, of any important engagement occurring during the next 2 months. General Cameron spoke of advancing to a post on the Waipa almost immediately, but the country was reported to be practically clear of the enemy for 30 miles ahead. Tihuata, it was said, had quitted his stronghold on the mountain and was advancing to the assistance of his war chief, Riwi. About a fortnight after my arrival, the camp was advanced some 15 miles up the Waipa, where headquarters were established on the first day of the new year. But it was not until a month later that a further advance of about the same distance brought us in touch with the enemy. The spot chosen by the natives to check the advance of the British was within a dozen miles of my home. Here they had thrown up 3 redoubts, connecting them with lines of rifle pits, the works being manned by upwards of 3,000 warriors of the Ngāti Maniapoto, Ngāti Hawa, Waikato and other tribes. It was impossible to look upon this formidable position without admiration for the genius of the untutored race who had devised and constructed it. Yet, as it proved, all their energy and toil was to go for nothing. Neither by force of numbers nor of arms could the Māori dictate the conduct of war. His it might be to pay the bill, he could not call the tune. Thus, at the mid of a February night, the dusky centennials on the heights heard the sound of a column, not rushing to the attack, but passing away yet deeper into their beloved lands, and making of their heroic toil a hollow mockery. In the morning the great pa was found to be abandoned, every man of its defenders having flitted away between midnight and dawn. No attempt was made to interfere with our movements. Dismay had spread through the Māori ranks, and neither the persuasions of Riwi nor the inflexible optimism of the Ariki could hold them together, or again assemble that great band of warriors. A few resolute spirits, a few whose homes in the locality were no longer tenable, clung to the leaders, but the great mass of fighters dispersed to the points of the compass, never again to strike a blow. Throughout the march to Te Awamutu, not a shot was fired, nor when, at daybreak, the smiling landscape unrolled itself to our gaze, was there sight or sound of any to give check to our advance. I was in hopes that this experience would repeat itself as we pushed forward, that the natives had timely warning of our approach, and that everywhere we should find their settlements abandoned. Before us lay the beautiful native village of Rangiawhia, embowered in orchards, and here I had many lifelong friends. My heart was in my mouth as I watched our advance guard enter the settlement in skirmishing order. This, I told myself, might be the hour of destiny of which I had stood in dread for so long. The minutes of waiting seemed interminable, and even the arrival of an orderly with news that there were armed natives in the village was a relief from the tension of those moments. At once I sought the General and begged his permission to enter the settlement and endeavour to secure the submission of its occupants. I urged that every man in it was known to me, and for that reason I would probably be more successful in negotiating with them than a stranger. Very good, he replied. They must lay down their arms and take the oath of allegiance to the Queen. 10 minutes should suffice for them to make up their minds. I found the once populous village well nigh deserted. Probably there were not more than 20 individuals in the group who stood silently awaiting the approach of the flag of truce, and even they had only delayed in their belief that we would not push on beyond Te Awamutu for some hours. But what they lacked in numbers they made up in resolution. To the General's message they returned but one word, kahore. Footnote. Kahore. No. End of footnote. In vain I pointed out the overwhelming force against which they were opposing themselves, and appealed to them by name to submit and save their lives. Enough, said the chief at last. Lie down, Littlefinger, that our shots may pass over you. Even then I might have continued my efforts had not the officer in charge, recognising that our lives were in jeopardy, given us orders to fall back, and we were scarcely out of point-blank range, ere a fusillade from the natives brought down on their devoted heads the fire of our troops. There is a spot at Rangiawhia, neglected and forgotten, I doubt if I or any man could find it, that should be marked with an imperishable stone. A British soldier fell there, more than one indeed, yet not on their account would I commemorate it. It should enumerate the names of the heroic 7, who, when all their friends were slain or dispersed, held a whare for hours against 1,000 British troops, to perish at last in its flaming ruins. 2 days later we heard that a body of natives had occupied the old pa at Haiarini, but as they were rapidly dislodged from the position, I have always suspected that this was merely a cover to more extensive works in progress elsewhere. At all events, there can be no doubt that the famous pa at Arakau was already in a measure prepared for their reception when they fell back on it in the last week in February. I think it was on March 20 that the first definite news of my father reached me. It was from a fellow villager who had surrendered and taken the required oath that I heard of him, and then it was that I first learned of the preparations at Orakau. To that spot, he told me, had repaired the remnant of the great band of warriors who had sought to give battle to General Cameron at Paterangi. There was collected the flower of the Ngāti Maniapoto, few in numbers, it was true, but great in spirit. There was Tihuata and his son Rangiora, who had come unscathed through a dozen battles and acquired much wisdom in the art of war. There was the war chief Riwi, oft defeated but still unconquerable. There was Piripi, the chief of Matakiki, Te Atua Mangu and his band of diviners, and a score or more of other headmen of the tribe. And of that company was my father. And not only he, but Puhihuia and Roma, Pepepe and Tukutuku, and many others, the devoted wives, daughters and mothers of this last band of defenders. I pass over my feelings of despair on hearing this long-expected but none the less terrible news. I was within a few miles of my dear ones at last, but the barrier that divided us was more impassable than leagues of ocean. For days I could neither sleep nor eat for the storm of misery that racked my brain. On the morning of the last day of March, orders were given to advance on Urukau, and in a few hours the pa was completely surrounded. At that time the spot, now grass-grown, was covered with a rough growth of flax, which together with a grove of peach trees was full of foliage, completely concealed from the British advance the strength of the position. Rolling gently upward from the direction of Rangiawhia, the land breaks abruptly into a precipitous decline bottomed by an extensive swamp. This was the spot chosen by all that were left of the fighting men of the rebellious tribes, barely 300 in all, to make their last stand against the army of General Cameron. Having surrounded the position, the main body of the British advanced to the attack, and driving in the enemy's pickets, came unexpectedly on the formidable defences which had hitherto remained concealed from them. Instantly a withering fire was poured into their ranks, and unable to withstand the heat of the engagement, the troops fell back, with the loss of their captain and several men. A second attempt proved no more successful, and recognising that the position was too strong to be taken by assault without grave loss, Brigadier General Carey, in charge of the forces, caused 2 6-pounder Armstrongs to be turned on the works, while a number of men were dispatched into the swamp to construct gabions. A sap was then commenced, which continued to be pushed forward throughout the night, and during the day and night following. On the morning of the 3rd day of the siege, it was in such close proximity to the native works that hand grenades could be thrown into the pa. This much of the attack. What of the defence? Hemmed in on all sides by the fire of their enemies, without sleep, with little food, and from the middle of the 2nd day no water, theirs was a position to try the stoutest heart. Yet, and though they knew that a scrap of white rag displayed on a ramrod would save their lives, if not their lands, not a voice was raised for submission. Once, on the 2nd night, 20 or 30 young braves, under the leadership of Rangiora, burst from the pa and made a gallant effort to check the advance of the sap, which must presently undermine their works, but naught could withstand the hail of lead that encountered them, and they were compelled to retreat, dragging their wounded with them. At midday on April 2nd, General Cameron arrived and took over the conduct of the siege. The sappers had by this time advanced their trench to within 50 feet of the palisade, and it was thought that the most sanguine of the defenders must now recognise the hopelessness of their position. In this expectation, the first act of the General was to order one of the Armstrongs into the sap, and while the gun belched grape through the palisade, a heavy rifle fire was opened on the fort from all sides. That this bombardment was intended rather to reveal our strength than to inflict injury was evidenced a few minutes later, when, above the deafening clamour of 1,000 weapons, the bugle shrilled the command to cease firing. I was standing within sight of the General as the sounds died away, and at once he beckoned me towards him. "Now, Mr. Tregarthen," he said, "you will accompany Mr. Mayor into the sap, and between you endeavour to obtain the surrender of the pa. I can offer this native defenders no terms but their lives, unless it be recognition of the honours their gallantry has won them. You may say what you please on the score. You cannot well say too much. They have kept us at bay for 3 days under circumstances, as I understand, which would test the courage and endurance of the finest soldiers in the world. Now let them submit, for they can do no more." We entered the sap, and pushing along to the end, past a smoking Armstrong, peered through a space between the gabions which had been opened for its discharge. Before us was the outer line of the native rifle pits, with the redoubt in the rear. The defenders stood to hear us as they had sprung from their entrenchments in response to the call for parley. Neither my companion nor myself can forget as long as we live the appearance of this heroic band. Their bodies caked with sweat and dust and smears of blood, their tousled hair, their bloodshot eyes, the tense look on their faces, are all pictured in my mind as I write. Some few of them were strangers to me, men from Taupo and the Yuriwera country, but in many I looked upon familiar faces, men with whom in happier days I had broken bread and interchanged a jest. Only with difficulty could I recognize them now. "Listen, friends," said the voice of my companion beside me. "This is the word of the General. Great is his admiration of your bravery, but now enough. Come out to us that your lives may be spared." The reply was not immediate, and my heart beat high with hopes as low words, inaudible from where we stood, passed to and fro in the ranks. But at length their deliberations, if such they were, found voice. My eyes had traversed the ranks several times from end to end, before at last they fixed themselves on one figure, so startlingly changed that it was no wonder I had failed hitherto to recognize him. It was Rangiora. I had parted from him, clothed in good broadcloth, handsome with robust health, and happier, for all his unsatisfied passion, than he had any idea of. Now I saw a half-naked savage, a bloody clout about his brows, a fleck of bright crimson on his lips, and in his face an ashen greyness that spoke of a serious, if not a fatal wound. Even as my mind pierced to his identity, I saw him draw himself together and make answer for the garrison. "Friend," he said, "this is the word of the Maori. We will fight against you for ever and for ever." "Then," said Mr. Mear, "that is the answer for you, men. But it is an evil thing that the women and children should die. Let them come out." Again they seemed to deliberate, and though, as may be guessed, I was not in the state of mind which makes for accurate observation, to this hour I think that it was a woman's voice that answered for them. Moreover, in my heart, I believe it was the voice of a woman dearer to me than any, save only one on earth. "If the men die, the women and children will die also," she said. "It is well," said my companion, with a deep note of regret in his voice. "The talk is ended." "Wait!" I cried distractedly, as he was on the point of stepping down into the sap. "They must surely be capable of persuasion. We cannot consign them to death without one more effort." "It is useless," said he, "and in another second they will open fire." But I was past heeding such a consideration. "Rangiora!" I cried. "Rangiora! Listen to the voice of your friend, the man whose life you twice saved, and who would now save yours. Come out, all of you, with the honours you have won, that we may be happy together again as in the old days." He must have recognised me the instant I appeared beyond the palisade, but now for the first time he gazed steadily upon me. "Little finger," he replied, wiping a trickle of blood from his lips, and in his voice was the old magical sweetness. "You and I sought to close the Greenstone door with a bond of love that will always remain to us in our honour, but it is in the blood that the sealing will be done. But let be. Those words that have passed between us are for always. This word that divides us is but for a little time. Now go, my brother, for we have chosen." I might have continued my supplications had not Mr. Mayor ordered me peremptorily to get down, and ensured my obedience by dragging me with him as he leaped into the trench. Nor was he wrong in his prognostication, for a rifle bullet cut his revolver strap at the shoulder even as he sprang to cover. It was but a solitary shot loosened in accident, or perhaps in the madness of his sufferings, by a man of the topos. But we were no sooner out of range than fire broke out from every part of the Māori position, and in a few minutes the siege was being prosecuted with more vigour than ever. So, amid the thunder of cannon, the bursting of hand grenades, and the deafening rattle of musketry, the afternoon wore itself away. With the steady approach of the sap, the trench from which the natives had bid us defiance became presently untenable. A premature move to take it at the point of the bayonet had resulted in casualties to half the British attackers, their captain and several others being mortally wounded, and a number of men and officers killed outright. But it could be held no longer, and with this final blow at their enemies, the natives retired to their last defence. Inside the redoubt, Rangiora lay dying. The scalp wound was but a trifle, but a shot, better directed, had passed through his shoulder, grazing the lungs in passing. Slowly, for hours, he had been bleeding to death. His head was pillowed on the knees of my foster sister, and Spider's Web, his mother, sat holding his hands. For long he had maintained his post, the stamp of death in his fading face. Then weakness mastered him, and he lay among the women, masking his sufferings with a smile. That was until delirium clouded his mind, and a fierce need of the body was no more to be kept silent. "Water!" came the cry from his cracked lips, and there was no water in the pa. "Take my place, Tukutuku," said Puhihuia, lifting her eyes from the face of the dying man. The mother obeyed with alacrity. What matter the other woman's reason? This was her only child. Before she surrendered her post, Puhihuia laid her lips to the brow of her lover. Who can say what wild, impossible scheme was in her mind? But in that farewell kiss she revealed her knowledge of its danger. Rising to her feet, she ran quickly across the redoubt and sprang into the trench of the fighters. Riwi, the war chief, sitting sheltered from the fiery missiles, pondering over the omens it made of Urukau, the day of fate, he saw her pass and counted her among his dead. Te Atua Mangu and his acolytes paused, ere they looked at the newly thrown divining sticks, to watch her flit by them. Te Huata might have held her as she slipped panting down beside him, but his mind was fixed on the unlucky redcoat, who was destined to raise his total to a score, and of her he took no heed. In a moment she had scaled the parapet. Then, indeed, all within sight became alive to her danger, and a dozen hands were stretching forth to draw her back. She could scarce have raised herself to her full height, her eyes could hardly have seen the lines of the British investment, ere a bullet pierced her throat, and without a cry or moan she fell lifeless into the arms of those below. God forbid that either by words or the absence of them I should imply that it was a deliberate shot that took her life. I hated the work of the soldiers, but the men themselves I could not but like and admire, and to conceive of the lowest among them firing at the defenceless girl with full knowledge of her sex was no more in my nature than the act itself was in theirs. A veil of smoke hung over the redoubt, interfering with the vision of the attackers, so that whether she were man or woman might not at first be perceptible, but the chances are that the shot was a random one, and he who fired it remained in happy ignorance of its fatal effect. Thus, as was related to me many months afterwards, these two lovers died, and so, or in part, Was it written in stone in the cave we frequented as children? And still the resistance of the 300 continued, and no voice cried out to yield. To the British force the end presented but the alternatives of surrender or annihilation. The pa was completely invested, and the strictest orders had been given to maintain an unbroken cordon around the doomed garrison. Escape seemed impossible, and yet for valour and desperation the gods will sometimes open a way. Between 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the soldiers on guard in the swamp below the steep escarpment heard a sound as of an onrush of naked feet, and in a moment, wielding gun and tomahawk, holding their women and children in their midst, the heroic band swept down from the heights they could no longer hold, and breaking through the lines, made a final bid for life and freedom. Then from every side broke forth a clamour of cries, and the spirit of the hunter awoke in every Anglo-Saxon heart. Abandoning their positions, the whole force of the British started in disordered pursuit. Intercepted in the direction of the Rangers by a body of mounted troopers, the little band was forced back into the swamp. Every few yards saw a lessening in its numbers. Here fell Te Atua Mangu, the last of the great tohungas, and here, swiftly following the shade of his son, departed the implacable spirit of Te Huata, the Great One. But the little remnant fought and struggled on. Kindly night was at hand to veil them from their foes, and from its shade the waters of Punui called to them to drink and be healed. Many stars were in the sky, when, far off and faint, the wary men of Orokau heard the bugles sound the retire, and the hunters at last failed from their heels. Then, by the waters of Punui, they sat down and wept as they remembered those of the gallant 300 who were no longer with them. Far and wide over the swamp, and in the trenches of the pa, stark and still, lay 140 of their braves. End of chapter 24. Chapter number 25 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. A Black Dawn. All that night I spent in searching for the body of my father. Would that my efforts had proved successful. Of him, as a participant in the battle, I have said nothing, nor will I break that silence now. Many things were told to me, but with the solitary exception of his care for the wounded, he was an excellent amateur surgeon, none could I wholly believe. I have tried in vain to realize him in the midst of that inferno of shot and shell. The book will not go down from his hand, the tender, whimsical smile will not pass out of his eyes. It is the book-lined room that holds him, not the redoubt, nor the rifle pit, and for that I give thanks to heaven. It was in the trenches they had evacuated for their defence that we interred the bodies of the fallen warriors. But Rangiora and Puhihuya I laid apart from the rest. Death was kinder to them than life, for in death the desires of their hearts was realised, and they lay forever united. But neither swamp nor trench yielded the body I sought. That night and throughout the next day I followed the burial parties like a shadow. Not a corpse was laid in the ground until I had first looked upon the face of it, and so insistent was my demand to see everyone that at length the soldiers came to regard my importunity as an institution, and even to take satisfaction in furthering it. At last the withered hope in my breast began again to put forth leaves. Since the day I had delivered him my letter of introduction General Cameron had not again broached the subject of my father. I knew that his confidence in my own integrity was complete, for often he had let fall words of impatience to me, such as I never heard him speak to any other person, that showed how the soldier and the man conflicted within him. But he might very well feel sympathy for the natives, and yet entertain a very different feeling for those who abetted them in their resistance. And I could by no means make up my mind that his silence on the matter that engrossed me denoted that it had passed from his recollection, or that he was willing to forget the rumours of which he had spoken to me. If my father were not among the dead, and of that I was at length convinced, then it was all the more necessary that I should find him. To quit the camp without authority was an act which my duty forbade, nor was I willing to revive the General's attention by any request of a merely personal nature. Only one means of escape from my difficulty offered, and of this I availed myself. Every day parties left the camp to beat the country for miles around for signs of further resistance. Occasionally they brought in a prisoner, but for the most part the villages were deserted or were hastily evacuated on their approach. It was with one or other of these parties that I left the camp, losing my companions on the first opportunity, and thenceforth conducting my own researches in solitude. Acquainted with every trail and every village, I could move more rapidly and to better purpose than the troops, and the country which the company reported clear of the enemy was by no means always so to the solitary traveller. In this way I picked up a good deal of information with regard to the recent battle, and learnt that my father had certainly been among those who escaped, and that he and Roma were yet living. One of the most indefatigable of the hunters was Captain Brompart. No officer of the force was more keen than he in the days following the siege, and many of those who had survived the dangers of retreat from Urukau fell victim to his vigilance. As a rule he was back at nightfall, hailing his batch of captives, often quite inoffensive people whose sole connection with the fighters was the fact that they were of the same tribes. But sometimes 50 or 60 yards would pass before the exhaustion of his supplies drove him from the fascinating sport. I joined none of his expeditions, partly because I distrusted his air of friendship, but mainly for the reason that his battues were always in the one direction, and that, it seemed to me, the one least likely to be productive of what I sought. Of all the spots in which my father might conceal himself until the hunt was over, and the peace, which everyone expected, was actually made, there seemed to be none less likely of selection than Matakiki. I could not imagine him so foolish or so careless as to return to his home while the British army lay within a score of miles of it, and it was therefore with no more than a passing apprehension that I learned that day after day Captain Brompart and his troopers haunted the Waipa River in the vicinity of my home. My own belief was that my father had made for the Maunga Totari Ranges, there to seek refuge in the kaianga of Tamihana, than which he could probably find no safer retreat, and in consequence I chose by preference to ally myself with parties going in that direction. It was on the morning of April 15 that, having fallen out from my company, I chanced on a small party of natives, from whom I obtained the first definite news. They not only knew of my father, but they had seen him and parted from him within the last 24 hours. As I had conjectured, he had made for the ranges, there establishing himself in the power of the Kingmaker, and giving his voice in the council, as throughout the campaign he had never ceased to do, for the making of peace. But it appeared that, after being settled there for rather more than a week, he awoke one morning to find his wife missing. Several hours were wasted in fruitless expectation of her return, before it became clear that she had left the settlement, and with a definite object. What that object was, my father had no difficulty in guessing. I have spoken of the time when, many years before, we had abandoned our home on the Pā to take possession of the newly constructed mansion on the river flat. How for months and even years afterwards she would climb the hill to weep in the ruins of the home to which her husband had brought her on her bridal day, and where her child was born. It was doubtless a similar impulse that actuated her now, and to that conclusion my father came. He delayed but to get together a few necessities of travel, and already, said my informants, he must be within sight of his destination. No sooner did I hear this unlucky news than as a lightning flash came on me the conviction that my passing apprehension of Captain Brompart's persistent search of the Matakiki district was justified, and that my father alone was the game for which he was seeking. Scarce pausing to say farewell to these innocent bearers of evil tidings, I turned on my heel and set off at a pace that was almost a run on the long trail for home. It was yet early in the day, and I did not doubt that if nothing came to interfere with my progress, I could accomplish the distance before nightfall. Of that journey I remember only the mental agony that accompanied it. Of the things around me I took no heed. My mind was already at the end of the road, busying itself with every possibility. Would this be one of the rare days when Brompart lay idling in camp? Surely he had searched Matakiki often enough to be away at this critical juncture. If he were only a mile away, it would suffice. Fortune stood to me so far that the sun had not yet disappeared behind Porongia, when, breasting the last fern hill, I came in sight of the beloved and familiar scene. A wave of anguish came over me as I gazed, for there rose before me the visions of Puhihuia in her flower garden, and her I should never see again. But stern work was before me, and brushing away the tears from my eyes, I plunged into the bush that intervened between the open country and the river. The first things my eyes encountered as I emerged from the bush were the horses of the troopers tethered in the orchard. I knew then instinctively, as surely as I was to learn within the next few minutes, that the worst had happened. A number of troopers were sitting a short distance down the stream, bathing their feet in the water, and to them I called to ferry me across. One of their number complied, and from him I received confirmation of my fears. "They've got that chap Purcell," he said. "Found him on the top of the hill with his missus. They're trying of him now." Waiting for no more, I sprang to land, and directed by the sight of the sentry in the doorway of the produce shed, ran up the roadway and burst without ceremony into the building. Standing unbound in the midst of a number of troopers was my foster father. Roma sat crouched at his feet. At the head of the improvised table sat Captain Brompart, with the officers of his company to right and left. He was the first to break the silence that followed my abrupt entry. "Always pleased to see you, Tregarthen," he said, "but I may mention that this room is private." "Then it is you who are breaking its privacy," I answered, pulling forward a box and seating myself. "I should have said our business is private," he corrected himself mildly. "This is a military court." "And I am entitled to be present at it as one of the public," I responded. I had indeed no knowledge of military law, but then I doubted if he were any better provided, and in any case my determination to be present was as fixed as the heavens. Whether he had any real objection to my presence I cannot say, Possibly he had spoken merely to preserve appearances, and in his heart rejoiced that I was to be a witness of his vengeance. I cannot help it, reader, if I make this man a monster. They tell me that a human being without one good trait is to be found only in fiction. All I know is that even now, after 40 years, I write of this man as I feel. Then we will proceed with the evidence, he said, clearing his throat, and he turned towards Roma. You have said that your husband was present with the rebels at Urakau, that he remained in the pa during the whole of the engagement, and that he finally retreated in company with Roreti, Riwi, and others of its defenders. Is that so? Ai, pono tena. Yes, that is true, replied Roma. You remember the pa at Paterangi? Ai. Was the prisoner among the natives who occupied that position? Ai. I moved restlessly at these confirmatory replies. Surely, said my impatience, Roma should have denied everything. But a glance at my father's face led to the relinquishment of the thought. He was looking placidly down upon her, his eyes very gentle under their fierce grey brows. I knew that no word but the truth would be spoken in his defence. I should mention that these questions, though put in English, were translated into the vernacular by a sergeant of the corps, whose dark skin betrayed his mixed descent. I was keenly on the alert for any error in the interpretations. In short, your husband was associated with the natives in their resistance to the Queen's troops, continued the Inquisitor. He sat in their councils and participated in their battles. Why not? Asked Roma, rising to her feet and looking round the faces at the table, as though for the first time the significance of the proceedings had come home to her. He is the chief of the Ngati Maniapoto. It was an unfortunate defence, and I knew by the sudden glitter in Brompart's eyes and the slight movements of the others that its effect was far other than the unhappy woman had contemplated. That will do, said Brompart. Sergeant Wren, attend to me. Yes, sir, said the half-caste interpreter briskly, turning towards the table. You were for some time a clerk in the employ of Brompart Brothers of Auckland? I was, sir. The accounts of the firm came under your notice, and among others the account of the prisoner's dealings with your employers. Yes, sir. Did you notice any items for arms and ammunition? Yes, sir, a good many. Before or after the enactment which prohibited the sale of arms to the natives? Both before and after. And you say there were a good many of these entries? Can you tell us how many? Not exactly, sir. I should say there were between 20 and 30. Thank you. That will do. One moment, Sergeant Wren, I said, springing to my feet. You say that these charges were for arms and ammunition? How do you know? For a moment his glibness deserted him, but in the next instant he had turned with a smile to the captain. Because I can read, sir, he said. Of course, said Brompart quickly with an answering snigger. And now? Pardon me, I said. Sergeant Wren tells us he can read. Perhaps he will tell us what he did read. I read the word guns, said the man defiantly. Guns and powder. It is a lie, I cried hotly. I too am familiar with the account he speaks of, and I swear that no such items are to be found in it. Nevertheless, the statement of the man is true in substance, Cedric, said my father gently. I did purchase arms through the medium of this firm. That settles it then, said Brompart. The fact of the purchase is omitted. Ko Hone Tahai. Now, Hone Tahai was a native of Matakiki, a common fellow of low repute in the settlement, on whose evidence I would not have hanged a dog. He was surrendered to the British shortly after the evacuation of Paterangi, and by certain, doubtless unworthy services, had gained complete freedom so long as he remained in the precincts of the headquarters camp. The trooper told off to call him must have found him in the immediate vicinity, for he was back in little over a minute, the new witness with him. "Your name is Hone Tahai? You are a resident of this place, Matakiki? You know the prisoner Purcell and have dealings with him?" To each of these statements Hone responded in affirmative. "Among other purchases made at the prisoner's store, you brought from him, on May 15 last, 2 rifles and a box of 100 cartridges?" "Yes." "That is untrue, Hone," said my father mildly. The wretch hung his head and shuffled with his feet, but he did not retract the statement, and on being again questioned reaffirmed the truth of what he said. "The man never had the price of a rifle in his life," I said contemptuously. Brompart paid no attention to me, but having exchanged a few words with those near him, announced that the witness's evidence was accepted. "The court will now retire to consider its verdict," he added. "What?" I cried, "before it has first heard the defence?" "The prisoner may speak in his own behalf if he wishes to do so," he replied after a moment's hesitation. "I have only these things to say," said my father. "In the first place, I deny that this is a properly constituted military court, and that it has power to try me for my life. In the second, I deny that I am a British subject. I was in this country before, if ever, it became a possession of the Queen's, and I have lived here for upwards of 30 years without once seeing a shadow of her civil authority in the district. Lastly, though I have shared the sorrows of the natives, I have fired no shot in their quarrel, and persistently and at all times I have urged the making of peace. Not that I have thought the native cause an unworthy one, but because I remembered the weakness of its supporters. I have nothing more to say." Again Brompart affected to consult with those around him. "As to the power of this court," he said at last, "I take the responsibility for its actions. You have denied that you are a British subject, but you were born one, and you cannot cast off your allegiance at pleasure. Whether or no you have fired upon the Queen's troops is best known to your own conscience, but there is overwhelming evidence that you made it possible for others to do so, and stood by while it was being done. The court will now consider its verdict." In silence they filed out, and for 10 minutes we were left to our own reflections. I could feel my father's eyes upon me, but it was long before he spoke, and then in such a quiet voice that we might have been in the old book-lined room alone together. "You buried her, Cedric?" "Yes, father, her and Rangiora together." He was silent a moment. "Whether or not there is another world," he said musingly, "there is need of it, for there is much that is out of sorts in this." He was thinking of the unhappy lovers, oblivious of his own fate hanging in the balance. He did not speak to me again directly, but addressed himself to the cheering of Roma, who again, crouched on the floor, was moaning and rocking herself to and fro. At length a movement on the part of the sentry in the doorway heralded the return of the judges, and once more they took their seats around the table. A dead silence followed. Even troopers, whose interest was as nothing, stood in rigid attention as Brompart turned his eyes on the prisoner and moistened his lips preparatory to speaking. "Prisoner," he said, "the court has found you guilty of treason in that, being a British subject, you took up arms against the Queen's forces and aided and abetted her enemies in the field. For this crime you are sentenced to be shot. The sentence will be carried into effect at dawn." The room had been slowly growing darker with the decline of day, but now of a sudden it was as black as night. With a fierce effort I stilled the wild beating of my heart and moved forward to the table. "Brompart," I said, "do you forget that you, and for many years your father before you, were the trusted representatives of this man, whom so calmly, even cheerfully, you now sentence to death? Personal feelings, he replied, must not be allowed to interfere with my solemn duty, and after all, for the money we received, we returned an equivalent in services. For all of it, Frederick Brompart? My father asked, with the faintest note of sternness in his voice. His face took on a dusky hue, and then for the first time I understood why our connection with his firm had come so abruptly to an end. "The court is dissolved," he said in a high voice. "Remove the prisoner." And again, coming quickly down the building, he passed out into the open air. But I could not let him go, and following in his footsteps, overtook him ere he had gone a dozen yards. For the sake of that life 100-fold dearer than my own, I, who in my own case would have laughed him to scorn, was content to crawl in the dust at his feet. "Fred!" I cried, catching him by the arm, and speaking in a voice I could myself scarcely recognise. "Why are you doing this thing? Is it because we fought and quarrelled as boys, that you would revenge yourself upon me now by taking my father's life? Tell me." "Why, what an idea!" he replied. "Did we fight and quarrel as boys? But your father's is a serious offence. You don't seem to recognise how serious. If such actions were tolerated, Brompart, you know in your soul that it is because of your hatred of me. I know no such thing. You seem incapable of listening to reason." "Reason? Good God! But I won't wrangle with you. Consider, you are taking a fearful responsibility. Your court is a farce. Why, if you have no personal feelings, should you shoulder the responsibility? What is the reason for your hurry? Take your prisoner to General Cameron and save yourself trouble hereafter." "I have General Cameron's warrant for what I am doing." "His warrant? Then show me." "The matter has been thoroughly discussed in all its bearings." "How is that possible when the General has heard neither the prosecution nor the defence?" "He deputed me." "Brompart, you are lying. That is, you are mistaken. Listen." "I can spare no time to argue the matter. Besides, you are too agitated to consider the thing fairly. Do you suppose if my conscience did not approve—" "Your conscience, you devil!" By an adroit movement he evaded me, and my hands clutched the empty air. I could have bitten off my tongue for those words, and yet if my hands had closed on his flesh I might have killed him. I hastened after him, calling his name, humbling myself in the agony and terror of my soul, but he took no heed, disappearing with a word to the sentry into the store. The man would not let me pass, and when I attempted to brush past him, thrust me back with the butt of his rifle. Night fell, moonless and overcast. The troopers had built a fire on the river bank. I could hear their gay voices as they sat around the blaze. There was a smell of cooking in the air. The thing could not be. Again and again I sought to gain admittance to the officers' quarters. Good-natured troopers carried my message to Brompart, but he refused to see me. The thought that I might win him over with money gave me hope until, note after note, offering him finally everything I possessed in return for my father's freedom, were returned to me unread and unopened. At last, by verbal message, I begged permission to see my father, and this was accorded me. He was confined in a little building erected at the back of the house for the storage of tools. It would have been useless as a prison but for the armed guard at the door. He had an open book in his hand as I entered, and a circumstance that gave me almost a sensation of awe was that in the glimpse I caught of him, before he was aware of my presence, he gave me the impression of being absorbed in what he read. Indeed, he spoke of the volume as he put it aside. "It is well that our friend Bacon chose to glorify action rather than being," he said, "for according to the philosophy of Plato, he would have made but a poor showing." "Oh, father," I cried, taking his hand and holding it between my own, "talk not to me of books. Tell me only how I may save your life." "You cannot, my son," he said gravely. "There is no way, unless Bompart relents, and even then it is but to defer the end." "Why should he desire your death? When he robbed you, why did you not prosecute him?" "Ah, why? It is bad citizenship." "Father, if you have no care for your life, have compassion on my misery. Tell me what I can do." "Life is no less desirable to me than to other men," he said, "but I recognize the inevitable when I am in front of it. There is a fire in this man's heart that nothing we can do will quench. Be at peace, my son. It is but to forestall by a few years an inevitable natural event. Come, let me hear your adventures. Only within the last few weeks have I learned of your captivity. Te Atua is dead. Bompart himself will die." But I could not answer him. There is no room in my mind for any but the one thought that within a few hours he was to die. I pressed his hand and told him I would come back, and so returned to the attempt to placate the fiend who held us in his toils. But I could neither see him nor induce him to read my notes. By this time the men of the troop had come to an understanding of the position. As I wandered hither and thither, unable to rest for an instant in any one place, many of them gave a rough word of compassion or advice. "Come and sit by the fire. If you could manage to eat a snack, I'll go if you like, but it's no damn good. He won't even touch them." At last one of them took me by the arm and led me a few paces out of the hearing of his comrades. "Look here, old chap," he said, "why not go to General Cameron? He might give you a reprieve, if he don't do anything else." "It's impossible," I replied, standing and still staring into the blackness. "I could hardly get there, let alone return in time." "But," he whispered, "if you copped a horse, I'll smuggle a saddle down to the river bank. It's just possible you might do it, if you don't waste time thinking you can't." "God bless you, God bless you." "Right, that's all right. You get hold of the horse. There's a real good one with a pair of white stockings just beyond the pine tree. Take him down to the water. I'll meet you." My heart was on fire with excitement as, having swum the animal across the river behind the canoe, I squeezed the hand of my benefactor and climbed into the saddle. "Goodbye and good luck," he cried. A moment later I was in the pitch-black darkness of the forest trail. I had barely 8 hours to go and return, and on a made road, however poor its condition, it would have been an easy feat. But for 2/3 of the distance the way was but a narrow track, not easy to follow in the daytime, and by night full of difficulties. There were stretches miles long where neither persuasion nor brutality, and I used both, could induce my horse to adopt a faster pace than a walk. It was 2 o'clock in the morning as, on a good road at last, I thundered through the village of Te Awamutu and sprang from the saddle at the door of the General's house. Fortunately, the officer of the guard, attracted by the noise of my approach, had not to be summoned, and after 1 or 2 questions, to which I replied only that my business was of the utmost urgency, he consented to wake the commandant. Within 5 minutes I was summoned to the General's room. He was only partially dressed, and sleep and, I am afraid, annoyance were in his eyes. Rapidly I told my story and made my request. He regarded me attentively, making no comment until I spoke of the illegality of the proceedings, when he said, "This country is under martial law. Had he caused the man to be shot without even the form of a trial you speak of, it would not be an act without precedent." "Yet, sir," I pleaded, "with his commanding officer close at hand and no necessity for hurry." "Yes, well, I will do as you wish." He drew pen and paper towards him, and on the point of writing glanced at the clock. "But," he asked, "is he to be shot at dawn? What hope have you of being in time to prevent it? When did you leave?" I told him, and he tapped off the hours on his finger, lifting his brows with astonishment. Then he turned to and wrote with alacrity. "I must hope you will succeed, Mr. Tregarthen," he said, as he sealed the envelope and handed it to me. "But I am afraid there is disappointment in store for you. However, don't let me detain you another moment." With a fervent word of thanks, I sped from the room and hastened to my horse. Again woke the echoes of the quiet village with the noise of his flying feet. Ah, that return journey! Let me have done with it in a few words. Joy and fear fevered and chilled me. Often I saw the east blazing with light, when only the darkness reigned there. On and on I struggled, sparing neither my own body nor that of my steed. Half the distance was accomplished, 3/4, and still the blessed night prevailed. All through, the skies had been densely masked with cloud, but now, as I essayed the last quarter of my journey, stars began to break forth with promise of a clear sky at sunrise. At first I could not keep my eyes from the east, but towards the end I dared not look at it. It was not the sky but the earth that at length convinced my unwilling mind of the approach of day, and there was still the bush to be accomplished. Easier and easier became the track, swifter and swifter went my horse's feet among the knotted roots. A bird gave a sleepy chuckle overhead. At last I heard the sound of the river, and springing from my horse's back, I left him standing there and ran with all speed to the water's edge. Clear light lay over Matakiki, and on the summit of the pa was the first gold of the rising sun. I could see a crowd of moving figures near the store, and even as I was on the point of plunging into the river, it took, under my gaze, an order full of dread significance. I saw the firing party halted in line, my father facing them, his back to the wall, the officers in a little group to one side, the troopers, a larger group, to the other. With a loud shout I flung up my hand, waving full in their view the message of reprieve. Many eyes were turned towards me. I could hear the voices of the troopers calling attention to my presence, and from the motions of the officers judged that they too were urging the advisability of delay. But Brompart gave no heed. I saw the rifles of the firing party brought to the present. I saw the puff of smoke, and heard the sound of the shots that took his life. And I had not bid him good-bye, and I remembered all he had done for me. I stood stock-still like a creature turned to stone, and for 9 months thereafter I remembered no more. End of chapter 25.